Kia ora, good morning. Welcome everyone to the council meeting of Tuesday the 29th of October 2024. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest exit. The assembly point is across the road from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council building. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity. Please turn off your mobile phones. Councillor Baker, could I ask you for an opening karakia, please?
Atamari e tātou. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, ko te manako I tutu ki pai koutou ngā I o wawata I o hiahia mo ngā rā whakatā kua hipa. Kua whakaora ai ngā tinana kia uai tātou ki ngā kaupapa ke mui a tātou. Anō, ngā mihi kia koe, Jen, piki te ora e hoa, rau e te kite I a koe, ki runga I te kiri atara. Mēnoi tātou. Ataua ki rā te moana nei e paripari kawana ki te ako tangata, ka kake ngā waka, ka mauru te tohu ki te arearenga o mauau, he pau herenga mō, he pau hononga mō, kia herea ki te tika, kia herea ki te pono, kia mau, kia ita, kia u, haumi e hui e, tae ki e.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Call for any apologies. And I note that we've got Makati Sydney who's been granted a leave of absence, and we've got Jen Schooler online as she's a little bit croaky this morning. Can I just have a mover for that? Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Kurak, all those in favour, those against? Apologies are accepted. Thank you. I note that we've got no bookings in the public forum. An acceptance of late items. We have the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update in public and the Memorial Park Centre updated business case in privately excluded. These are both supplementary to the reports that we already have. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to accept these late items? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom. Therefore, I recommend that the following two reports be received and considered at this meeting, as they cannot be delayed until a subsequent meeting as a decision on the, as they are supplementary to the current reports, which we will be considering today. And that's the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update in public and Memorial Park Centre update business and publicly excluded. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Is there any business to be transferred from public excluded to open? No. And change to the order of business. Is there any change to the order of business? We'll just note that there are the CCOs coming in from about 1:45. So we'll look to the adopting the annual report about 1:30, and then we'll start it at 1:45. So we may interrupt our business as to, depending on how it goes, to make sure those times are followed. Is there any corrections to the minutes of council meeting held on the 26th of August 2024?
Do you have one correction?
Okay, apparently we did misspell one of the public forum names of Ms. Jan Jenga, who's here today, so we'll make that correction. Thank you. Is there any? What's that, sorry? Okay. We'll make those corrections. Is there any other notes or corrections? Yes, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, on item 11.3, the local water done well. I'm not sure that captured in response to questions. It states staff were continuing to work on the principles of Te Manawa, I think it's Te Mana or Te Wai, working with hapu and iwi partners. Speculation on what the government would implement was hard, with staff approaching it as a water first way. I'm not quite sure exactly what that's conveying, but I think the essence of what I recall was that staff are working with the government and presumably with hapu and iwi partners to get clarity around what local waters done well will do in regards to Te Mana o Te Wai. It'd be good to sort of correct the typos and to get the correct meaning if possible.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crowther. Yeah, we'll get those changes made. Any other corrections? If there's no further corrections, therefore I ask that those minutes reflect a true and correct version of the meeting. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Taylor, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Now we move on to the minutes of a council meeting held on the 12th of September 2024. Have we got any corrections to those minutes? Oh, sorry, 16th of September 2024. Anyone got any comments? All right, if we've got no corrections, yes. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crowther.
There's one, I think I'm just trying to scroll back to see what it's called. 11.8, I believe I'm in the right place. It's got the increase in debt on the balance sheet was 155.5 million. I think that should be 151.5 million. So probably just change that.
Yeah, I think you're correct there. Thank you, Councillor Crowther. So we'll make those corrections. Yep.
Actually, yes, I'll just go, it takes me a sec to go through it. I've also just, I'm not sure whether, if anyone can recall, like it states in regards to the cafe under the 90 Devonport, the offering in the building was different to what other cafe operators were offering, so no other business was disadvantaged in the process. I don't recall that as the core what was conveyed. I don't know if Marty, if you have a comment on that, is that capturing what you said?
Your worship, I think I referred to the fact that there was an open process where all other operators had the opportunity to bid for this opportunity, and that I think I referred to the fact that this offering was different to other offerings. So,
yep, that maybe it's just the wording. Yep, thank you.
So happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any other comments on that? Therefore, I recommend.
Can I just?
Oh, sorry. Yep. I'm sorry, Jen.
Hi everyone. Can I just ask, so where those clarifications of minutes are being proposed, how are they incorporated into the minutes, and what's the approval process of amending wording, etc.? Because I think those were valid comments from Glenn in terms of the wording of the cafe, and I think it's important that they are corrected, and we still haven't had our meeting on how we would like the councillors' conversations to be recorded in the minutes. But just in terms of that one, on the cafe, for example, how is that incorporated into the actual minutes that are approved, please? What's the process?
Actually, I don't know that we were making any changes unless councillor Crowther wanted to. I think it was a point of clarification.
Yeah, I guess ideally, I think what you just said then was what you said on the day, and that seems a lot clearer than what's there. But I'm not too worried if you think it conveys it okay. But I think the other typos and things need to be corrected.
And Coral, those will be, those are fixed. Yeah.
So through you, Your Worship. So what happens when minutes are corrected is that we go in and we do a correction to the actual minutes, and so you can see where the correction was, and then those are the ones that are confirmed as a true and correct record and signed off and put on our website. So they are shown as a correction.
Right, thank you very much. So therefore, I put that the minutes of the council meeting held on 16th December 2024 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Can I please have a mover for that? Councillor Schuler. Councillor Taylor. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That is carried. Now, any call for any declarations of conflicts of interest? Okay, no conflicts of interest. Obviously, if there's anything that comes to light during the meeting, please let us know. And understand there's no deputations, presentations or petitions, and there is a recommendation from other committees, which is the appointment of the Deputy Chair of Pota Rio o Moao, and that has come from that committee, and the recommendation receives the report appointment of Deputy Chair of Pota Rio o Moao, accepts the recommendations of the committee and approves reviewing the appointment of Deputy Chair of the committee in early 2025, pending the return of Councillor Sydney of the Te Awanui ward, accept the recommendations of Pota Rio o Moao and appoints Councillor Baker as the Deputy Chair of the committee. Can I just have a mover for that? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Currick is seconder. Any conversation or debate on that issue? Okay, I therefore put the recommendation. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We are now on to section 11 business, but I just want to make a little address before we start. Obviously, this council is very committed to transparency, and we've seen in the last few weeks a number of reports come to the table. I do see that there is, a lot of chatter and communication around some of these reports, and I think as a council, as I said, we are absolutely committed to that transparency, getting things out into the public. It has disappointed me in some of the personal attacks on some of our staff. I think that is unacceptable. At the end of the day, our staff, like ourselves, are doing the best job that they can. And as governors, we are there to make sure that we hold our staff to account. But it's not acceptable, to have these people attacked, and especially, by the public who potentially don't know all the facts. So, whether we agree or disagree with some of these reports and what is out in the public, ultimately we work with these people. And as I've said on numerous occasions, things have changed, and this is a new governance team, and we will make sure that things, these sort of deals, if we don't agree with them, they won't be made. But that is our job as governors to do that. But we also have to be respectful to our staff, and at the end of the day, I don't agree with some of the words that are being bandied around in the public. If I find evidence that needs to be investigated, we will investigate. But it's just a point that ultimately what we can change is the future. And unless there is some very credible evidence of dodgy dealings, then and we can certainly look into things and make comments. But I don't agree with what I personally have seen, some of the comments, and I can tell you that I will absolutely take account and accountability. If we were to make those same decisions, but at some point we also have to move on. So, I just want us to be cognizant as a council. We are here to do the best by the ratepayer, and that is what we do. And going forward, we can absolutely make changes, and hopefully our people will give us that benefit of the doubt now that things have changed, and that we will hold people to account, but we'll also hold ourselves accountable as well. So, it's just something that I wanted to mention. Look, I'm absolutely happy for anyone of the public to come to me and ask questions. I'm happy to share information, but I don't want to see especially our staff or any of our councillors personally attacked, because we're all trying to do the best job we possibly can. So I think that's an important as we move forward, and I hope that we, as I said, we want to be transparent, get information out there, but if people are going to use that in the wrong way, then it's going to be hard to do that. So now we'll get on to business, and I'd like to hand over to our Chief Executive to go through the Chief Executive's summary report.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for those comments. So we have a full agenda today, and essentially this report is a brief summary of today's proceedings. There's a couple of papers of note in relation to the capital program for the 2024-2025 years. There's some decisions and consideration to be given to reforecasting our capital program and our budgets accordingly. Also, one of the papers will be requiring council to adopt the annual report. So apart from that, there's a brief summary of other matters on the agenda.
Has anyone got any questions regarding the Chief Executive's report?
I'd like to comment if I may.
Yes, Councillor Schooler.
Sorry, I think everyone can see me except you, Mahe. No, I'd like to say it's a great addition to our papers to have that summary report. Thank you, Marty.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll therefore put that the council receives the report, Chief Executive's summary report, and ask if there's any discussion. Therefore, I put the motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Kurat, Councillor Roseboom. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. Next report is reforecasting the 2024-2025 capital program budget. This is obviously with the financial position we find ourselves in. We need to look at the next couple of years, but specifically the next 12 months to figure out the direction that we want to take as a council. So I now ask that Paul and Catherine please speak to the report. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor and councillors. Susan Braid's also here just to answer, to help present this report. But so this report does a number of things. The first is to seek to reforecast the capital budget. There have been a number of changes that have occurred since we adopted the long-term plan. In particular, decision around not using infrastructure funding and financing for Te Manawataki o Te Papa, and also the amendments to the National Land Transport Program, the flow on to our New Zealand Transport Agency funding. What that and some other additional expenditure has meant is that our capital program, based on its existing forecast, would look to exceed our existing borrowing covenants, noting that there are conversations going on later this month and over the next quarter in terms of potential bespoke covenants for particularly growth councils. That aside, what we've looked to reforecast without fully understanding the implications or the opportunities that might exist with those covenants, to reforecast the existing program to remain within our 285, dropping to 280% debt to revenue ratio. That has meant this paper presents a deferral of some $88 million of projects, which are detailed in the appendices to the paper. It also seeks some specific budget approval around some changes to budgets. And importantly, some of the decisions are included within separate reports, for example, transport reports and Cameron Road Indoor Courts, which are as part of this meeting. So we would suggest that that this report would be received and then left to lie on the table until those specific reports are addressed, and then come back to this paper after that point. It also touches on operational budgets. The good news with some reductions in the official cash rate is that we've seen some reduction in our interest costs, so that's some good news there. And there's also been further just under $5 million of operational savings that have been worked on to actually make sure that we actually come within our budget envelope for this year. Also, just to point out is that a lot of the changes that have been made in the reforecasting process has been to look to defer projects subject to council decisions. They will be part of the annual plan process, which is now, with the deferrals from this year, our budget for next year, again, remaining in those covenants, is the need to remove or defer some 250 to 300 million of capex from those years as well. So that will come to you in future workshops and annual plan decisions as we move into the annual plan year. So with that, I'll hand over to the team.
Morning, councillors. So I think Paul's covered off most of it. Just a couple of things I'd point out. So we had the meeting on the 16th of September, obviously, which showed the really high debt to revenue. We had a workshop in October, and we presented some high-level tables and suggested reductions, deferring about 102 million. Now, we've done some work since then, and looking at what projects are in train, what's committed and renewals, and revised that amount that we were deferring or reducing to 88 million. And Susan will shortly take you through the table just to explain how you sort of understand what that is. And very, very little of that is actually removed totally from the budget. It will form part of the annual plan process starting in November to look at what are the priority projects to deliver. And that the proposed reforecast, we expect to end the year at about 275 debt to revenue ratio. It of course depends on other revenues and matters coming through, but we're aiming for about 275. The specific capital projects that are identified for approval, most of those actually, CE does have a delegation to approve. CE has a delegation to approve overspends up to 500,000, subject to confirmation of available funds, and also under the long-term plan delegation has ability to bring forward projects when that sort of timing works better. So just pointing that out, but for the sake of this reforecasting, we have brought them all to you that are in place at present. Where CE approves those budget changes under delegation, they're all reported through to the Accountability, Finance and Risk Committee, so they're transparent and the information's available at that committee. The other thing that you may notice is we talk about offsetting savings in those specific projects, and we do that primarily because we are at a debt to revenue limit. And so even when there's a good reason to have to approve an additional spend or bring forward something to better match the program, we need to stay within that cap. And so we identify offsetting savings. So those would also get reported up to, well, as part of that report to the Accountability, Finance and Risk Committee, but I would imagine also to the Projects Committee, just so that you're very clear what we're delivering on. And the advantage of this reforecasting is that it provides clarity and certainty about what program we're delivering this year and the decisions that need to get made as part of the annual plan. So happy to take any questions. Sorry, I'll introduce Susan Braid, who is our finance lead on capital projects. So Susan and her team do all that work to produce all the information on capital.
Morning. Just to talk you through attachment 1. For clarity, that is a full project list where there is any budget that exists either in this financial year being 25 or next financial year 26. It is not a complete list of all projects that exist in the LTP period, just in case you see that there's a few missing. So the first column of this table that provides a view of all historic spend against these projects to the end of last financial year. It includes what the year 1 revised LTP budget is currently, so that's the total of 584 million. And that's essentially the adopted LTP with some adjustments for carry forwards from last year and other rephasing to compensate. A spreadsheet showing that year 1 adopted LTP budget versus the revised LTP budget was made available to councillors on the 7th of October, but if any of you don't have that, we're happy to share that again. The table then calls out the proposed additions or bring forwards being requested through this paper and the offsetting deferrals or removals. But please note that in most instances, we are simply deferring budget until such time as you make some decisions through the 2026 annual plan process. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule, including an absolute reduction in the city centre green space budget to offset the Devonport Road car park overspend of 400,000 and a $100,000 reduction in the Kopererua Valley development budget to offset the Otomoto Matua cycle path. And just as Catherine alluded to before, that please note that any increases to the 2025 reforecast budget will require an offsetting reduction per those dollar in, dollar out rules. The
FY26 revised LTP budget, and that next column includes the deferred amounts proposed from FY25. And as you can see at the bottom of that table, we are currently sitting at a draft budget of 765 million, which will need to be revised down through the annual plan process. And just those last two columns in that table give you a view on the full 10-year budget, and for completeness, the total project budget across the full 30 years, noting that that does not include the operational impacts of those projects. Attachment 2 is the exact same data per attachment 1, but we have included that just to draw your attention to some of those projects that will be coming to you in separate workshops or council papers, so you can clearly see the provision that we have allowed in the current financial year. Now, there are just 3 corrections that I would like to highlight in the attachment for changes made after that attachment was finalised. The first one being the library archive off-site climate controlled space project. So we had a provision in there of 1.56 million this year. That is actually only going to be 228,000 required this year. Council paper is no longer going up for that. They'll be reverting to a lease option for that project per the original LTP budget. The second one is the water fluoridation implementation project. We had made a provision of 866k this year. That will be revised down to 805. Only additional budget of 475,000 per the body of the report is required in addition to the existing budget this year. And that K Valley development, the provision was in the table at 400,000. It's only 300,000 that is needed to partially offset that Otomoto Matua cycle path. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one on the 30 years total project budget. You said that doesn't include the OPEX in that. So is that just kind of maintenance and capital costs?
So yeah, these tables include capital projects and operational projects of a capital nature, but it doesn't include the operational impacts of those projects. So this isn't a reflection of the whole of life project costs, essentially including all your interest and depreciation and so forth. It's just
but it would be the maintenance, for example, to keep that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't include the operational impacts of those projects. This is just the cost to deliver the project. Yeah.
No, that's good. And just another question on the deferrals and removal is, am I correct in thinking most of that is contingency that's been
A lot of it is contingency, but there are some other examples where we have actually deferred some construction. It's just been based on the capacity that's been allowed this year to get us back down to closer to that 500 million.
And on that deferrals, I'm just interested to understand, is that sort of prudent, I guess, in the risk, or is it just that the project may be being delivered over multiple years, so it's more likely that is being used later on?
In most cases, it will be. These are multi-year projects that we will likely need to draw on at least some of that contingency throughout the course of project delivery.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Crowther.
Thank you very much for this, really helpful. The total, I'm wanting to sort of understand what happened between the previous spreadsheet, as you said, that we got, and then this information, because we're now, FY26 is 87 million more, and FY25 16 million. So you get 103 million when you add the two together. I understand this, in terms of compared, depending on what your baseline is, you've got your LTP, you've got your revised LTP, but in terms of this reforecast, it's actually gone up quite significantly overall over those 2 years, including in the current year. And I'm just, given the comments you've just made, like, what is actually driving that decision to sort of increase from the previous reforecast to this reforecast?
You mean the reforecast budget that we presented at the workshop?
Yeah, so that was for 486, and we're now at 502 from memory, with 502 whatever the number was. So I think 16 million more. And I would have thought, given the comments at the workshop, that we would have probably wanted to hold the ground or maybe cut a little bit more to give us a bit more breathing space until we know about the debt ratio. So I'm just wondering what led to that increase.
Susan will give some detail, but just to give context. So when we first spoke about it on the 16th of September, we were talking about using the stage gates to manage, which is an internal process. And so when we first approached this, and for a lot of the material that you had that day, it was stage gate type material. So the organisation had said, yes, I accept that's a stage gate to go through. However, we pivoted a bit to get to a final reforecast line in the sand. And so just from that kind of high level point of view, what was happening is that there was stuff that had been signed off by the business as happy to accept that's a stage gate, but expecting to be able to come back in March or April for the next stage. And then the idea of a reforecast is that they can't. So there were some areas that were given a bit more to spend because they're confident they'll get through the stage gate at the end of this year or by March, April, and then want to be able to get into construction or whatever it is. So we can provide that detail. Not sure if that's helpful, if you want all that detail now, but that was really the context of what happened.
Maybe not all the detail, that sounds quite a lot, but just in terms of even an example that could convey a kind of thing that may have led to the increase in projected CapEx.
Maybe we can come back to that if give an
bring it back
opportunity.
because it's on a separate spreadsheet.
Yeah,
So
no,
we could
that's-
maybe table that or bring it to you later in the meeting if you.
Yeah, well, we're
Okay.
looking at this
Yeah.
report later, so we can maybe if we just note that. Yeah. Is there any other questions? Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a purely information thing. You've got in here C3, the Bay Park Arena expansion, just for the people who are interested in knowing what is the 200,000? Is that just for a business case study for the expansion, or is this in relation to the netballers moving in there and they want more space?
I can start. It's well, I don't know exactly what that gets us, but it's for the actual arena expanding, putting the extra 6 courts in, like that's the covered bit. And yeah, I don't know if Marty or who knows exactly what the details are of what that 200,000 is.
Well, it's a lump sum that we have in readiness for some decisions around indoor outdoor courts. So what that will do is there's a concept plan, and that will allow us to expand on that concept plan for the arena extension.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, the other question I had was in regards to page 64, and it just talks about the, it says, assumed savings now assigned to business areas. And I'm just wondering if you could just explain or expand a little bit on what it says there, because it talks about year-to-date underspends, reduction in consultancy, etc.
Oh, no, there you go.
So through the chair, if we just talk to that. So what we've done across the organisation is gone and look at where we can actually identify further savings, which was identified when we set the long-term plan that we would need to extract some more money out to balance our rates for the year effectively. So what we've done with that is allocate that across each general manager so that there is an amount that each general manager is actually looking to achieve savings for in order to actually get those costs down. So and some of those have been identified as concrete amounts to this point. Others are being worked on in terms of actually throughout the year, looking for additional savings to actually bring those costs down to make sure that we achieve that balanced rates budget for the year. Not balanced budget, but balanced rates for the year.
Councillor Crowther.
So there's a sort of like that small savings, but other factors have meant that because the net amount is now 221 in that line, as opposed to the 222 in the annual plan column, it says. So basically it's just, there are a number of factors which go to sort of increase and decrease that, and that's the net impact.
That's correct. That's the net impact. And there's also been some additional impacts on OPEX. So for example, when we brought the IFF paper to you, we recognise that there will be a OPEX cost because of that debt will be on our balance sheet this year. So that there's additional saving that we're looking to achieve throughout the year to ensure that we don't exceed the rates requirement for the year.
Have we kind of gone through these projects line by line and tried to figure out whether we can do things cheaper or get better value for money? And I guess where that's coming from is the memorial pool that we had in there at 124 million in the long-term plan, and they've managed to get that down to that sort of 100 to 105 to deliver the same. Have we gone through that exercise as part of this?
Probably a question for each general manager, to be honest, in terms of going through in detail, but certainly overall significant projects would be looked at, as particularly as they get into design phases, to see whether they are opportunities for value for money savings or different delivery options. It would be depending on where the project is in its life cycle, as to the extent in all cases where that would be achieved.
Okay, so at the design phase, that's the proper place to do that. But yeah, I think that would be a very good win for us if we can find those savings, project by project, because obviously that all adds up to be able to deliver more for less. So very much a priority of the council. Has anyone else got any questions? All right, in that case, obviously some of the reports that we're going to deal with for the rest of the meeting are going to play back into this. So I think we might save for discussion until we come back to this. But I just put the resolution that we agree to let this report lie on the table until we've looked at some of the separate reports on today's agenda. And we'll come back to this and consider this report fully at the end of the meeting. Obviously, we've still got a question to be answered. So I ask for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Crowther, Councillor Schuler. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried, so that report will lie on the table to be considered later on. Next report, which leads directly into this one, is the implications of National Land Transport Program 2024 to 2027 on transport program. We've got Mike Seaborn and Nick Johansson to talk to this report. Good morning, Mike and Nick.
Kia ora, council and councillors. I might just jump straight in if that's all right. In terms of the report in front of you today, it is the next cyclist in the peloton behind the financial report. So everything that we do and the decisions that are talked about and the information that we glean from you in workshops in the financial summary are then flowed through into this report. So every time there's adjustment with the lead writer, the rest of us have to adjust. And so this report is very much in that space in terms of the NLTP. So two things this report is looking to cover is what was the impact of the NLTP and its implications for the transport program. I think we understand from all the other reports the implications for the organisation as a whole with regard to borrowing and debt limits, and I'll leave that to my financial cousins to talk about that at length. But there is an implication for this council and what it can do with the the money that we receive from Waka Kotahi and its local share. And I hope to bring that to your attention to this report. The second element of this report is the financial imperative that was set by that request and target for us to meet those budgetary targets for particularly financial year 2024. And this report really quite focuses on that first year. There are implications in the second and the third years, which we'll try and outline for you today. And we have taken a fairly stark view of those implications and run that through the paper. We've done that on purpose. We haven't given you more options than that so that you can understand sort of what the grim reality might be. And then we intend to use the annual planning process to then, and the feedback from the session today, to really understand your feedback, give you analysis and information to make calls within that process, which is the best place for us to consider that as a whole. So just to kick off, I am going to take you through the report a little bit. It was a difficult one to write because there's a lot to write, and I wanted to make a few key points before we get to the questions, if I may. The shortfall from the Waka Kotahi space was in the tune of about $160 million. So an anticipated amount of investment in the program, substantially less. So that has caused quite a lot of reaction within the team in order to reprioritise and understand what we can do, what we should do with our program moving forward. In terms of the sort of the key impacts, particularly on point 4, is that we are able to deliver the projects that are suggested in this program in financial year 1. We're able to meet that reduced level of expenditure to contribute to overall savings for council and meet those targets. But your impacts start to really play through into year 2 and year 3. Fundamentally, the level of funding outside of major projects. So I'm going to talk today about as if major projects didn't exist. I know they do. But at the same time, I think you need to see beyond what the major projects screen looks like and what's happening behind that. So behind that element, there is a reasonable amount of funding in transport, but in terms of the Waka Kotahi space, the small projects we do, the community kind of requested projects, the safety projects, the cycling, the curb build outs and whatnot is where our programs have been sort of hardest hit. And I think you've heard that rhetoric around the country. I think all councils are going through the same thing and the same processes here. So in terms of that, the funding sort of declines over time and quite substantially in year 2 and year 3. And I've sort of outlined in there what does that look like in terms of the total numbers in year 2 and year 3. I think the main part there is if we decided to carry on the path we're on right now and match the Waka Kotahi funding with our own, we would not start any new projects in year 2 and year 3 in this category. The current projects that you have underway would still continue, but the program would drop off in a significant fashion. There are some implications, but I'll leave the paper to describe those, and I won't go through those in great detail. But they're in the bullet points underneath the impacts in the first section on section 4 there. The paper goes through a little bit around the policy context and the strategic context, and that's fundamentally changed for your transport team and for this council. And what we're trying to do is interpret those changes and then offer you a program that is best suited to where the policy settings are now. Given those policy settings are fairly recent, that's a challenging task. This is a process that takes some time normally. It's a considered process. It's led through a strategic lens. It's then flowed in through to priorities, and then you do your choosing of your programs and your priorities and your project going forward. And so we've compressed that in this process to get us to this paper today. In terms of those commitments that we have loaded into the LTP. The previous LTP was our starting point, and we've looked to adjust that moving forward. So I'll just take you to section 19 and the funding share. That table there gives you a sense of the change that we're grappling with, particularly on the far right-hand side column. Given that major projects are so large and they span multiple years, those amounts there are really just the amounts within that time period. And they are significant. So minor improvements is what we call it. Low cost, low risk, you might have heard. These are the sub $2 million projects that we're talking about. Clearly, the amount that we got approved there is substantially less. And also in that, the other large improvement space. So we're talking projects like the CBD bus hubs, the other sort of significant projects over $2 million that this council is either in progress with or plan to do, that's also a space that we receive significantly less funding. There are some good news in that in the network operation space and the maintenance and renewals, we've received increased funding. So clearly, the government's focused on this and they are willing to fund it and they are funding it more. And because of the maintenance operations team's success in their recent audits around what they're doing and delivering out there, we are now a much more trusted partner in the space and they've increased our level of funding. So that is good news. So it is not all bad news. So just in terms of the couple of the impacts from paragraph 20 to about 25, key points there is in the program, as you sense it, and you're looking at this program from a financial and a dollar perspective, the total amount can be quite significant and it looks significant. Part of that is because we've got two major projects in construction and a lot of the dollars in the PEI and the Tauranga West projects are significant and they stand out quite tall in terms of the amount of dollars that we're spending with regard to transport in this region. So they are something that that we're pleased about that we're able to do. But they are the reasons why we have such a massive number in there. I've already made the point about the no new starts, but one of the key parts here is in terms of the implications of this NLTP is that we've got a choice to make. Is in terms of looking at that future, what are the steps that we want to take now with the small amount of headroom that we have in order to either build pipeline, make sure we prioritise things right, get the value for money. So we do have an opportunity to pivot into the future there. A few more points and then I'll let go of the talking stick for a second. I just wanted to touch on prioritisation, and this is on paragraph 31 right down to about 36. In this space, staff have interpreted the GPS, the current settings within your LTP documents, the RLTP, that strategic set, and we've come up with a way of prioritising the existing program. There's a weakness here though, is that in that program, the candidate projects were developed under a different GPS. So it means that that program doesn't necessarily have good candidate projects under the new GPS. And as part of the work that we would commit to do, given on the direction today around prioritisation, is we would want to make sure that we have enough of those projects flowing through. So when you do a prioritisation process, you know that there's enough resilience projects, for example, or optimisation projects, things that weren't the flavour of the day in the previous version of life, but we need to see more of it in this current GPS arrangement. So just in terms of the charts in there, they're probably the best things to talk to. The first waterfall chart just shows our track through how much money we thought we had and a program with the size that we thought we had, the reduction that we needed to achieve, and then what we could do left. And there's a couple of key points to point out here, is that within that chart and within those numbers is our renewals program. Renewals are when we go out and we fix the roads, we do rehabs, we maintain the network. They're a capital project run under the maintenance and operations banner, but they're still a capital project. And as you can see, that's quite a substantial amount of money, circa $90 million over 3 years. They're also developer-led projects. So our partners that we engage with regard to growth and development, we have an arrangement with them in order to either pay for or build infrastructure with them. And those amounts amount to quite a significant amount, around about $30 million or more a year within this period. My apologies. And the second chart there is just a chart on what would happen if we travelled on the same course. And as you can see, there's a significant drop off there in year 3. But what's to note there is your NZTA funded maintenance programs is on the rise. And that just gives you a sense of how the lava diagram, as we like to call it, changes in terms of the different funding amounts. Okay, so just the last couple of points. A couple of the insights from this here is in terms of the process that we're presenting in this paper we're presenting to you today, there is a drop-off in terms of the work and the programs that we've got before you and choices that you have. We haven't gone through and done some of those extra steps that we would like to do in the annual planning process to one, offer you a right list of projects and the ability to prioritise well. And then what are the targets moving forward? And I think those questions will be answered in part of that wider process. Some of the things we think we would like to improve on our program is we don't really have too many planning projects, things that can help fill the pipeline going forward and understand what are the right things to do in the city, particularly with the new GPS. So If we don't have any of those, we'll have an even bigger drop off in the future. So not filling up the pipeline is something that from a delivery perspective is an anathema. We do need things flowing through, even if it's a small amount. And the other part to that is we'd like to see this particular paper is that those implications from this process, we use the annual planning process as a step between what we need to do and the reality of the situation we're in now. I'm going to stop there. Done way too much talking and open for questions.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Thank you, Mike. Can you just talk me through Appendix 1 to make sure I've got my understanding right? Are the projects listed in red within financial year 26 and 27?
For you, Mr. Chair. We put this artifact together to explain the situation. This is not how you run a program necessarily, but this is something where it's very useful to know where the line cuts off. So from the financial year 24-25, that's where the project line, that's where we stop doing projects. It's overly simplistic. It is some of these costs span several years, and we do have a spreadsheet that goes into a more deeper analysis around this. But the usefulness of the conversation for today was there's a line where we have to draw, and that's where the dollar figure runs out. And to the Mayor's point earlier around value for money and those other things, once savings within the program can be realised or other things like that, you start going down the line. Or if there's more funding or there's other things that happen, you start going down the line. And this is the sort of the programmatic approach to managing all these sorts of projects. So right now, this snapshot in time and reserve the right to be able to change where that line is depending on the money available. If something is more costly further up in the program, we shouldn't be starting anything further down. We should be running contingencies that allow us to do that. That's how this program works. And the most important thing about this line is this has been prioritised through that methodology that you see in the paper. And if there's a level of comfort with it or discomfort, then I think prioritisation becomes a very, very key topic to discuss around what should be on the list and what shouldn't, and in what order that list should be. And I think that is something that is very useful for your staff to understand is your intent around that, and how does this list look from a transport delivery perspective.
So just to clarify, that list is ranked effectively under those priorities right now.
It's currently ranked in that way. And in terms of what I said a bit earlier, which is our staff have gone through the process of interpreting what the GPS is, the current sets of policy, where we were, and this is the new priority of the list. Useful for this conversation.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. So does the red mean it was budgeted originally under the 24-25 budget, and that as a result of conversations it's been reduced at the start of the red line? Or are those projects which are budgeted currently in 26-27?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's a mix of both. This is the total list of things to do. If you had what is unsafe in the network, what cycle and walking projects that are needed to be done in this network, it is a sort of a total list. What I would say about this list, to re-emphasise the point, we don't have enough of the resilience and the optimisation space projects to flow in here yet either. So one of the recommendations would be that we try and make sure that that's available for the reprioritisation as well. But somewhere down this red list here, there is a point where the old LTP ran out. And then beyond that was projects that we would have done in the future when there was money available. And I think that's the nature of transport. That's the nature of transport programs. There's always something to do. You've just got to prioritise how much of it you want to do.
Councillor Morris.
I may need a medical after the meeting just to see why I'm not able to understand. But so the projects in red, were they over the first 3 years of the LTP, or were they in year one?
Through you, Mr. Chair. All of these projects were over the 3 years of the NLTP. Some of them would have started in the first year. And in the prioritisation or the process that you heard earlier around that financial adjustment of the capital program, we can slide them forward in time and choose not to do them now. Some of these projects, we did that so that we were able to meet that target and to get a steer on what council was looking for in terms of its transport program. Some of them were too big not to. So the main differential here is the cells that are in purple are over $2 million, and they will generally take more than a year. The ones that don't have any colour in them are sub $2 million, and you can quite often get them done within a year or two. Does that answer the question?
I'll follow up offline if I can. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Kurek.
Thank you, Mike. So in terms of interpreting direction, and we've got a clear direction from central government in respect of the GPS and the other funding documents, and we've got direction in terms of the final funding allocation, which sets a fairly clear direction. But in terms of this council, you mentioned earlier about adjusting or interpreting our direction. One of some of the key messages this council has sent or indicated that we'd like in terms of the priorities of moving forward. Value is one for a start that we're clearly on that case, but what other messages have you received?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, those principles that council have given staff around your expectations on how projects should run. Second to that, if you can see in that prioritisation, we've just made sure the things that we've started don't run out of money and that we can finish them to the next phase. But then we get into the sort of the transport outcomes level conversation. So your safety elements, your resilience elements, and then you start to have choices. The key things out of this space is your community talks to you all and us around what they perceive as risks in the network, and safety is always a big conversation with all councils around the country. And your ability to respond to that information and that feedback is quite greatly reduced with this program. And so footpaths that don't connect, things that are out there and that they experience, that they come to us and so we need to fix, are some of the elements that we won't be able to, or will be severely constrained in terms of our ability to fix it. We'll either have to reprioritise or find the money somewhere else. And I think one of the key messages out of this is that will be a balancing act through the next 3 years and possibly after that on a continuous basis for council. And it's something that all councils are facing right now. To give you an example, some of the other councils are preserving their local authority share in order to respond to those types of things. And they're using their dollars, their ratepayer dollars, in order to be able to respond to some of the things your community raises around that needs to be fixed with transport.
Thank you, Mike. Just to follow up on that, we hear quite often, they're ripping up a perfectly good footpath to put in a wider one, things like that. Do we look at that and say, okay, we could actually just extend that 0.5 metre rather than rip it all up and start again? Or do we say, okay, well, we've actually got a footpath, but here's one that we don't have? Like how is that sort of prioritised?
There's 2 steps. One, is there a problem that needs to be addressed across the whole system, i.e. there's no footpath there is a footpath there. And it's a level of service conversation at that point. It's not meeting a certain level of service for our community. And then the next step is when that becomes a project, when it gets on the to-do list, then we can start to have a look at it. And that's the part where that design phase, you've got a really strong opportunity to make sure that, 1, you're getting value for money, 2, is it the right kind of level of service for the problem? And I think that's the point where we all work in transport, which is the trade-off between what's an ideal design or a standard or something that will completely solve the problem and the amount of money that you can use in order to solve it. So there's a huge trade-off conversation there. And I think the principles that council have issued help us to do those sorts of trade-offs in a much better way. In the previous version of life and in different sort of spaces is that we would have aimed at the standard. And that's what our our partner, don't forget they fund us 51% here. They required us to aim at that standard as well. I don't think those drivers are the same for our partner. In fact, if they're absent, they're not there at all. So we've got a much better ability to respond and size the solution to the problem in the future or in the next few years.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. Councillor Curran.
So just looking at the list, and it was, as indicated by an answer to a previous question, that's a priority list from highest to lowest. And when you factor in what you just said about probably reassessing the scale and scope of some of these projects to adjust to the new direction that this council has given, could that potentially, that list be reprioritised, or has that already occurred within the process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest we make sure all the candidate projects on the list are there and present, because some are missing, and particularly with regard to the optimisation and resilience space as well, and then run that ruler over it again, and bring that back to council through the various committees around what that list looks like. It's a process that should happen regularly. It's health checks on your prioritisation lists. It doesn't meet and does it pass the test in terms of, is this what our community's after, and so on and so forth. You need to be methodical about this, and you need to do it regularly. So this is the first cut, and I would suggest that we run that again to shore up those gaps before the annual planning process flows right through. And I think we'll keep building on that. There's other elements in this and that. We've heard the message around value for money and whatnot, and we need to make sure we reduce costs. And so having a program that starts to shorten up in terms of cost makes available headroom to do other things. And that's sort of the incentivisation that we would look to do as we go through.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mike. This is a broader question based on the amount of funding reduction and our central government's desire for us to build more houses and our decline in larger projects over the next 2 years. How's that going to impact the Tauranga City Council's ability to provide housing or housing growth areas within the city over the next 2 years?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very complicated question. I think the more direct elements that you see in the paper here is when we pay for infrastructure or they build it on our behalf. We're well provisioned for that. The kind of things that we can do is just manage cash flow. Are the developers building as quickly as they said they will? Is there opportunities to start other projects? And we can be better at program management to deliver on that. The wider land use question is, I'll leave that to my planners to answer that question.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Mike, in the first column of Appendix 1, there are a number of asterisks, 1 stars, 2 stars, 3 stars. What does that mean? I can't see an interpretation anywhere.
Yeah, apologies for that. That's just some notation that's come through from a spreadsheet that we didn't clean out of there. Part of this is that those projects have a small explanation about it. For example, the Turret Road Bridge Resilience, that's a line item that we've included in there, whilst Waka Kotahi decides whether we fund that through our existing 15th Avenue project or not. So there is a bit of notation there, which I'm happy to provide what those asterisks mean. And it's just a specific thing about that project. And I think goes to the nature of these programs as they flow through to gateways. Some of them are in there as placeholders. Some of them are only at the big business case phase, so on and so forth.
Councillor Taylor. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to watch 3 places at once. Deputy Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Thank you for that. I just have a question on, we are being asked to receive the report, but in your conversations, you said something like you're seeking a steer from council on how we should progress going forward, but receiving the report doesn't give any steerage. So are there, and this is something I do struggle with council papers that we receive or note, that I don't know what the action out of that is. So in this case, there's been a bit of conversation, but I'm not feeling we have given specific steerage to you. Can I just ask how we interpret receiving a report and staff taking steerage from that receipt of the report?
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is a two-stage conversation that in the second stage is in the annual plan process. And it would be presumptuous to go to a recommendation in this report without having that wider conversation around the capital program. So as I explained earlier around the drafting in, once that conversation settles down, it'll be much easier for us to understand exactly what steps. So I've inferred them in our conversation and let you know what I would expect for the next steps to be through that process and our commitment to go through those, but hadn't put those in the recommendations as we weren't sure about the rest of the conversations that have to happen in this space.
Perhaps if I could just perhaps if I could just add a wee bit of wider context through you, Your Worship, is that we have somewhere in the order of 42 different activities across council, of which transport's one. And I think Mike is advising that the early I guess anticipation of what we can deliver in transport has been displayed in this report. There are a range of different other activities that we will bring reports to you as well, which will help inform the overall annual plan decision making. We don't necessarily want to make decisions in isolation without understanding the full picture of the annual plan.
And a supplementary, if I may, Mayor Mahe, understand that completely, Marty, but I have not heard a steer from us because there's nothing we've been specifically asked for a steer on. So if we are we, by receiving the report, are we saying this steer about right, or are we not? And are we saying all of it looks about right, or are we not? And I don't want a recommendation at this stage, Mike. I wasn't expecting specifics, but if you are asking for steerage, then it would be good to know what you're taking back from this that we have steered you on, versus saying, well, council received the report, therefore are happy with all of the comments that we put in the report. And I'm new, and I've never been in situations where you just receive a report that's so significant to how we might go forward. So I'm just needing a bit of clarity here.
Yeah. Let me have a crack at this, Mike. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the decisions that were made by NZTA essentially have determined how much money we have. With the prioritisation process that we've been through, we've advised through this report of essentially what we can deliver with that funding. If council was so inclined, it could choose to put more funding in and achieve different and greater transport outcomes. But the starting point, I think, essentially is how much money do we have, and is there an appetite to put further money in to support the transport program? It may be that through this process, through the annual plan process, is that we may choose to take further funding out. So really this was really just an early indication of what baseline looks like and what options are for additional projects. Clarify if I'm wrong there, Mike.
Just further to that, so all those projects that we're doing, they're co-funded by NZTA, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Yes. The ones that are offered first are where we have the project in contract first, in flight and funded by Waka Kotahi. Those are the first cabs off the rank.
Yeah, just there is one clarification to that. Cameron Road business case, I don't believe is being co-funded by NZTA. We've made a decision previously to fund that ourselves and seek retrospective funding should the business case be approved.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Mike. Excellent report. I'm just wanting to understand the context, the 1.7 billion. I know we're playing around with different baselines now. So we've got the consultation document for the long-term plan, which is what the public know about. Then we've got the actual long-term plan, which is our sort of North Star. Then we've got the revised numbers. And then we've got what Susan's done in terms of the proposed reforecast number. Now, we haven't seen the transport numbers for that, but the 1.7 is the highest number I've seen because it was in the consultation document, 1.748 billion. But the actual plan itself had 1.4. I presume, looking at what's proposed to be deferred, that there are sort of implications at the very end of the 10-year period for that as well. So I didn't think it would go up. So can you just explain that 1.7 as a baseline, just so we get a bit of context?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I don't have that actual number on the report in front of me, so I'm not too sure where you're referring to there, but I can talk about
16 was.
Okay, one moment, please.
And under 16, it says the current 10-year program is approximately 1.7 billion in
That's
the
right.
LTP. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that was the very original number. So that was the most ambitious version of life. And I think that point made in here was really to highlight the substantive change in nature of what's happening, and that is over the long term. So if it's inaccurately explained there, then apologies for that. The key part to the paper is that number will materially change. The work that we need to do around that will need to be flowed through a whole bunch of different things. I think I'm about to be rescued.
Sorry. Not on the dollar amount, sorry. I kind of had my head in my computer. But I was just going to explain a little bit about the annual plan process that's coming to you in November, just so that you can understand where all these sort of trade-offs and things begin. So on the 5th of November, I believe, we've got the council workshop, which will set kind of some high-level financial framing for the annual plan. It'll talk about what's affordable, sorry, not what's affordable, but the sort of range of capital program that might relate to the range of kind of rates increases, how that relates to the annual plan and various considerations. And then we'll also start to talk about some high-level capital project, what are we calling them? Not buckets, but limits by activity, just to get that right sort of mix of community, transport, waters, etc. And so that it sort of will help the trade-offs. So the kind of material that Mike's covering isn't going to be picked up in the high strategic interest major projects and the city centre type projects. So I guess what it's covering off is there are all these other transport projects as well, but they all will come into the mix through November in terms of those total limits, if that's helpful to you.
Councillor Crowther.
I guess I would have thought the difference between the green and the red, there's a line in the sand sort of thing, which is just arbitrary at the moment. Understand you've provided a really good background, Mike, around how you got to that point, and we can obviously have a say from a governance perspective as we work through that process. But I guess I'm keen to know at that point where that line is drawn, given that the 1.7 billion is the figure that was in the consultation, we're already back to the 1.4 in the plan itself. There must be a number, presumably, that you could just sort of track through and say, now we're at X. I'd be interested in what X is at that differentiation between the green and the red.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can calculate that number. I think the focus has been on year one and the applications for the next three. And again, in that peloton arrangement around how small or what are the constraints in the year 1, 2, and 3? What does that look like over the 10? So we will definitely bring that together. There will be some caveats around that partner projects and other things within that space will dictate, but we'll have a much better understanding of what that 10-year view looks like, and happy to provide it.
Just to add to that, even that, though, will be at a point in time, because there are assumptions in the LTP which build up to the 1.7 related to connecting the Mount, for instance, or Cameron Road Stage 2. So hopefully now we'll get some of those business cases approved over the next couple of years. Well, hopefully Cameron Road Stage 2 will be sooner than that, and particularly 15th Ave Turret as well. But at any point in time, that could change depending on what's approved and not, and the business case process. So 1.7 was a snapshot in time at the LTP adoption. And then, of course, a lot has happened since then, and that's the impact on the number.
I guess, I don't know if it's a question, so I'll just say it anyway. That I think it'd be helpful not to say that 1.7 was in the LTP, because just because it was in the consultation document, I think it creates a misperception in the community. And there's been quite a lot of talk amongst various people around the amount of investment in transport. I think it's good just to have a consistent message until we change it, until we get that new number, that we always talk about the 1.4, which is what was in the approved plan, and not put in public documents. So there'd just be a comment on helping to get clarity, so everyone's sort of on the same page, hopefully.
Point taken. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Ora tātou. Two questions, and I kind of support what Jen had said earlier, because I'd been pondering this whole thing of receiving documents, and it might just be good moving forward that we have a receive, noting that it's a stage one of a decision making later on down the track, so we know what we're kind of receiving toward. And the second thing, which you guys may have semi-answered through the discussion that just occurred, so I'll put on my Welcome Bay Ward Councillor hat for a moment, and note that the Haerini bus lane conversation is not on that current list, although could change. And I guess I raised that because of the concerns and risks that we had already engaged with Hapu and community on this project. It could be, it is annoying actually for community to be invested in and take time to do all this kind of engagement and stuff, and then for it to potentially not be noted, even if it's not approved. So kind of just wanting to know where we are with that, considering we've already engaged with Hapu and community on that particular project.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that exact example is one of the issues with transport funding in New Zealand, actually, and often programs, whether they be council programs or highway programs or any other transport space, there's an enormous amount of effort in New Zealand that goes into consulting and communicating what's happening, and then quite often that changes, and there's an impact. One of the things that we can do as council is use our PPM committee in order to make sure that we keep that program well up to date with the risks, and in particular projects that we aren't going to do anymore, and what the actions around closing the loop on that conversation are going to be, and so on and so forth. I think for us in the transport team is, when we understand what the program that's funded looks like, we'll have a list of things to do about the program and the projects that we aren't going to progress with, and that'll be something that we have to close out, particularly with that project. So the PPM committee, I think, is a great place for us to continuously report on how we do that, who we're doing that with, and give a project by project response, and in particular that one.
Yeah, it's probably something to discuss a bit further around engagement. I just say our community, although we want to engage more, can also get fatigued, and the worst thing we can do is burden them with engagement that leads to nowhere. So it'd be good for us as a council to make sure that when we engage, there's some high level of certainty that the thing that we're engaging them on is going to lead to a tangible outcome, rather than just wishy-washy conversations that happen here that don't really matter to the community.
Thank you, councillor Baker. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, staff, for answering those questions. I now ask for a mover and a seconder of the motion. Councillor Taylor, councillor Baker. I ask councillor Taylor, would you like to speak? Councillor Baker.
I just appreciate the effort and what the team has done to bring this to the table. It's going to provide for some, it's going to provide context for a really good discussion in November or whenever we're having that. Thank you, guys.
Any further debate?
I would like to say
Roseboom?
something.
Okay, I'll come to you in a second, councillor Roseboom.
I was quite happy to defer to the Deputy Mayor. I'd too like to reinforce what councillor Baker's just said. I'd like to thank the staff for the enormous amount of effort. It's quite clear that the Transport Division is very competent in identifying issues and had a very clear list of program of work in stage, but it also shows to the council how vulnerable we are to decisions made elsewhere. And we have been seriously impacted by a pivot from central government, and it has is going to have a very large effect on both our transport program and possibly our housing growth program as well over the next 2 years. And it's going to really constrain us in our attempts to meet the needs of the Tauranga people. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Schooler.
Sorry, my sound comes out a couple of seconds after I say it. So I didn't mean to interrupt anyone. I'm going back to my receives the report. And I just think, I don't know what that means, and I won't going forward. And thanks, Hotapu, for suggesting you also are confused. So should the resolution actually read that we receive the report and council are accepting at a high level the direction set out in the paper, or are accepting at a high level the priorities set out in the paper? Because otherwise, if they come back, even the fact that the priorities have been assessed on the 20% safety, resilience, community, that thing, is that our steerage? Is that what we've been given? Are we, in general, that's what we're doing? Because receiving actually doesn't mean anything. Are we accepting at a high level the direction set out in the report?
My personal opinion is we're not accepting the necessarily the direction where we've read the report and we're accepting it. I think if there's any decisions around priorities and things like that, that's a separate resolution or a separate report. But that's the way I take it. But yeah, councillor Taylor.
Sorry, I think staff are very, very clear that that's for our information only at this stage, and at some point in the future they'll give us some guidance on what they would like to have happen, perhaps. So yeah, a lot of water to go under the bridge, I think, before any of these things are included or excluded.
And I guess my response to that is that Mike did say he was seeking a steer from council on how we should progress going forward.
Yeah, I think that's coming up rather than right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got it sorted in my own mind what my priorities are if I was making the sausage. But of course, we're going to have that discussion together as a collective. My personal view would be that resilience projects such as the upgrading of bridges for seismic, followed by efficiency projects, followed by access projects, and lastly, safety projects. That would be my personal view, and that's based on the last 6 years in terms of a government direction, and perhaps the last few years in terms of a council direction. There has been a strong focus on safety, and I think from a personal view that perhaps that needs a little rebalancing now, not to align with a government direction, gosh, that would be a bit excessive. But I think in terms of maintaining a balanced view of the transport network in Tauranga. So that's my personal direction, but I look forward to a collective direction.
I'm surprised with that answer that you didn't get Papamoa in there, but
The number one efficiency project that's not there is Domain Road.
Councillor Kurak. No. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I might try and give a little steer, but hopefully it's not a bum steer, Mike, so I'll do my best. And I guess I just see this in the context that the council had cut proposed transport funding in the long-term plans quite significantly when Three Waters came back in. We're sort of not sure what's happening with Three Waters, Waters now, but we are pretty clear on the NLTP funding. So I think we're in a we've got a significant problem. And I note numbers 51 and 52, where it says that that reductions in this program will severely curtail the council's ability to respond to increasing safety risk, just to point that out to Councillor Morris. And as congestion increases, council will be unable to respond with optimisation projects. So I think from the public point of view, this is absolutely, consistently the number one issue for the people of Tauranga. And what we've got is we're faced with a terrible position due to a number of factors, but particularly the government funding, I think. We've already heard Commissioner Tolley say that we are $6.5 billion short in what we need to invest. And even, with what they were planning to put in, we were going to have major congestion problems, irrespective of whether there was the proposed road pricing. It was going to be hugely significant. And now we're in a position where we are completely at the opposite end of the spectrum to where I think people of Tauranga want us collectively as a council to be. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I think it's just, that's the reality we have to accept. That's our starting point. I think we're in a really difficult position. I don't have confidence. Certainly it says here, we won't be able to deliver on the strategic direction of AFTI and the TSP. I think more importantly, we won't be able to deliver on the expectations of the people of Tauranga, no matter what happens, really, putting it bluntly. And that includes the delivery of an important project like 15th Ave and Turret Road, where we will have, despite all the huge efforts that this council will go to, and I'm sure the staff will do an amazing job there, but we will not be able to avoid some huge impacts on the network. So at the very time that we're causing major stress to commuters, there's also a context that says there will not be long-term salvation for you unless there's a huge turnaround in funding from somewhere. And I look at it, there's one particular project sort of just jumped out at me on the list in the ward where I was elected in Otamotai, and that is the Buretta Ngātai intersection safety improvements. And I see Karen there and she'll know all about that. And I think of something like that, and I think, that was a really hot topic for me when I went around and spoke to people in those shops and the owners of the shops and people who live in that community. And that's the kind of project, in the red zone there. It's a significant amount of money, 2.3 million. Unlikely looking at this that it would be a front runner to get funded. But people were making comments to me then saying, council spending 306 million on Te Manawa-Taki, council spending X, Y on, A and B, C. And they're saying this is critical, someone will die. I'm not saying that will be the case. Hopefully that will not be the case. But I think that's what we're dealing with transport. And I understand Councillor Morris's, desire to sort of pivot to get a balanced approach, but I'm very concerned around the safety side of it on some of these projects. And I think my little steer would be to listen to the community. And if we could do one thing in this 3 years, it's to fund what the people of Tauranga have not had since 2017, which is a consultation process and I would say, an engagement process and consultation process on strategic transport, and actually go out to the people of Tauranga, ask them what their priorities are. That hasn't happened. That's something we could do. It wouldn't cost that much money, and at least we'd know what they would like us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. I'm just interested. So, as part of that, knowing that NLTP, are you advocating that we would 100% fund things?
No, I'm pointing out the dilemmas and just saying that there have been various decisions and there will continue to be various decisions. And I'm just pointing out that I think it's complex. I think the staff have put a lot of thought into it already, but I think they'll need to put a lot more into it just because the situation is so difficult. And probably my personal view, and it probably contrasts a bit with an earlier view, is that if it's a genuine life and death issue, as opposed to a desktop calculation, which we heard for the Automoto Road, the raised crossing there, I think the local community, just to give an example, they're not looking for more raised crossings on arterial routes where there's no actual history of a safety issue, but where there is a history, including death, on an intersection, that's something that I would prioritise and I would want to consider for 100% funding. It's not what I'd like, but I would like to be well positioned as soon as government funding is available to grab it and to consider what the implications are if we don't.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. I agree with some of your sentiments around that engagement and consultation, and I think that is something we should consider. I think it's something that we are going to have to consider as a council, is depending on obviously the election in 2027, as to this potentially remit may continue on for another 3 years, and if there is projects potentially that we see as high priority, then it might be something that we do have to do. And I know I've had some feedback from the community that are saying exactly that actually, even if it's not the government direction, if we believe in it, maybe we need to go and fund it ourselves. So something to consider. I think that now wraps up the debate. Therefore, I ask that the council receives the report Implications of National Land Transport Program 2024 to 2027 on Transport Program. All those in favour? Those against? You are a little delayed there, Councillor Schooler, but we got you. I think that was an aye. That motion is carried. We will move on to travel safe funding. I know we're due a break, but this obviously leads a little bit into the last item. So I think we've got Karen Hay and Mike Seaborn to speak to this report.
Kia ora, councillors, and in preparation of your comments about us not having a recommendation, we've prepared a report with a recommendation. I'd like to claim that, but I don't think I can. Why are we here? In particular, this is something that from a guidance perspective, we would normally have just folded into the previous conversation, but because of this is an operational conversation, OPEX type conversation, and the fact that we're holding on to a pattern of delivery with regard to the program that we have in front of you today, that we'd like a steer. And we need a help to understand the priority here. So in terms of the Travel for Safe funding report, Karen will do a bit of outlining of what is in the paper and help me and the team to answer the questions about what is Travel Safe funding. This is a particularly community-facing program that we thought we would need to bring to your attention rather quickly, because there are some things that we will do or not do as a result of your steer. And I think, funnily enough, despite having millions of dollars of transport programs elsewhere, this is one of the critical ones with regard to how our community interacts with us, particularly with regard to Travel Safe. So I won't do anything more introduction, but perhaps Karen, you could take through the councillors through this.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, councillors, me mahi and executive. The Road Safety Promotion Program is one that looks to achieve greater outcomes in terms of road safety and sustainability for Tauranga. The team work in collaboration with schools, local communities, New Zealand Police to address issues and target at-risk safety concerns that arise as a result. Working with those vulnerable communities, it enables them to instill, and it's a training program, it's not an advertising program, where then the ability to instill long-term mobility attitudes and changes in behaviour. This includes teaching students safe cycling practices, learning the road rules and how to navigate our network, and in the end, becoming responsible drivers. As a result of the NLTP funding, there has been a significant reduction as across many of the programs. And in response to that, and given this program and the importance for the community in delivering some of these outcomes is, we proposed a reduced program using the council local operational expenditure that still achieves the community safety needs while maximising opportunities to deliver value for money within a new budget. There is, though, some reduced level of service, in particular, delivering motorcycle safety initiatives, travel demand, workplace initiatives, and a reduction in one of the most amazing programs, I think, the Kids Can Ride program, which looks at a graduated approach, works with across 3,000 to 3,500 students on the network, and to develop road safety skills in terms of building confidence, firstly off-road and then navigating their neighbourhood to get to and from school. But we still believe and ask the council to consider the recommendation on the basis that it still provides a really good outcome for the community.
Councillor Baker.
Just wanting to get clarity on, sorry, great report actually, by the way. And I appreciate the honesty and some of the raw truths within that. It's pretty hard hitting. And also just that kind of noting that social impact, I find that to be quite a valuable point of information when considering decisions, just for a side note. But 37, financial considerations. What does it mean? What's meant by, but it still delivers valuable outcomes for the community, which includes the release of 2 vacancies. I'm just a bit confused. What does that mean?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in the NLTP, we anticipated a program that was higher. We reserved OPEX funding in order to have 2 more people meet that program, but so we've recast that as fit for purpose. So we don't need extra people to deliver what we're proposing through this paper.
Yeah, so just a clarification, we've got the 660 odd 7, is it 6? Let me get the exact figures already budgeted. That was our part of this, and we're saying that we can do this reduced program, and now it's 602,000 from council. Okay, no, that's fine. That's what I understood. I just wanted to make sure that didn't include the NZTA portion. So.
Are you able to just explain, if you know, why central government has essentially gutted this thing when it's such an important thing for the community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this will be a tag team. In terms of a general sense, the way that safety is managed in New Zealand is set as a series of cascading pieces of logic from the GPS all the way through the ministry and down into Waka Kotahi. And so what you're seeing is the Waka Kotahi response to how the government prioritised. I think much like the local improvements program, which we've just discussed, Waka Kotahi are very strictly following that government policy and removing things that they do not see as aligning with that policy. And I think that's about as forthright as I should be.
Well, I could be a wee bit more forthright, Mike, was my understanding that they've disbanded their road safety unit in NZTA, and it's now a policy role within the agency.
Probably more of a statement than a question, but it seems to me that they've abdicated what is really their responsibility, and it ends up on our doorstep again. Can't keep happening this way.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I'm just wondering, do you know what other councils are doing in response to that? If you just clarify your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the majority of councils that are utilising their local share to deliver the program, Christchurch is going above and beyond that. But that said, they do have some external funding opportunities to support the program. We haven't heard of any councils that are not continuing with this particular bit of work.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, depending on the answer, I was wondering about the external funding. Like, has there been, I know there's been interaction with community organisations like Wednesday Challenge and so on, but has there been thought of going, given what the chief exec has, aptly described, going to someone like TECT or whoever and trying to build up external funding for an initiative like this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do already receive in-kind sponsorship. So I think would like to acknowledge the likes of Downers, Fulton Hogan, and many of the larger businesses that support the program in various ways. We have considered opportunities from the likes of TECT. They've been also really challenged with the number of requests they're receiving for community outcome focused programs, and hence there's always an opportunity to look further, but at the moment it's still providing a good level of service for our community if we're able to utilise that local share, not closing the door on other opportunities. Yeah.
Got any further questions? Councillor Schuller.
The other councillor's sentiment about, how harsh this is for such an important thing, road safety. But I suppose as a flip side, faced with this situation, is this an opportunity to go to the people that benefit from this and figure out, ways to deliver more for less and still not, so certainly no one's giving up, but there might be an opportunity we can actually still deliver correspondingly more.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. I think it is time also to make sure that we're delivering the right value things to the right people. So we'll undertake that and we'll move through on making our dollar go further in that respect. So, and we'll be able to report back on those things into the other committees.
Do you have any sort of, idea of that level of service? Are we going to get 70% or 80% of what we did have?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So road safety promotion and this activity class is around how do we deliver on safety through other people? And so what we do measure as something that's tangible is the impact of our programs and how many people experience them. And then there is an assumption around that translating through into a safety outcome. I think it's about, is the money targeted right at the right groups? And I think our program is well targeted in terms of children, cycle safety and the school element. Because they represent a really big opportunity for behaviour change. And I think having been in this industry for close to 2 decades, most council programs have landed in this space around good value for money. And so there's that. So in terms of the level of service, I think that's a conversation we'd like to bring back rather than estimate today. I think we do have to have a look at ourselves around the efficacy of that spend, making sure that that's still good value for money. So we're happy to bring that back as a bit of a report on how we're going and then regularly report on what we're doing.
Yeah, I think it's a really good, really appreciate the report, and I think it's great to be able. This is a true kind of doing more for less or value for money, that we're actually taking a real stock of where we're going, and can we actually deliver a very similar program for less money, which is great to see. Thank you, Councillor Crowther.
Can you just clarify for the Kids Can Ride, how many intermediate schools have they all had that program, or if not, how many, do and don't? And then what you think at the moment the impact will be? You talked about cuts in that program, which concerns me.
So currently 37 schools are serviced through that program. The proposal, and that includes supporting Western Bay. So even if it is at not the intensity it is as we do in Tauranga, it is proposed that would be reduced in the short term to 33 schools. It's really challenging. We're going to do our best to do all of those. We may end up between 30 and 33 schools and need to prioritise and program within what we're able to deliver.
Can you just clarify? I know it's a bit pointed, but are those schools in the Western Bay, in terms of, I know there's a higher cost to kind of service schools that are further away, but or could they be within the city as well?
It will be on the basis, and what is proposed is on the greatest needs. So if we haven't delivered the Kids Can Ride program for a period of time, and there's a high demand, sometimes the school community will raise concerns around safety, or there's some issues to address. So it is a little bit of a moving feast, but we'll do our best with what we got.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. What would it take for all 37 current schools to be facilitated at that level?
May I please come back to you, Councillor Morris? I just cannot, for the life of me, I can have a look at the program, but keeping in mind the previous, may I please come back to you rather than guess, if you don't mind?
It's no problem. Councillor Taylor.
We just had mention of our cousins in the Western Bay. Have they confirmed their 70 is safe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
And sorry, just one last suggestion. Before we left schools out of the rotation, is it possible that maybe a bit of a user pays small charge could go into making sure we can get around all 37?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's something we can have a look at. The schools are really constrained in terms of their budgets. We work with the students and parents, so if there's a donation process, potentially could have a look at it, but we're open to any potential options.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The things that have worked in the past is where there perhaps is a local sponsor for a local school, and that might be an opportunity where our programs can meet and that sort of thing. But as described, everyone's sort of chasing the same dollar.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Sorry, back to that number 37 again. Is it the total number of intermediate aged schools across Tauranga City? Is everybody served by that number?
For you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe it is all the schools. It's those schools that are participating in the program. We always get new requests. So the larger program and what was planned in the long-term plan was a total of 1.3 million. That was proposed then to grow the program as opposed to maintaining the program. So it doesn't cover everyone.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I'm diving into the detail here because I know personally the efficacy of the program experienced and it does save lives. The difference between 602 and 667 as recommended under resolution C, what's that the 65 reduction in relation to, and what are we foregoing to attain that saving?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's partial salaries and partial a reduction across the program. So we've anticipated the program staying the same size, and we've anticipated some level of reduction. What are the other things that we can do in-house, and that'll drop a level of service. Part of this is understanding what the impacts of that might be and how that flows through back. Who are the schools that will have the uptake for this, and so on and so forth. So that's largely the change.
Councillor Kura.
Thank you, Karen. So do some schools choose not to participate? And if so, what was the reasoning behind that? If approached, do some choose not to?
I think it is. It's very few schools, I would imagine, that wouldn't participate if they were given the opportunity, because if we hear from the schools, it's an amazing program. This program commenced, I believe, in 2007, grew in 2017, and so it's just been contingent on the level of funding available, how the potential is to grow. If we have an issue that is of significant concern for a particular school, we'll definitely look to prioritise them in.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just in addition, schools that don't participate often can't, that I said, well, they've got other programs underway, and that's one of the reasons that we may not be present in that school. They have other things going on.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of planning and a lot of work to go through, but it might be good to get an update in 6 months, even coming through the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee or something, to see how we've fared. Be good to stay abreast. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you, staff. I appreciate that. I now ask for a mover and a seconder of the motion. Councillor Morris. Councillor Baker, thank you very much. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I am passionate about this program. I've seen the effects of it and been through it multiple times, not myself because I'm in my 40s, but had children who have gone through it. And it does save lives, particularly in regard to training children on the cycle network and the road network and getting confidence there. I think Councillor Taylor is quite right in his observation and comment in the question time around government retreating from perhaps its responsibility in this area, and poor old ratepayer has to step in and pick it up. Maybe that's something that can be added to Section 10. The purpose of the Local Government Act is to provide some stability between changes in governments, and thank goodness for the power of general competence under Section 12 that we can do this. I would note my comments on in regard to the earlier agenda item. Generally, I'm, as a private citizen, dissatisfied with the extent that the government is seeking to reduce costs. I think they don't go far enough, but in this particular case, I think that it is a backward step for our community, and so therefore we need to step in on behalf of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Baker, would you like to speak?
Tōtoko what Councillor Morris has said, and just support the kōrero that's already been stated. It'll be great to look at the social return on this investment to kind of marry up alongside what we've seen through the impact that this, with the death rate and things like that. But yeah, my other tono to council is often what happens when we reduce capacity, the level of service remains and the burden that that has on those on the ground doing the work. So as valuable and important as this work is, so too are our staff. So just please be conscious of the pressure that we might be bearing on our staff that are on the ground doing this awesome mahi, and agree that if we have capacity to do more, I'm keen for that because safety is massive in this space for our tamariki.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I was interested in Councillor Morris's comment and question around the how much more funding would be needed for the Kids Can Ride program. So in terms of, I'm not sure what the process needs to be, but I would like to, before I vote on this, it'd be good to know what the answer to that question is, and then to understand if we're actually approving that cut in service when we don't really want to. Because if there was an appropriate portion of the difference between 667 and 602,000, I think there could well be a mood amongst the councillors to actually try to retain the portion that relates to the Kids Can Ride, because I think most of us probably have encountered people in the community, know people, have family who have gone through that and see the success of that program. So I think that would be probably a helpful steer, if I can ask for that.
Right, we can ask whether we can get that information. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to sort of agree with Councillor Taylor's comments about, is this really a ratepayer thing? But from a pure health and safety perspective for our young people, it is an essential thing. I'm quite happy for us to work alongside government, but to stand alone in what I think is primarily a road safety program that should be funded by central government is quite concerning to me personally. Yeah, I definitely agree that all help that we can give to road safety is crucial to keep our young people and the Tauranga public in general safe. And given what this country's just achieved over the long weekend just gone is quite outstanding. Zero road deaths for quite some years is testament that these programs do actually work, and there are actually some clear outcomes that are achieved by having these safety programs actually working. Again, this is another example of a central government decision, and the impact on this council is very negative, and a lot of staff are going to be put under pressure if we reduce this program in the schools, because inadvertently we're going to become the messenger, and as we've experienced in the last few weeks, the messenger quite often gets shot in this line of work. But I'd like to agree with Councillor Crowther. Given current constraints, it's going to be a struggle, but if there is a program that we could support, this would be one I would definitely be in favour of.
Okay, what we might do is we're due for a break, so we might adjourn the meeting for 20 minutes. We'll come back at midday and we'll see if we can get that information. If not, we can look at options for that. So thank you. All right, team, can we come back together, please? Yep. Right, thank you, everyone. We'll re-adjourn. Have we got the information? We've got the numbers.
Just missing 2 councillors.
Shall I start the meeting?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so back to the program and Kids Can Ride program, and we have now dug those numbers out, and I'll talk to the numbers, and then there's a but that I just want to speak about for a minute as well. And in order to get to the program of the full complementary of the schools in Tauranga would be $120,000 additionally, and that would take us from 33 that we would cover in the current budget to 43. And if we were to go back to where we've come from, we would need $70,000 with an increase of getting from 33 schools currently to 37. So we have been at 37. We're looking at a reduced level of service down to 33. So 70 would get us back to 37 schools, and $120,000 would get us to 43, which would be our sort of aspirational plan. And the but I wanted to get to too is that we are operating inside of the business, we call it dollar in, dollar out. And Paul's kicking me under the table now. But the money, if you were to choose to put it in there, it needs to be found somewhere else. And I think, I don't want to, raise a danger flag or anything here, but making decisions as to where money goes on the hoof and chambers may not be the best idea. So what I would suggest is that we accept the recommendations as they are, and then we would be happy to go with your guidance on objectives. So what is important for you, then take it through a decision-making process, put up a proposal, what that program would look like based on those objectives. Because what we're doing now, I think, is we're deciding on possibly, I'm sort of getting the feeling that you might want to provide some more funding for that Kids Can Ride, and I would love to get that, right? But do we know that that's the best, if we were to have an increased level of funding, that that's the best place to put it? And that's why I think it's important for us to go back to a decision-making process based on objectives to make those decisions. I don't know if Paul, if you have got anything to add to that.
Really just to agree.
And it's similar with the conversation that we had on the LTP implications of the National Land Transport Program and the green projects and the red projects. And you could argue what should be above or below the green lines. You may want to shift those projects around, but ultimately that wouldn't be a good process. It's better then that we get clarity on what your objectives are and include that in the ranking process. And Councillor Stoller suggested, as that was suggested during that item.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Nick. I think that makes a lot of sense, because as you point out, we are in a constrained environment and there is an opportunity cost for any money that we do spend. So I think that is a good steer. And, I think approving this as is, and then having an opportunity if that's, the will of the council to have a look at it, as to what the ramifications of increasing this program. But I guess as well there might be an opportunity to eke out a couple more schools within that required funding as well. So is anyone else got any sort of comments or is people sort of happy with that? Yeah, Councillor Crowther. Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
Thank you, Nick. Just trying to understand, so it's, if that rate is the same per school, are we saying the huge proportion of that program, like over 550,000, would be for schools, or is it that those 4 schools? I take your bigger point, but I'm still curious: are those 4 schools an incredibly expensive number of schools, or is it that the majority of the spend of that program, about 555,000, according to my calculation, would be for the schools?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and all things being equal, it is a significant part of our program as a whole. It is resource intensive, i.e. people, labour cost and things like that, in order to deliver on a program like that. So yes, you're right in your assumption around it being a major part of our overall road safety promotional program.
But I guess in that is, obviously there is also overhead cost and things like that. So, the marginal adding a school is actually less. If you look at 10 schools for $120,000, for example, that's cheaper, but you probably also do other things within that program as well. So it's not, is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, your assumptions are right. I think, as we talked about earlier in the paper, those are some of the things we need to bottom out around. How do we make the most of every dollar? Where do we use contractors, where we don't, and so on and so forth. And I think we've done some quick calculations on a rough order estimate to bring back here, but those are absolutely the considerations we're going to do for the whole program, as we've promised in the paper.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? All right. Therefore, do you have anything to say? No. So I therefore put to council, receives the report Travel Safe Funding, approves the program noting a reduced level of service, and approves a decrease in annual investment from 667 to 602. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Now we move on to 11.5, remuneration fees for external representatives on council committees. Coral and Christine. Coral will be speaking to the report. Thank you.
Kia ora. So this is a report to deal for decision making about increasing fees for our tangata whenua representatives on our tangata whenua committee, our committees, and also for Tauranga members who have their own hui and meetings. It's also the first time that we have sized the independent chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and there's a recommendation around that. And I understand that there's a change to that from Councillor Schooler that she will speak to. And then we're also also looking at the independent chair of the Tangata Whenua Committee. So we use Strategic Pay as our experts in this, and they give us some information and a range. My recommendations are there, but it's really up to you. As long as I'd say stick within the ranges as recommended by Strategic Pay. So happy to answer any questions about that.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Coral, I'm wanting to understand, did you do much benchmarking with other councils? Because having served as an advisor on a committee, I'm told that that's sort of often at a similar sort of rate to just committee members themselves, that, you know, the numbers are very different. I'm just trying to get my head. I understand things like the independent chairs are in a different category completely, but in terms of just, you know, so I understand how this works. Like if you look at Bay Plenty Regional Council, the advisors get $200 per day, per meeting, sorry, not per day, per meeting. And then I know in another council there's, you know, significantly lower than some of the numbers here. So have you gone through that process, and is there a rationale for why these are set in that way?
I haven't gone through a benchmarking process myself. I've asked Strategic Pay to review those fees and charges, and they go through their process, which looks mainly at the cabinet fees, sometimes for directors' fees for some of those independent chairs. So, and it's based on what they have previously done for us. So we basically are not benchmarking against other councils at this point, no.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, might be wrong on this, but you said that they provide a range, which I can see in the report. We seem to have selected the top of the range. Have you got a reason why that would be?
They and Strategic Pay have sometimes recommended that we go to the higher range. For us, it's also about making sure that you know, we don't come back very often with increases for asking you. So it's usually after every election. So potentially won't be until the next election that, you know, these people will get an increase again. So we tend to just go for the higher range to cover that. So it's going to cover like 4 years, if you like. But it's entirely your choice.
Is there any reason we couldn't go to the middle of the range or somewhere else in the range and then index it every year? Is there a big administrative burden to do that?
I wouldn't want to see that go down from what you're already paying them. I think that would be an issue myself. So, but we could, you know, you could keep what you've got and then maybe look at it again in another year's time. It can be, you know, we are paying people to an independent organisation to review them for us. So that does cost money as well.
Point of clarification, I was meaning in terms of like if it was a CPI index, there wouldn't have to be an external engagement with it to undertake the CPI index. Is there a need to do that?
Not annually. It's the sort of thing that you could revisit every 3 years, perhaps, just to ensure that you're staying in line. So.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Just a bit of clarification. So you're saying that if we took the midpoint, some of them would be getting a pay cut from current levels? Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jen, would you like to add anything or ask any questions?
I think thank you for this. I think benchmarking is quite important, and I'm going to comment on the independent chair of the Audit Risk Committee, but just in a question on that, strategic pay took some government figures but not other councils, and I just wonder if they were asked in their briefing to consider what other councils were paying as part of their consideration.
I'm just trying to remember, but I don't think we asked them specifically to look at that. We asked them just to give us, go through their methodology and give us their recommendations. I'm not sure if they have gone back and looked at other councils, but I could check that with them. I don't think we specifically asked them.
It wouldn't be terribly difficult to do, I don't think. I think they're probably public, aren't they? The remuneration paid to committee chairs of other councils. I'm just aware that there is someone that has about 9 of these jobs, so it would seem quite a lot to be getting the amount we're suggesting as the chair of the Audit Risk Committee. I'm making sure I've only got questions, not comments. Near Mahe.
Thank you. Have we got any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Coral. And we will now put the motion to the council. Have I got a mover?
There's a change to number. I understood there was a change to the remuneration for the independent chair of the Audit and Risk Committee.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Do I foreshadow a motion change, or do I suggest it now?
Well, you could move it with the change. So
yes, move it with the change.
Yeah. You happy to move it with your change?
I'm happy to move it with a change. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just put that up on the screen.
Say what the change is.
So I think the change relates to the remuneration for the Audit and Risk Committee rather than the 53,000 per annum, going to 1430 per day, 800 per half day, to a maximum of 30 days per financial year for the independent chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. Have I got a seconder for that motion, Councillor Baker? And I'll now ask Deputy Mayor Schooler if she'd like to speak to the motion.
I certainly would be happy to do that. So I have in the past had independent chair of different committees, and so I'm aware of what sort of the levels and aware of some of the information strategic pay uses. And I guess I was intrigued with their comment that they put that the independent chair of the Audit Risk Committee may take 40% of the time that a councillor takes. I looked at the fact we haven't yet had an Audit Risk Committee meeting, and I think other than me, who's had lots of leave, the councillors would all agree that they've done quite a lot of work that the independent chair hasn't done any of yet since the 2nd of August. I acknowledge that we want the Audit and Risk Chair, and can we not do chairperson? Can we just put chair, please? I think they will definitely need to be over some of the work that other committees do, but I'm not sure they will need to be right over what we're doing on a rainbow crossing or fluoridation or on traffic safety issues, and let alone taking the time that we need to be talking to the community and getting feedback and feeding that in through our process. So I feel that on strategic pay was a little bit off the mark. I've recently become a director of the Environmental Protection Agency. We're expected to do 30 days a year, and our remuneration as directors is 26,000. And I suggest, and we've got 12 meetings a year plus audit risk committee, which we all have to sit on. And I think our chair gets about the same as the recommendation. So to me, this sounded quite a lot. Also recognising that we may want the independent chair to get very involved in a particular situation, and they may need a week looking at this. So I don't want to restrict ourselves. So hence putting the 30 days per financial year as something that can be claimed up to. And that with 1430 at 30 days is about 43,000, which is the low end of the range. But I think that's certainly within ballpark of what I'm very aware is paid at both government and quasi-government and an independent panel that we used in the commercial world.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, would you like to speak? Just reserving his right. Any other discussion on this? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'll just sort of speak to the point I made in the questions. I kind of think in the context of central government's, the public statements around how councils sort of ratchet up and escalate costs based on sort of, I guess, going a bit high on certain expenses. I think there is a danger that when you go to the top end of a bracket, just because you want to make sure it's okay at the end of 3 years, that especially, if you have a period of low inflation and low wage increases, you could have a disproportionate impact on, well, inflation, as the government's saying, and on other things. So to me, it makes far more sense to do this on an annual basis as a very simple administrative exercise, and the CE can alert us if anything seems untoward in it, and then at the end of every 3 years, as Marty said, we could do the big reanalysis. So I guess that's my concern, is it just seems if we're out of step with other councils, which we may be, because we haven't checked, and if we're front loading this to try to cover cost increases that may not actually happen, then we run the risk that other councils will follow us, and then it'll be like an escalation where everyone suddenly gets much bigger increases than was intended. So I think it'd be much better just to, sooner rather than later, put it into the right context and just do things, if you like, the right way. Thank you.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi. I may throw a spanner in the works momentarily. I think the ratchet mechanism that strategic pay have used here is inappropriate in our context. I've heard how ratcheting mechanisms have been used in other discussions around the council table and other council tables, and the best example I can use is around the living wage, and how if you're going to increase somebody's wage at the lower end or salary at the lower end an extra 50 cents an hour, the argument quickly becomes that you need to then increase your general manager salaries by 25k a year in order to maintain the proportionality between them. And so I think that Tauranga City Council is in an interesting position where all members are remunerated equally, and that is different to every other local authority I understand around the country. And so using that ratchet mechanism in regard to our chair and member positions would be not quite right. I would prefer that we don't spend a lot of time on it, but that we were able to see and benchmark, in particular, what Hamilton and Dunedin, cities of similar size, do. Of course, we will do what's right for us, And therefore I might get shot down in flames for this, but I move a procedural motion that this lay on the table until we can procure that information.
Okay, thank you, councillor Morris. Obviously, there's no speaking to a procedural motion, but have we got a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Crowther. I therefore put to the council that we allow this report to lie on the table while we do some more background information on some of the benchmarks, so we can make a decision with that information. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
Sorry, point of order. If I'm right to, I seconded the initial motion. When do I get a chance to speak to that? If this is going ahead, does this over?
Yeah, so,
fall over?
this then goes forward, and then we would, when the procedural motion effectively takes precedence over this, and it rests as it is, and then when it comes back, we would follow through with your rights. So, sorry. Can we just have a show of hands for ayes?
My brain's working.
Yeah. Okay. So that's carried with unanimous. And
Councillor Baker.
yeah, you're an aye. Yeah. Okay. So that will come back to council. Thank you. So now we move on to 11.6, delegations manual review, and we believe Rebecca and Paul are going to talk to this.
Yeah, apologies, Rebecca's at home sick, so won't be joining. So this delegations manual review is very much an update to reflect the change back from a commission to a council, and to reflect changes that have occurred over the last number of years in terms of restructures, repositions, effectively, that have changed titles. So this one isn't particularly looking at quantums or anything. It's very much just updating to bring in line with the structure of the organisation and the council, not the commission.
Thank you very much. Have we got any questions for Paul? Councillor Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor Mahay. So I guess, thank you for this, Paul, and we are just recognising that we are a new council and haven't been as informed about the delegation manual policy. I know it's something we are getting some reports for the next Accountability, Performance and Finance Committee, but having read through it, I guess I've got some concerns about the level of some of the delegations. And again, I just wonder, are the delegations, and I guess these are at the highest level in terms of the highest delegations to our chief executive, have they been benchmarked? Have they been in place for a long time? Can you just give me a little bit of history on the delegations manual policy from a high level? I'm quite happy accepting the changes you needed to make from the commissioners, but just we have now got the opportunity of looking at the delegations. Can you just give me some background on how they are set, please?
Certainly. So it's quite wide, obviously, the number of delegations there, and some will have been reviewed over time and some won't. For example, some of those financial delegations are quite old, I think set back in 2014, some of them in terms of, and they were set. So they are quite dated. Other things which aren't specifically in the delegations but are similar in nature, for example, procurement was looked at by the Commission. And then other delegations, there's a lot of them. Some of them have been reviewed and some of them are dated in time, which is all included in the delegations manual. Yeah, So it's mixed is the short answer in terms of the time frame. At the time, I certainly can talk for the financial delegations. They certainly were benchmarked at the time, but it was quite dated.
And again, sorry, supplementary. So in terms of that benchmarking, similar to the question in the previous discussion, would that benchmarking have been on similar organisations or benchmarking done by an independent that may not have looked at similar organisations than Tauranga City Council?
No, it was similar organisations, similar size councils. It is fair to say that a number of the delegations, there's quite a wide variation in terms of the delegations that are given, even with similar sized councils. So what we found when we looked at them last time, like I say, it was quite some time ago, but there was quite a variance in terms of what was used for delegations depending on the council.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think what we should do is provide the report that went to council when those delegations were changed. That report did provide the benchmarking of other similar sized, larger and smaller councils. So.
Thank you. A question to you, Marty. Are these, you think these are quite appropriate, for the council? Like the quantum of numbers wise, 500,000, etc.
Yeah, so when we looked at this last time, we were significantly lower than others, and as a result, they were moved into what you might say the average, moved into the pack. So yeah, and of course you've probably heard me say this numerous times. It's just because I have a delegation doesn't mean to say that I'll necessarily exercise it. So.
If I could just was going to make that comment that any delegation that's used over 50,000 is reported back up to council, or to, in this case, it would be accountability, performance and finance.
Just a comment on that, because yes, that is the wording, but interestingly on around the settlements sort of portion, I think Marty has up to $1 million. There's no sort of in the document there's nothing to say that that's then reported back to council.
Again, whilst I might have delegation, I wouldn't go into a settlement agreement exercising $1 million of delegated authority unless there was an absolute extraordinary reason. I can't recall actually doing a settlement where I haven't actually sought delegated authority.
But sorry, would that in normal course, so that would actually come back? It's just it's not explicit in the
Yeah, well, I think we can revisit that if you want, because I certainly wouldn't go into certainly a mediated settlement. Paul, can you?
That's correct. So normally they'd either come as a specific report or through the litigation report, seeking a delegation up to an amount which is not included in the delegations menu per se, but a specific resolution to allow a settlement to occur.
Okay, no, thank you. I guess it's just like as you say, Paul. Exactly, it's explicit that any unbudgeted items over 50,000 will come to council, but it's not explicit around that settlements that it would come to council. So,
but for completeness, the other delegation that is in place, again, which isn't it's set as part of a long-term plan, is the ability to bring forward expenditure if it's within our overall debt envelope. If that expenditure is in the long-term plan, again, reported back.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Schooler.
I don't know. Is this the time I foreshadow a amendment to the motion?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, well, that's what I'd like to do. I would just, there are some specific things that we, as a new council, with having inherited a financial position for Tauranga City Council that is very constrained, with a number of negotiations and projects that are happening right now where we are very concerned at the financial outcomes and those impacts, and being tasked with by the people of Tauranga to ensure value is being delivered in return for their rates payments. I have a number of changes I would like to make to the delegated manual policy in regards a number of sections, which I believe Steve has that he can share.
Have we got any other questions for staff? Councillor Kura.
So rather than addressing these matters on the hoof, do you think this is a report that could also come back to council, and therefore we can have a sort of bit of a discussion, get staff feedback, etc.? I don't think it's that appropriate to actually do it on the hoof now.
I guess, yeah, my comment to that is I think the majority of these changes to this manual is literally updating council to commissioners and to make, I guess, light of different positions within the organisation. So I think that part probably does make sense that we approve those to update, and I think it would be prudent that if we're gonna play around with wording and that sort of thing, we do that as a separate exercise. Well, I think we should probably approve it as it lies, and to make those changes, and then we can relook at. I think most of it is around numbers and some wording, so that's probably another exercise to come back.
Stage, we have a mover and not a seconder.
I'll just have a look at this.
Can you just raise it up?
Don't need the part in bold, so it can go up to number 1, please. Yeah.
So I guess we can ask for if someone would like to second this, or would we like to do this in 2 parts and approve the changes now and relook at this later on?
I just don't want it to be too much later on.
I think you said it before, Mr. Mayor, the changes staff have put forward to me are essential to get the wording right and take out things like commissioners and whatever, probably separate to what the Deputy Mayor has put forward, which is about quantum probably more. Definitely have to do both, but probably separate the two, I'd say.
So I suggest that we potentially stick with the original motion for now, adding in E, that a report will come back to council with input from the Deputy Mayor around proposed changes, and this basically will deal with the required updates, and then the following report would deal with potential changes in quantum, especially. So is timeframe, Councillor Scholar, when would you like to see this?
Obviously at the next council meeting, but I mean, these have been put on the table. The Marty and the staff can consider whether these make a big have a big impact or not, and therefore need more time. But from what Marty has said, most of these he would be reporting to us before a lot of these delegations were done anyway, maybe not 6.1.1, but I would certainly like that at the next meeting, please. Or we could discuss it as an extra item at the next accountability, performance and finance meeting, but I would certainly like this as an item on the next council meeting, please.
Paul, probably, is that realistic by the 12th of November meeting?
Probably not the 12th of November, certainly the December meeting. And just seeking clarity, the list is largely financial. So we have financial delegations, we have general delegations, and we have procurement policy effectively. I just wanted for clarity that this is largely on the financial delegations. And we could bring...
Only because we haven't been given the procurement policy to give you some feedback on yet, because I think that definitely will be, there will be some feedback on that as well. So let's just look at it for this policy, what's been given to us. These are the suggested changes.
We'll endeavour for the November meeting, if it's just on the financial delegations. If we can't, it'll go to December. Yep.
Thank you.
So we'll say at the next available, next possible council meeting.
So request a further report to
yeah.
council.
Councillor Scholar.
No, that was a slow thumbs up.
Okay, no, all good.
I can
Right,
see
we'll
it on
just,
my screen in real time, but I can see that on your screen that I come 3 seconds later.
We'll just wait till we get this amended. Yes, Councillor Morris.
Maybe it's helpful. Are we moving A, C, and D today? Because I don't detect there's any further discussion on the Rating Act or the RMA delegations. So we're moving A, C, and D with a further paper coming back on B.
B, yeah. I think B though. Yeah, there's just position changes there. So yeah, so we'll approve as it is now, and then we will seek another report, which will become D. E, sorry, E.
Through the system. Yeah.
So that is E, requests a further report to council on changes to the delegation's manual review proposed by the Are we happy with that, or should we just request a further report on changes to the financial delegations?
I think it needs to refer to those proposals. Everyone's seen them.
You don't think it needs to refer to that?
I don't, it's what the normal
We can
is.
just financial delegations and then we can take out the rest. It doesn't need to be proposed by just a wide ranging, yeah. We're comfortable with that. Deputy Mayor Scholar, would you like to move that?
Would. Happy to move that.
Okay, have we got a seconder? Councillor Taylor, would you like to discuss it any further, Councillor Scholar?
No, I'm happy with how it reads, and I just in terms of those changes, just please read them in terms of us as a new council needing a bit more, I guess, time and comfort in terms of how decisions are made. I appreciate your comment, Marty, that you wouldn't be doing those anyway, but when we read it, it is at the moment as it's written, it does allow you to do that, as in allows you that delegation. So we are just, the proposals I suggested were because we are a new council and we haven't inherited a very difficult financial situation. But I'm happy to move the motion as it reads now.
Thank you, Councillor Scholar. Councillor Taylor, any other discussion around this? Therefore, I'll put the recommendations to council. I won't read them because of the length of them. If we could just have it on screen. And I ask all those in favour, those against. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Well, that's probably a good time that we take another adjournment. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back if we congregate about 1:25, ready for a quick start after that for the annual report that we will consider with the auditor's opinion. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice break. We now move on to the adoption of the 2023-24 annual report. As part of that, we'd just like to bring up Leon and Anton, please, to speak to the audit report. And to councillors, there's a copy in Stellar. It's just been uploaded at 354 pages, so you can view that next to the agenda. Welcome, Leon and Anton.
Kia ora, Your Worship, tēnā koutou katoa, councillors. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I should let Cherie just talk about the process going through this adoption. We finished our audit, just by way of saying that, and our audit report's been provided to you, I understand, in your pack. So everything I'm going to say is already in your pack. So please have a look at that and we can answer any questions you have.
Good afternoon. Paul's been delayed, so I'm going to say what he was going to say. So as the Mayor just said, you've received the final annual report. Nothing has substantially changed in this version compared to what was uploaded on the agenda a couple of weeks ago. The majority of the work has been in the background with closing off the more technical audit points around marine precinct valuations and performance measures. There's been some further tidy up and clarifying comments. Just talking you through the cover report, and Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong, but procedurally we need to pass recommendation A before we move on to receiving Audit New Zealand's opinion.
Sorry, so A, that is receives the report adoption of 2023-24 annual report, and we've had that moved and seconded. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Your Worship, I also referred to our audit report that's been provided, that's in your pack. Basically what we're saying, we completed the audit and materially we're comfortable that the annual report fairly reflect the results of the operations of the council as well as the financial statement as financial position at year end. We also referred to disclosure, we refer to a lot of things in this audit report, and we also say that it complies, your annual report complies with generally accepted accounting practice, which I think is the more important part. The main part for me to just reiterate, this is an unqualified opinion, and we have no paragraphs referring to anything in your annual report.
Thank you.
We've got the staff that actually worked on the report behind us as well. If there's any further questions for staff, and like Leon said, he's here for questions as well, but we'll hand it over to you.
Okay, has anyone got any questions for Leon, Anton, or any of the staff regarding the annual report? I think we have discussed a lot of this previously, so that's a good sign. All right, I think if that's all the questions, thank you. That was very short and sweet, but that's how we like to do things around here sometimes. I'd now like to put B to council that we receive the audit NZ report on Tauranga City Council's 23-24 annual report. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom, and I ask all those in favour. Those opposed? That motion is carried. So the rest of C is adopts the audited Tauranga City Council annual report pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Act 2022, authorises the Chief Executive to make any necessary minor numerical drafting or presentation amendments to the 23-24 annual report prior to final publication, and notes the audited 23-24 annual report summary will be published using summarised material from the approved annual report. I therefore ask for a mover and seconder of those parts of the motion. Councillor Taylor, a seconder, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Taylor, would you like to talk to any of that? Councillor Roseboom. Is any other discussion around the annual report? Okay, that's great. Therefore, I put as those recommendations C to E, and I ask all those in favour.
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to 11.8, which is council controlled organisations annual reports 23. And if we've got any of the staff wanting to talk, yep. Thank you, Carolyn. If you would like to speak to this, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. I'll just do a quick intro and then we'll get into the CCO's presentations. So today we've got the board chairs and the chief executives of 5 of our CCOs here to share the key highlights of their annual reports to the year 30th of June. I would also like to acknowledge the rest of the CCO teams that are sitting in the back of this room, as well as watching this meeting online here today to support this kaupapa. A CCO's annual report is not just a legislative requirement, it also provides a good indication of how well that organisation is performing. So our council CCOs are committed to providing the best value for our community across Tauranga. So value for money, doing less for more, as well as being efficient and transparent, are already at the core of how our CCOs operate. So as per the order of my cover report, the CCOs will present in the order of, firstly, we've got Bopless, then followed by Bay Venues, Tauranga Art Gallery Trust, Tourism Bay of Plenty, and finally we've got Te Manawataki or Te Papa Limited. There's also a PowerPoint presentation to complement the CCO's presentations. So Coral, thanks to your team for their help with this. In terms of the presentation, just very quickly, there'll be 3 parts to it. So the first part is the who, the what, and the why. So that's the background of the CCO. The second part is how the CCOs have performed in the last financial year. So that's the key highlights of their annual report. And then the third and final part is future focus. So looking forward, what are the key challenges, opportunities, and significant projects that they're working towards for the next financial year and beyond. So now I hand you over to Stephen Boyle, who's the Chief Executive of Bopless, to kick things off. And Stephen's presentation will include responses to the questions that were raised at the 16th of September council meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you and welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Worship. Hoping the technology is going to work. Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to update council on Bopless and the value being delivered to TCC and our other 8 shareholding councils. It's been a very successful year for Bopless with a number of new initiatives undertaken and a good year ultimately for our shareholding councils as well. Before talking to our 12 months performance, I'm going to provide a bit of background to Bopless. I realise that you may not all be so familiar with it, so I'm just going to talk about why Bopless was established and some of the benefits that we're returning to our shareholding councils. So before Boplas was established, there was very limited collaboration happening between Bay of Plenty councils, and most of it was ad hoc cooperation, sometimes between neighbouring councils and sometimes those neighbouring councils in conjunction with the regional council. And the CEs of the Bay of Plenty councils at the time recognised there was an opportunity to formalise collaboration and be a lot more successful in collaboration than they've been in the past. And for that reason, Boplas was established. And looking at some of the drivers at that time for why Boplas was established, they really haven't changed over time. Financial imperatives, councils are under a lot of pressure to deliver more and spend less. By collaborating with neighbouring councils, is there an opportunity to do things more cost effectively? Adding capacity, councils want to grow, and there's obviously limitations on that, but be able to work in collaboration with neighbouring councils means that effectively it's a way of adding capacity to your own council. And sharing knowledge, I mean, councils are recognised as knowledge-based organisations, but quite often they operate in silos. Through Boplas, there's able to be much more effective sharing of knowledge. And government initiatives, they certainly haven't changed. The government's looking for more collaboration between councils, and Boplas certainly provides the right entity to manage that collaboration. Looking at our governance structure, we have 9 directors who are CEOs of our participating councils, and we have an independent chair who gives us apologies today, unfortunately had an earlier engagement. Craig O'Connell is the independent chair for Boplas. To run our projects, we have what's called advisory groups, and I've noted some of those advisory groups there. We have an IT managers group, a GIS advisory group, health and safety advisory group, procurement, and a number of different areas of council business. We have these advisory groups that identify projects and have input into the projects as well. So Boplas has 2 primary work streams. One of them is developing shared services. And when we're developing shared services, we're looking to develop improved efficiencies within councils and looking for alignment of processes and standards across councils as well. Shared services typically require an upfront investment to provide long-term savings. So they do require an investment to get them off the ground, as opposed to joint procurement, which is our other work stream, which provides significant upfront savings but generally no additional cost to councils to undertake them. And quite often those joint procurement initiatives provide service improvements as well as the financial savings. So when Boplas was established, the directors had a catch cry, which was, we want Boplas to do things better, faster, cheaper and easier. And I've put up some examples there of how we're achieving that. There's a number of better services that we've established across councils, and a couple of examples. Those are the postal and the courier services that we've established, or media monitoring. Faster, we've developed a 1 gig network between our councils, which means for the sharing of information or developing shared services can be done over that high-speed network between the councils. Cheaper, we've saved significant money across the councils in a number of different projects. Once again, I've just listed some examples there. And easier, it's obviously much easier to handle a single contract across 9 councils than it is for 9 councils to be managing nine separate engagements with vendors. We've done over 46 initiatives, and the resulting savings across the councils are just over $34 million. Boplas is 2.5 staff, so we're a very lean organisation. I'm the only full-time employee in the organisation. So $34 million is certainly a very good return on investment for the councils. The estimated savings for Tauranga City Council in the last financial year was $895,000. Since inception, Boplas inception, we've saved Tauranga City Council around about $8.7 million. A lot of the contracts that we have in place have ongoing savings attached to them because they're obviously for multiple years. I also want to note that there's also significant additional benefits that we don't always measure as financial savings. One example of that would be lower procurement cost. If Boplas does that on behalf of 9 councils, it's effectively ninth the cost of councils running those processes individually. Much simpler vendor and contract management. If it's done once as a joint contract across multiple councils, it's more efficient. And also quite often we get improved levels of service. We can obviously leverage a lot more from the marketplace when we've got 9 councils working together than what councils can quite often do individually. And there's a huge amount of shared knowledge, which is beneficial to councils to support best practice across multiple councils. So looking at our 2023 annual report, it's been a very good year for Boplas with all of our SOI performance measures achieved. Additionally, we've undertaken a number of new initiatives this year as well. It's been a very busy year, and you will note from the extensive list of our current projects on pages 8 to 14 of the annual report, there's a lot of projects that have been undertaken in the last 12 months. I'm not going to talk to all those projects, but I'm just going to talk to 4 of the key projects that have been undertaken in the last year. One is that Boplas has been working with the Ministry of Social Development on projects to reduce youth crime and retail crime across the Bay of Plenty region. And as a result of this partnership, we were able to secure $1 million worth of co-funding for our councils to help support development of crime prevention initiatives in the Bay of Plenty region. That immediately translates into $1 million savings across our councils, because it was money that they were probably going to be spending in that area anyway. So it was really good through leveraging the group to be able to get $1 million worth of co-funding. Initially, work from this funding has supported CCTV coverage for our communities and increased real-time monitoring. And these initiatives have been undertaken by Boplas in conjunction with New Zealand Police. One of our larger projects underway at the moment is in solid waste management. Boplas is leading a combined Waikato, Bay of Plenty and Gisborne project specifically around the establishment of waste operator licensing and data systems. At the moment, the councils all run their own licensing system for waste contractors, and they all have different rules around what data will be collected. So this shared service will benefit councils and waste contractors by establishing consistency across the greater region and more accurate reporting of waste streams. Another project which is quite significant across all of our councils is the Boplas Collective Aerial Imagery Program. And this is for orthophotography, which is the mapping and LiDAR data. And it's continued to add significant value and savings to our councils. The LiDAR data in particular was of key value during and following last year's major storm events. LiDAR allows us to create highly accurate 3D terrain and surface models across the entire Bay of Plenty region. And amongst other uses, this is vital for flood modelling purposes and for understanding contours and water flows. Within that aerial photography program, Tauranga area is now flown on a 6th monthly basis to recognise the high growth and rapid changes in this area, and to also ensure that the aerial mapping remains current. And the last project I want to talk to is actually a really important project for us and for our member councils, and that's the Boplas Collective Insurance Program. Insurance represents a significant spend for councils. Our collective approach to insurance has provided substantial savings, with the Boplas program saving our councils over $18 million in premiums since inception. Last year, we saved the councils $2.1 million in premiums. And while the financial savings are important, being able to secure the right cover is imperative. And in the current insurance market, this continues to be a challenge, particularly with placements for underground infrastructure insurance. And that's due to an unprecedented high level of natural disaster claims right across the globe. Insurers have become more cautious about their approach to taking on risk, and they require a lot more information than they have previously. So Boplas takes a proactive approach with this by engaging directly with the underwriters, and we highlight to them our council's robust risk management processes and resiliency planning. And as a result of that, our proactive approach, as I said, this year we were able to secure all the insurances requirements for our councils, whereas a lot of councils in New Zealand have been unable to achieve the same. As mentioned earlier, the savings from the collective insurance program have been substantial for Botlas councils, and it's a program that we continue to put a significant effort into. Continuing with the annual report, our estimated savings for the 2023-24 year for TCC, as it was said earlier, was around about 900,000. The estimated savings across the Botlas group was 3.7 million. And as I say, just to remind you earlier, this is a small organisation of 2.5 people providing savings to the councils back of $3.7 million. But besides the hard financial savings from Botlas projects, what is often overlooked is the reduced effort and resource savings that have occurred because of the fact that councils are working together. Groups of councils working together through Botlas to undertake something once is always going to be much more efficient than being undertaken separately within 9 different councils. Looking at the financial performance of Botlas, our turnover last year was 2.46 million. That's higher than budget, but that was mainly because of the crime prevention program that was introduced partway through the year. We have a balanced budget. We're supposed to finish as close to zero as we can, and we've achieved that this year with a very small deficit of just over $1,000. Just looking ahead for where Botlas and our board is taking the organisation, there's a real focus on regional and cross-regional alignment. We've always worked very closely with the 9 Botlas councils. In more recent times, we've begun to work with councils outside of the regions, particularly with the Waikato councils and also with the Manawatu Wanganui councils as well. The board have a strategy to lift the effort on shared services and innovation. And there's a real desire or real goal to ensure that those are aligned with a sustainable future across all the regions as well. We need to remain adaptive to a changing environment, particularly from central government. And as I said, we're looking to develop further interregional opportunities as well. The last thing I want to talk about is a project that's been underway for the last couple of years, which is the Mahi Tahi Local Government Collaboration Portal. We've recognised that quite often councils work in isolation to each other, and there is an opportunity to collaborate, but if they're not sharing that information, then that collaboration never happens. So we've established a collaboration portal where councils can put the projects that they are planning to do or are working on, and other councils can identify that they could work with those councils together. Where the portals become most useful is subject matter experts forming areas, say for example health and safety, and sharing policies, sharing information, and it stops the duplication of effort that's happening across multiple councils across the country. So this has become much wider than Botlas now. We have about 42 councils now signed up to this and sharing information. So while it might not benefit the Botlas region, it's certainly a benefit to the whole of local government in New Zealand. Just looking at the benefits we want to continue to delivering for Tauranga City Council. Obviously, we're able to assist with centralising of services to deliver services more efficiently. I've put there a good example of that is the aerial imagery, because that all sits in one database instead of it being every council having to manage that separately. We want to assist with simplified engagement by developing more online services and ensuring that ratepayers' experience is going to be the same no matter which council they're engaging with. It's really important for us to identify services that are being developed in isolation and identifying opportunities for councils to work together on those. And of course, financial savings, it's the question I get asked the most, how much money are you saving our council? It remains a real priority for us. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Stephen. First question, what are the opportunities, like where else do you think you can help out councils, and what are you looking at for the future? So areas, I guess, we're talking insurance, so yeah, is there other sort of things you've identified?
Yes, there's certainly a lot of opportunity around shared services. As I said, the question I get asked the most is how much money is Boplas saving? And that tends to get the most focus, but there is a lot of opportunities around shared services where councils are all providing the same service and will be able to do that together. Our board worked through a list of shared services recently and have identified a list that they feel will provide the most benefit to the council. So I can make sure that list is provided to you if you want.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Stephen. I've got a question brewing, and I'm not sure how to put it delicately, given there's different political views across the country. I mean, looking at some of the stuff that what used to be called WLAS or used to do, or currently does now that it's rebranded as CoLab, and they appear to have taken on a number of the regulatory functions of their partner councils, and I think they've dragged across, that's probably a pejorative, they've pulled across Western Bay Council and Rotorua into the Waikato, and they're helping to administer some of their regulatory functions. And looking at where they operate, they kind of operate out of Hamilton City Council. In terms of the Bay of Plenty, and you mentioned that you're collaborating with Waikato councils as well. In terms of the collaboration ecosystem, God, that's a terrible phrase. That's the only word I can use to describe it. The collaboration ecosystem between Bay of Plenty and Waikato. Why is CoLab taking on quite a bit of work from our councils in the Bay of Plenty? And second, so that's the first question. Second part, I'm just taking some time to frame it. Second part of the question is, has there been a reluctance in terms of Tauranga City Council governance around some wider collaboration around those governance functions? So I'm looking at Hamilton, I'm looking at CoLab, and then I'm looking over here in Tauranga. I'm kind of like, why don't we have a similar thing to CoLab in the Bay of Plenty, to the extent that they have it here, and has that been a decision of Tauranga City Council not to go there, or is that something Boplas hasn't investigated? Does that make sense?
There's a few questions there.
There's a few minds in there as well.
I'll do my best to answer it. So CoLab is structured very differently to Boplas. I mentioned before we've got 2.5 staff, that they have over 50 staff, so it's a very different approach to it. Western Bay has looked at some of the opportunities that might be available through CoLab. Taupo Council, which was in both LAS, has withdrawn from CoLab and is now only in Boplas. Their elected members and management felt that they saw better value for money. Some of the projects that CoLab have been trying to progress have required significant investment as well. So far, there's only one project that's been offered into the Bay of Plenty from CoLab, and that's around building services, but that is not operational. It's been a project possibly 3, possibly 4 years. So those sort of projects do require significant investment and ongoing investment as well. I mentioned when the Mayor asked me the earlier question that our board has been looking at projects that can be undertaken. Wherever another LAS is running a project, we won't undertake the same project. We will work with them because that makes more sense. We've talked before about removing duplication of effort across councils. It's exactly the same across LAS. We don't want duplication of effort as well. A number of Boplas projects are shared with CoLab. They leverage off our procurement in a number of different areas. Post and courier, I mentioned before, that includes all the CoLab councils. The solid waste projects we're doing, that includes all the Waikato councils as well. So there's a lot of sharing going on between the regions, and it's a goal of our board to ensure that sharing continues. It's also been agreed that we will play to our strengths when they've got 50 odd staff, they can take on different sort of projects from what we'll take on, and we feel that's the right approach at this time.
Councillor Kurak. No. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, good to see you, Stephen. Just wondering if the sustainability conversations that took place a few years ago, did they get sort of sidetracked by COVID and then by change of government, or is there some progress to report in that area?
I understand why you asked that question, because it was a bit frustrating. There's a lot of work went into those sustainability projects, and I'd say the only reason I can say that they haven't progressed is because of the priority of projects, and being a small organisation, we have limited resources. So unfortunately, those projects haven't progressed beyond the work that was done last time. So yeah.
Any further questions? Right, thank you very much. Appreciate your time to come and present to us, and looks like you're doing some pretty good work saving us money, which we like.
Thanks very much.
I'd now like to invite Simon Clark, Chair, and Chad Hooker, CEO of Bay Venues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, TCC staff. Nice to be here. And thanks for the opportunity for Bay Venues to come in and present their annual report for the year ended 30 June 2024. Just before I hand over to Chad to run us through a presentation, I'd like to introduce Adam at far end, who's the CFO, and Nick Lowe, who's a co-director on the board of Bay Venues. I asked Nick to come along because he's the only director that's been on the board, or has been on the board for the longest. I think he joined us in 2017. So if any of the councillors did have any questions about the time before my arrival, then Nick is here to answer those. So over to you, Chad.
Like a grenade.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. It's great to be here and be able to talk about Bay Venues and give you an overview of what we do as an organisation, the benefits that we deliver to the community, give you an update on what we've been doing over the last, well, not quite 12 months, but over the last financial year, and where things are at moving forward. To start with, there's a photo here of our board, sitting at the top there, and then with our exec team. Just wanted to highlight there's a lot of experience that sits at the board table, commercially, from community organisations, local body governance as well. So a really good range of skills, and a board that are very supportive of what we do as an organisation in the city. Likewise, at an executive level, we've got a really committed and passionate team, and they represent the wider business as well, again, in terms of delivering great outcomes for the city. Talking a little bit more about who we are. So you would have noticed in our annual report there that we have around 400 staff sitting within the business. What it didn't say in the annual report, and I wanted to just highlight, is that we have a lot of part-time and casual staff. So around 2/3 of our staff are part-time and casual. And so if you look at it on an FTE basis, we're around 200 FTEs. And what's interesting, and I like the photo here, this is Daniel, who's one of our lifeguards. When I first met Daniel, I was sitting in a meeting, and I said, "Oh, are you coming to this event that we have next week?" And he was like, "Oh, can I take the time off school to do that?" So it just highlighted to me that we are the first point in the careers for a lot of our staff. So a lot of young people, a lot of students in the business. Also quite proud of the diversity that we have in the organisation. So over 50% of our staff are females. Likewise in leadership roles, we have a lot of females in leadership roles, and really also proud to say that we have over around 50% of our staff are not New Zealand Europeans. So a lot of diversity throughout the business. We are a living wage employer. We had been up until the end of the last financial year. We've had to step back from that a little bit to try and make sure that we can deliver on budgets. But we have been paying a lot of our people at living wage, and that's made a lot of difference for our staff and being able to have careers in our industry. In terms of what we do and where we do it, this slide gives you an overview of the different parts of our organisation. I tend to break it down into 4 key areas. We run events primarily at Bay Park. We have sports and fitness with a lot of our indoor sports facilities, along with club fit gyms. We have our aquatic centres, and they're all listed up there. That includes Baywave, obviously, as our kind of key regional facility, and the hot pools being a little bit different as more of a tourist destination, which is a bit of a jewel in our crown. And worth noting that these things are all different in that our aquatic centres are open from 6 in the morning till 10 at night. And that's 364 days a year. So an extensive amount of business that we do there. And then community centres and halls. So we've got 3 community centres, mainly over around Papamoa and Mount Wanganui, and then 7 smaller community halls dotted through the rest of the community. What's worth noting here too is that these facilities are all incredibly busy. So pretty much we are running at capacity across just about everything at peak times. So we're constantly trying to find space to accommodate extra bookings, evenings, weekends, when those peak times are. And across all those facilities, we're getting about 2.2 million visitors a year. So a lot of people coming through the facilities. In terms of what we're trying to achieve, we're really setting out to be the best venues for the Bay. And that seems like quite a simple statement in many respects. But when we talk about the Bay, we're talking about the people as well. It's not just for the region, but it's servicing our community. The word best, again, seems quite simple, but it's quite aspirational because we know as a vision, we're looking 10 years into the future in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Our mission there, being the kaitiaki or guardian for our network of community facilities, and again, network being a key word within that. And we're working really closely with the Tauranga City Council team to figure out how we can best develop our network of facilities to service the community. And then when it comes to the purpose, it really is about connecting people. And I think I started about 3 years ago during COVID. And when you used to go into some of our facilities when they were closed and we couldn't have people there, they actually felt quite sad being in there. And it just really highlights that we had people, basically busting down the door to get back in, and seeing those connections that people develop when they're in our facilities, while they're also improving their own lifestyle and well-being. It's a really key part of what we deliver. So that's really important to what we do. And what's not on the slide here, which I think is worth noting, is we often talk in the organisation about being community at heart and commercial in mind. So getting that balance between servicing the community, looking after them, but also seeing where we can make some extra money on the way through to help offset the cost of running the facilities. Within that strategy, we've got 4 focus areas that we look at. The first one being around maximising events and activity. And when you consider that the facilities that we run are generally pretty expensive assets within the community, they take a lot to get in place. We have to make sure that we fill them up with as much activity and events and things as we possibly can. And like I say, we're doing a really good job of that, certainly helped by growth within the community. So that's definitely the first thing at the top of the list in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Alongside that is looking after our assets and managing those assets, making sure that they are working as they should to be able to allow us to deliver those events and activities within them. And they are large bespoke assets in many cases, and they're getting older now. So we spend a lot of time and effort looking after them and trying to get the best out of them. In terms of leveraging our capability, and that's the commercial in mind piece, where can we make a few dollars on the way through from some of the things that we do? So our club fit gyms, our learn to swim programs, our catering operation, they're all really good examples where we try and drive some revenue to offset the cost of running the facilities. And then building our capability. We can't do that without a really good team. So we've had a big focus in recent times around building the capability in our team, growing leadership within our organisation, And then also alongside that, supporting them with the systems to be able to be effective and efficient in what they do. So those are the key parts of our strategy. So if that's who we are and what we do and why we do it, then to move on to how we went for the last financial year. And there are a number of highlights, and I'll pick up a few of these on the way through. But obviously, a lot of this is sitting in the annual report as well. So worth noting that the 2.2 million visitors and growing demand. So that's also sits in our challenges as well. A lot of work's been going into diversity and inclusion, and we've had a range of initiatives across the organisation. Just to name a few, we've had a Muslim women's swimming group. We've had a transgendered swimming group. I was fortunate to go down to the Papamaya Sport and Recreation Centre 30th birthday celebration a month or so ago. And at the same time that was happening, we had a Brazilian fair in the building and a Chilean festival outside. So that brought a whole different sector of the community out to the facilities. And then within our, even our more commercial oriented areas with our swimming lessons, we're running swimming lessons in Korean, Chinese, Te Reo, and sign language. So again, just trying to be inclusive with our community with what we do there. We have events at our facilities, as I mentioned, Bay Park being the key event facility for the city, from Ames Games, Festival of Squash, home shows, concerts, big gala and award dinners, things like that. So the facilities are always busy there, and lots of highlights through that. Wanted to acknowledge council in terms of a funding commitment to get Bay Venues to a break-even point of view, and I'll talk a bit more about that shortly. We've got a really strong staff culture. Our staff engagement's running at over 73%, and we had a statistically significant increase in that, which was really pleasing to see. The hot pools had a $2.4 million refurbishment and were retiled at the end of last year. Lots of projects that we're working on with council, and from a sustainability perspective, really pleased to say that we achieved a 12% savings in our energy usage. And some of that's through replacing lighting with LED and being smarter with our energy use around geothermal. So some really good opportunities in that. We also have some challenges that we're dealing with as well. And just to highlight the first thing that I mentioned around the capacity of our venues, we are jam-packed, and trying to fit everyone in is a real challenge for us at the moment. And alongside that, with the age of the facilities, a lot of our facilities are 50 plus years old that we have to try and make work, given that there are changing trends in the recreation space that we're dealing with. Obviously, everyone's aware that the economy has been challenging for us, and we're no different in that space, and we've certainly seen it in our aquatic centres and through the events business as well. So that's been something that we're dealing with. The survive to 25 mantra that you're hearing in business is certainly applying to us as well. And so we didn't quite hit budget. We weren't too far off, but that was a challenge for us this year. We've also got more work to do around formalising relationships with mana whenua, and that's a work in progress. And then something that, again, we've seen in society is dealing with antisocial behaviour, and it's something that we get in our facilities a lot, unfortunately, and we've done a lot of work to support our teams in being able to manage the challenges that they have on the front line. A quick look at the year in numbers. From a satisfaction point of view, we hit our 85% target. And I haven't got everything here for you that's in the annual report, but just a few key highlights. Like I say, financially, we were 3% behind budget on our EBITDA line. Pleasingly, our revenue was tracking in the right direction. And then the visits to the facilities, as I've already mentioned, were strong, and you can see there how they were split across our different venue types. Also worth noting, and this again isn't in the annual report, but I'm sure that you'll be interested to understand how we offset the cost of running the facilities. So we've just pulled out, we classify our activities into what is funded from council and from ratepayers and what's non-funded. And what you can see there is that we made a small profit at the end of the year on our non-funded activities, which we feel is a pretty good result in a challenging trading environment. And bearing in mind that we also don't want to be seen to be out competing with local businesses too much. So that limits how much we can compete in the market. What's also sitting in there is that the non-funded activities contribute towards the overheads of running the business. And so there's a line there of about $1.8 million of costs that are attributed to our non-funded businesses. That then helps offset the cost of running things. And even if only half of that was to stick, if those businesses went away, you're still probably talking about a subsidy or a cross-subsidising our community businesses by about $1 million a year, which saves ratepayers. So we're pretty proud of what we're able to do there. And as the economy improves, we expect that to get better moving forward. And community benefit, we know we're here for the community. I love this photo. This is a young gentleman by the name of Jackson who he used to hate the water, and our Learn to Swim team got in touch with his family, and as you can see, he's now in the water, and his mum says that it's changed his life and their family's life with the work that we do. We've done a bit of work with a company called Fresh Info, who are well known in the tourism and recreation space, to develop a benefit cost ratio system. Now, this is really new. We've been running it for about a year, but no one else in the country is doing this. But what we're looking to do is assess the benefits from running our facilities alongside the costs of that. And as long as we're tracking it over one, which is what we're doing with all of our facilities, then that shows that we're getting good value for money out of that. So there's a bit of science that sits in behind it, and we're still working through that and assessing how useful this is as a tool for us. But at this stage, it's showing good value. Sure that the graph is quite translated to the slide there. Looking forward, so obviously what happened last year is great, but where we're at now is probably more important. Again, just talking about our venues being at full capacity. We're really struggling to accommodate the bookings that we've got coming through. The ageing facilities that we have as well. We've got Greerton Pool, for example, closed at the moment with an issue that we had as we were doing some refurbishment work there, and that's a bit of a challenge just with the age of the facility. And then obviously the economic conditions we're still battling through. And we do operate on a really fine margin on a break-even budget. It's really hard to make sure that we can deliver better than that, particularly when times are a bit tough. But what we have done in response to that is we've had a really strong focus on cost management. So across the business, we've been really tight on managing our costs. We've done some targeted right sizing and actually had some limited redundancies within the business to try and make sure that we can achieve budget, but also making sure that we continue to deliver our services safely and effectively. And then also where we can, looking for new revenue opportunities. So you might have seen recently we've signed a partnership with the University of Waikato, and they're going to take naming rights partnership on a couple of our indoor sports facilities, which is really exciting. We're continuing to look at that. We're continuing to look at any spaces that we might be able to lease out to generate some revenue, and even things like, can we recover the credit card fees that we've been covering up until now. So just what we can do to make sure that we hit budget at the end of the year. Having said that, there's also lots of great opportunities that we've got in front of us, and we're really excited about working with council around several projects, and we'll talk about those in a moment. Again, trying to drive these partnerships and get the best value out of those where they're mutually beneficial. Further promoting the relationships with mana whenua and how we can best do that. And then also using technology, how we can get smarter to, again, drive efficiencies in the organisation. To date, we've really focused on getting our core operating systems in place, and we've done a lot of work in that space. And now we're ready to start moving into some of the customer-facing technology to help us along the way. In terms of the projects, just wanted to highlight a few key things that we're working on, primarily with council, around Cameron Road Sport and Recreation Centre, and that's going to be a fantastic facility, not just for our indoor sports, of which there are many, but also some of our other programs like Tumble Time, where we get parents to bring in their preschool kids and have some fun. And other events and things like fire basketball, and working collaboratively with council around parking and sewer defence needs for the facility as well. The Memorial Aquatic Centre, which I know is on the agenda for today, so I won't talk about that too much, other than to say it is a critical project from a Bay Venues perspective. We are desperately short, not just of indoor court space and event space, but aquatic space as well. So this is, a really key project for us. Bay Wave is well over capacity with what we're doing at the moment. The existing memorial pool is well past the end of its useful life. And the facility that's proposed will deliver a range of benefits, both for our structured sports, but in our leisure space and recreation, water safety, and a whole range of ways. And we look forward to being part of that conversation. And that project's been in planning, starting with Bay Venues, talking about that back in 2016. So it's been on the cards for a long time. The opportunity to extend the Mercury Bay Park Arena. Again, that facility is well used, well loved, and there's an opportunity to extend that and put another 6 courts on the end of it. And we're keen to work through a business case and work with council around the opportunity that exists there. Also at Bay Park, we're working with council and following the directions that we've had there around netball and speedway and looking at longer term arrangements and keen to keep working with council around those moving forward. And the final project, just to highlight, is that there's the Adams Centre for High Performance over at Blake Park, which there's demand for space over there as well. As a city and a region, we attract a lot of high performance athletes. The facility doesn't just cater to high performance, it's some of those emerging local athletes who have aspirations. And we have done some initial work to look at expanding the facility. And then with council, we own some neighbouring land that could be developed to complement the facility as well. So there's lots of opportunities in that we are keen to explore over the next couple of years. So just to summarise, we're really keen to work together with both council, our fellow CCOs, other key agencies and organisations, our user groups, our customers, suppliers, and within the regions to be able to really make sure that we're delivering the best possible outcomes to our community and doing that as cost effectively as we can. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Simon, Chad, Nick, and Adam. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for coming in today. Not sure if it's a Chad or Simon question or a more experienced question, but I'm sure that you'll point me in the right direction, Simon. As always, a question around how Bay Venues in particular, because you mentioned collaboration, so how Bay Venues in particular is working as an organisation and how Tauranga City Council is working as an organisation. So talk about collaboration, and our last CCO came in and its whole reason for being is collaboration between councils. What activities of Bay Venues do not collaborate with council and why? So just having a look at the organisational structure, I see that there's you've got a people and culture team. Of course, council's got a people and culture team. Years ago, when I was last here, Bay Venues had its own IT system. Council had its own IT system. So there'll be reasons why you've chosen to do that. And so my question is, from a Tauranga City Council perspective, what can we learn from you? Why have you chosen what you've chosen to do with different activities and chosen not to sort of fold into the Tauranga City Council fold? And secondly, where can we leverage our ability as a large organisation to help you in terms of your administration? So it's a complex and it's a tricky question, but of course we've got no other choice but to do it in public. So what do you do where you don't collaborate with council, but why?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, Steve. And as always, a long question and well thought through. So there's some good little nuggets in there. I would say my starting comment would be that when I joined the board and the commissioners appointed a new board at the end of 2021, the relationship between Bay Venues board, Bay Venues executive, and the Tauranga City Council was at a very low point. So there's a lot of trust had been broken down in the relationship. So one of the most important things that we needed to do was rebuild that relationship. So very much at a people relationship level, which I think we've been very successful in doing that, both at a governance level, but also at an operational executive level. And Chad and his team have engaged very well with TCC executive and their team on a number of initiatives. And having Gareth as a TCC representative on our board has also been a critical linkage for us to understand some of the drivers coming from TCC. So that's sort of the contextual starting position. Where we've looked for opportunities to collaborate, I think one of the first tasks that Chad and the team had when he was appointed at the end of 2021 was to list, a bit like the shared service, list the opportunities that we thought might be available, and we have worked through a number of those. It's fair to say that there hasn't been a lot of opportunity. Some areas in corporate services around IT have shown some promise. We did try and look, as we replaced our financial system, we did try and leverage off the TCC financial system, but I think, Adam, that just got a bit hard. So there hasn't been a lot of shared service type opportunities that have come to pass in the last 4 years. Probably areas where I think there is still overlap and areas to explore would be in the areas of events. So there has been a bit of greyness around who's operating what events and where. And obviously the events get linked to the facilities, and some of the facilities are ours and some of them are TCC's. So there's always a bit of dancing around that, but I think the teams have found a way through that challenge, Chad. We would like to provide more services to council. Catering would be a good one that we would like to think about trying to provide more catering services to TCC. Yeah, so that sort of, does that deal with a few areas of your concern, Steve? And
Yeah, it does. And without sort of damaging relationships, is there an activity within Bay Venues where you've consciously decided, no, actually, this is best dealt with by Bay Venues, we disagree with our Tauranga City Council's system, is we can do it better this way? Is there a
well, I think the financial system was probably, we had to make a call on that and act on that, so we decided to go our own way on it and execute.
Was that a case of it needing renewal at that time, and
Yep.
maybe it was out of sync of where we were? Rather
Bit of that,
Okay.
yeah.
If I can just add to that too, I think the areas where we probably excel are some of that commercial sort of kind of things and being out with our team on the front line in the community. So, but having said that, we're certainly happy to collaborate with council wherever we can to add value to that. So, for example, we're looking at some digital billboard over at Bay Park, and have offered to council to say, well, hey, if there's some opportunities for us to work together, and if council has other sites where that might be useful, we can share our learnings around that and work together potentially around things like that. So yeah, lots of opportunities to keep working together. We're also trying to work with the other CCOs and support them and figure out where council might be able to provide a service, or where we might be able to support them as well if they need some help. So just looking at how that ecosystem, to use your word from earlier, fits together.
Sorry, Gareth, I think you'd...
Yeah, just through the chair, I just think I'd like to reiterate that the default is, if there is an opportunity to work together and come up with shared services, I mean, we always look at it. Some of them land, some of them don't, for a wide variety of reasons. But over the last 3 to 5 years, there's been a ton of things that we've taken on board and tried to do together to get efficiencies, and that is our default, to look at it. And like I said, sometimes it pans out, sometimes it just doesn't make sense to change what's currently being done.
Councillor Correct, did you have a...
Yeah, thanks, guys. Recently we had an annual plan workshop, and we talked about user fees versus rates. Where are you guys at with that? Are you at that sweet spot? Because considering community wellbeing versus ratepayer impact, and yeah, just a little around that, please.
Certainly. So last year, certainly the last 12 or 18 months, we've been through quite an extensive exercise to look at our user fees and charges. And, you know, what we've found over the last few years is that in a low inflation environment, we were able to keep getting a bit more activity into our venues to offset the cost of increases in costs. And then COVID came along and we saw costs go through the roof. And at the same time, we were hitting capacity in our venues. So we haven't really been able to kind of just keep adding a few more things into the venues, and the costs have gone higher. So that's where we've got the deficit and tried to get back to a break-even budget. But as part of that conversation, we wanted to make sure that we were getting the balance right between how much do users pay to use the facilities. So we did an extensive exercise and externally benchmarked how much it would cost for community use of our sports facilities, our aquatic facilities, and our community centres and halls, and looked at what was being paid in other metropolitan cities around the country, and then came up with what we felt was a fair benchmark against that. We took that out to the community. Of course, there was a little bit of pushback around that. No one ever likes paying more for the same thing. But I think people were understanding of where we're at, and so we were able to work with our users, explain what was happening, phase them in over a kind of 12-month period to try and get that at the right level, so that we do try and get the balance between what users pay, what's funded from council, and then, you know, where we can, what profits we make from other parts of the business to be able to offset that as well. So it's a bit of a balancing act.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora koutou. A few questions from me, if that's all right. First one, you mentioned that all our aquatic centres open at 6. We had a petition come through earlier about 7. Has the Mount Hot Pools thing been resolved, or?
So sorry, no, what I was suggesting is that across our aquatic facilities, we've got staff, you know, with facilities, some facilities open from 6 through to some at 10. So there's a range of hours in that. I think we've got a paper due to come back to you around that. But again, it's just trying to balance out how much does it cost to open a facility of that nature, but we'll report back to you on that.
Choice. You may have already answered this actually with your previous point, but I looked at, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but with the finances, you're paying over $1 million or so for consultancies. We pay a lot of money for consultancies too. Are we not collaborating there, or is it just you guys are doing something totally left to what we're doing? Because it feels like a natural place where we can collaborate to cut down costs, but.
Yeah, happy to look at that. And Adam, you might be able to help us out with where the consulting costs sit.
Yeah, I think a lot of our kind of board and admin expenses kind of sit in there as well. So we don't generally do a lot of consulting purely by ourselves with Bay Venues. We generally work with council on any significant consulting.
Sorry, and last question. Without, I don't want to sound like an egg. It's just, I just threw it out. I write this question. Yeah, that's Steve's job. So through Steve. With the kind of the loss in revenue this year, what kind of trust or assurance can you give us that you can run the future projects that we're looking to propose, considering how heavy hitting they will be?
Yeah, great question. And look, I guess the key thing is that we're being upfront about this. We've acknowledged that we are struggling in the economic environment. And it's interesting, what we're seeing is it's things like our aquatic centres where people are spending $1 less per head through our facilities, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you've got 70,000 people a month coming through, and it's as you would expect in the current economic environment, people might say, hey, we'll go to the pools, but let's go to Bay Wave rather than the hot pools because it's a bit cheaper. And hey, sorry kids, but you can't go on the hydro slides today. You know, or we're not going to book a private pool, or we'll have coffee but not lunch, or actually that pair of swimming goggles has to last for another month. So those are the kind of things that we're seeing at the moment, which is in evidence across the business sector in general. So our response to that is to manage our costs, pull them back as much as we can, be responsible around that, to do everything we reasonably can to hit budget, and make sure that we're reporting back and being transparent with council around where that's sitting. So that's our approach to that.
Yeah, kia ora, Hautapu, and thanks for the question. I think the other point to make is our revenue's actually gone up by about 9%. So it's just the costs of running the old facilities have gone up. So actually revenue's going up, our costs are going up, so therefore our profitability is going south, if that makes sense. So any new facilities that come into the network should have a lower operational cost model as well. Yeah.
If I could just add a comment there from a sort of governance perspective. Sure. Yeah. If I could just add a point from a sort of governance perspective there, I think having sort of seen the organisation evolve over quite a few years, where we're at right now, I think from a sort of financial discipline perspective is actually the best we've ever been. And obviously it's a tricky balance because we're about serving the community, but we have to do that in as cost effective and efficient way as we possibly can, both with our existing facilities and proposed new ones. And I think the management team we've got now is the strongest and the most disciplined we've ever had. And I think I'd be very confident in their ability to deliver anything in the most effective and efficient way.
Chair, I'm just interested in your comments. You talk about break even. What does that mean from like council grants? What's a break even? What are we giving you? Because obviously, it's 15 odd million. So.
Yeah, so it's about getting a cash flow small surplus so that it's offsetting the cost of running the facilities. So the operating subsidy that's sitting there, and I've just put that slide back up, is around $5 million a year. There are debt and depreciation costs that sit on top of that as well. But at an operating level, we're trying to get it to break even with that council grant sitting in there as well. The challenge we have, and when you look at it with the debt and depreciation, is that no facilities like we operate anywhere in the country and probably almost the world would operate profitably. It's really difficult to be able to get these types of facilities to do that. Some will be better than others. And so council is covering the cost of the capital cost of the facilities, and we try and get the operating budget as close to break even as we can.
Yeah, I'd probably just add that we, so break even does exclude funded debt and depreciation. So that's the bulk of our debt and depreciation, but we include non-funded debt and depreciation. So essentially what would sit in the non-funded activities, that's included within our break-even number. So our target is to break even paying for debt and depreciation on non-funded activities.
So just looking at that, so that's with our 5 million subsidy, that's zero. The EBITDA zero is what you consider break even.
It'd be one level down, which would be EBITDA plus debt and depreciation on non-funded activities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's great. Councillor Crowther.
More than one question. Yeah, thank you. I'll try to refrain from mentioning automoto, Paul. Just to clarify that the depreciation funding, what is the amount that's coming from TCC? Because we've got 12.4 million of debt servicing, operational grant and renewals. So what's the depreciation from TCC in total? I know Mahe had mentioned 15, but I hadn't sort of seen the 2 point.
Adam will dig that out for you now.
While he's doing that, living wage, you made a comment about that. It was a typical kind of comment that a lot of organisations do. So I'm not sort of pointing finger just at yourselves, but did you look at cutting management salaries or directors' fees at that time? Did you look at all other options? Because it's often the people who are struggling the most who get hit hardest at the very time that you want that. Well, certainly I, as a governance person in this council, would want to see them most supported.
Yeah, I'll perhaps jump in there, Glenn, and thanks for the question. I mean, first of all, the directors' fees are set by council as opposed to the directors. So the Bay Venues decided to adopt the living wage on the back of TCC's adoption of the living wage. So we didn't want to, as a board, we didn't want our people to be out of step with the council. When we did that, after about a year of that, Chad, would that be about right? We found that a lot of the casual staff, so people coming out of school, working in our cafes, were getting paid $27 an hour, the living wage. So it didn't feel right for someone very inexperienced and young to be getting paid. So that was the bit where we moved away from the living wage for those particular employees, casual staff, because we felt that needed to meet the market of our other competitors who are operating in that space. And we're also looking for some savings.
Just coming back to the debt and depreciation. So last year we had just shy of 9.3 million debt and depreciation in total.
$9.3 covered by TCC on top of the debt servicing grant. Is that right?
No, that includes the debt servicing grant would be in that number.
Okay, so like an additional 8 maybe. So the total would be, sorry, I've got to do the, so we're talking probably about another 6 million to 5.5 million to what Mahe was, about 20 odd million total from TCC. That'd be correct? They'd have debt servicing incorporated in it, so they'd have 5 of operational, 6 of renewal, and then you'd have the 9.
Yeah, sorry. So total revenue, funding revenue streams coming in last year, we had 5 million operational grant, we had 1.3 debt servicing, and then we had 6 million of renewal funding. So we recognise our renewal funding as we're buying assets as the revenue coming through. It doesn't necessarily correlate to the depreciation that we've got on existing assets. So it's just where it gets a bit confusing there. But those were our funding streams last year. Yeah.
So would it be fair to say the renewals and the debt servicing grant nearly cover that same figure you mentioned for the depreciation?
Yeah, broadly speaking, they do, and over time they do. But any one year you can get kind of spikes if you're doing more capital works, for instance, would be more funding up front for those through renewal funding.
That's right. Yeah. And one more. Just wondering, we're obviously all in the same boat in terms of up against it financially, up against it in a lot of other ways in terms of the capacity on the network and everything. If you had to prioritise, which I think we have to do, and ultimately probably that means you have to do, what are the single most urgent, 1 or 2 things that you think out of the whole, whether it's aquatics or recreational halls, etc.?
Is that from a capital project?
Sorry, from a capital projects point of view. Yep, thank you.
Well, certainly I think the aquatic network is under massive pressure and needs some new facilities, so that memorial project would certainly be at the top of our list, followed closely by new courts, indoor courts. Those would be the 2 key things I think that we would be looking at. Differently, no.
And no, Paul.
Correct, thank you.
You've just bought a vote there. All right. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, just firstly, I know young Daniel, coached and managed him a few times. Was he pretty hot-headed when he was working for you when he started? But I know him well, and he takes a lot of pride in his job there as a pool carer or whatever he is, a lifeguard, and also my son Isaac's been a real beneficiary of the living wage as a learn to swim man too. So thank you very much. But I suppose my question overall, just in terms of the relative amount compared to our what we're earning from customer money, and then what the council puts in. I mean, how do we sit relative to other entities around the country? Like understanding we have to be a significant part of what you do. Where do we sit, and how healthy are we in that sort of regard?
It's really challenging to try and get that balance between different councils and different cities, because everyone does things in slightly different ways. And as an organisation, we have a collection of activities that sit within our remit, which doesn't necessarily match what other cities will do. I think it is probably fair to say, like I say, that the benchmarking exercise we've done enables us to be fair with the charges, the user charges that we're putting out there. And I don't think we could do that any more legitimately than we've done at the moment. So, yeah.
But we're below benchmark.
Right. Yeah, well, we were well below benchmark, and now we're probably kind of just there or just under. So, yeah.
The feedback you're getting is you're feeling like, you're pushing that upper limit in terms of tolerance from the users and, the fee payers at the moment.
Certainly in the current economic environment, it was a challenge to get to where we did. And we know there's been other feedback to council for other recreational facilities around fees and charges as well. So our key request would be that those things are managed so that it's fair, and that no matter which sport someone's playing, that they feel there's some equity in terms of the charges that are in place.
I think the other thing, Herb, that we need to do is do the benchmarking more regularly. So I think we'd fallen into a bit of a hole of not doing that for a long period of time. So our fees hadn't gone up. We didn't actually have enough information to determine what we should be charging for some of these facilities. So getting into a program where we do that more regularly, I think will also be quite important. Yeah.
Is that how you talked about that benchmarking, looking at other cities, but is that kind of how you do those user charges, that it's fair across all the sports, or are you saying aquatics cost more, so that's going to be more expensive?
I think if you looked at just what things cost, it would be a challenging exercise to do to try and get equity around that. So what we've used is that benchmark across other cities, knowing that for more expensive facilities, people will pay more anyway. So I think that by default was factored into that analysis that was done.
Councillor Taylor.
Just a very quick one, coming back on to what Councillor Baker was talking about with your consultancy fees. I see there's a little really very small print note about holiday pay remediation. Is that a biggie? What's that about?
So you might be aware that most organisations across the country have had a challenge around managing their compliance with the Holidays Act after that was changed a few years ago. So we identified that could have been an issue for us, about 2 years ago, and it's been an ongoing, process to first understand whether there was an issue, and we've engaged EY to help us through that process. And now we've had to update some of our systems to then be able to ensure we're paying the right amounts. And then we've got a next step of remediating that. So that's an allowance that's sitting there to be able to do that and make sure that we've done all the right things by the book.
Just following on from previous discussions about collaborating with council, would you not have been able to resolve that problem by maybe coming closer to the parent organisation?
We have raised it with the council. I'm not sure where council's at with that.
Right, I think that's all the questions. So thank you very much for your time and your explanations. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite the Tauranga Art Gallery with Rosemary and Sonia, the chair and director. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, council staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you the Tauranga Art Gallery Annual Report. I'm Rosemary Prothero. I'm the chair of the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust. This is the first time I'm meeting many of you, and I wish to express the dear wish of the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust, who are looking forward to working in a productive partnership with you. Attending with me is Sonia Korahina, who is the director of the gallery. I'm told we only have 10 minutes for this presentation, so I'm going to rattle through a whole lot of information, so please forgive me if it's going to be at quite a high level. Just a brief history, because I know not everyone will know the background to the Tauranga Art Gallery. Following bequests of about $1.5 million from local art champions Ray McMillan and Vanetta Miles, the Tauranga Art Gallery Trust was established as a charitable trust in 1998 with the purpose to establish and manage a regional art gallery, to provide and look after its assets, to make sure its collections are well cared for, to provide facilities and art experiences to Western Bay of Plenty communities and visitors, and to lead fundraising efforts. Those were very successful. Further funds were then raised by the Joy Owens Trust, local and central government, community trusts, and many donors and sponsors across the region to purchase the old BNZ building and develop it as an art gallery. Since opening in 2007, over 1 million visitors have passed through our doors, and over 100,000 tamariki have undertaken our education programs. We have a very experienced, skilled and diverse board with 7 trustees. Together, our expertise is drawn from Tauranga Māori, strategy, finance, and accounting, human resources, business development, fundraising, and crucially, art and museum management. Our charitable trust deed guides trustees' actions, as well as our responsibilities as a council-controlled organisation, as outlined in the enduring letter of expectation. The gallery is led by Tauranga local, Sonia Korahina. Sonia has a postgraduate qualification in arts management and over 25 years sector experience gained at institutions such as the Auckland Art Gallery and the University of Auckland, and is highly respected in her field. She is supported by an executive team that brings rich experience here and from overseas. The organisational structure is focused in 3 departments: business, exhibitions and experiences. The latter role is currently vacant. It was a very unusual year for the gallery. Last year, in June 2023, we opened a small temporary pop-up gallery in Devonport Road. The main gallery closed in October 2023 when works on Masonic Park were due to commence. At this point, we downsized our front of house staff and production roles in line with the requirements of managing a temporary pop-up, and focused on the reopening program and experience development. At present, the staff is a trim 6.5 FTEs, which will be scaled up again closer to reopening with front of house educators, events and production staff. In 2021, the Trust undertook a strategic review. We engaged widely with our stakeholders and community for their input. From this consultation, we were able to focus our attention on the factors our community have told us add value to them and their hopes and future for the gallery, hopes for the future of the gallery. We revised our vision, which is to create lifelong relationships with art. And this is enabled through exceptional art experiences that engage, inspire, challenge, and educate. We have 6 strategic work areas as outlined on the slide that inform our direction and our deliverables as an organisation, and through the production of our annual statement of intent. Driving social, cultural and economic value for our community is at the heart of what we do. In round figures, we turn over around $2 million annually. Of this, 75% comes through an operational grant from Tauranga City Council. The remainder is drawn from Western Bay of Plenty District Council, the Ministry of Education, community trusts such as TECT, our corporate partners, our patrons and our donors. We will be able to diversify our business model further when we reopen, increasing commercial revenue through hospitality, events, retail offerings, and international visitor charges. I've included this slide for your information. It's a, excuse me a moment. It's a comparison of annual grants that other regional galleries receive from their local council. As you can see, Tauranga Art Gallery provides good value for money to the community, and thank you. Because of your generous support, this cornerstone funding from Tauranga City Council allows the gallery to leverage other funding partnerships. Tauranga Art Gallery is proud to be a Te Manawataki o Te Papa partner. We're delighted to contribute to the richness and diversity of Tauranga arts and culture and heritage, which will be able to be experienced in its entirety on completion of the civic precinct. As for our redevelopment, the hoarding is up, the scaffolding is up, and construction on the gallery redevelopment is well underway. The cost of the spend on this is $7.55 million. TCC has contributed 50% of this, and the Tauranga Art Gallery, together with TECT, Pub Charity and the Tauranga Art Gallery Foundation, has contributed the remaining 50%, a true council and community partnership. We look forward to reopening in 2025 into Masonic Park with new hospitality and retail experiences that our community have been asking us for, a creativity centre for schools and art enthusiasts, and importantly, seismic strengthening and major facilities upgrade in the lift, lighting and air conditioning and things like that. The latter ensures the gallery continues to meet international standards, enabling us to loan artworks from other galleries and from institutions such as Te Papa. Altogether, future-proofing our much-loved community asset for generations to come.
Thank you, Rosemary. Ana mihi nui kia koutou katoa. It's a pleasure to be able to present to you today, Your Worship, the Mayor, councillors, Tauranga City Council staff. I look forward to working with you over the coming years, and in particular celebrating the opening of the gallery next year. As Rosemary mentioned, I did grow up in Tauranga. What you may not know is that after living in London, I returned to the Bay for a year in 2003 to work as a project coordinator on the then building project, which was the Tauranga Art Gallery. At the time, Greg Brownless was deputy and Jan Benj was the mayor. It was through their efforts and the support of fellow councillors and community champions that secured the ongoing operational funding we have today, and I wish to acknowledge their legacy. I am new to this role. I just started last year. Since I started, it has been a case of trying to maintain business as usual with shifting dates, scope of a redevelopment project, impacting work programs, and now the challenge of a building that is temporarily closed. I'm going to take you through our 23 to 24 annual report. I will take it as read, and I'll touch on some key points. I've also included some of the quotes on the following slides in the top left-hand corner that came through the 112 positive LTP submissions towards the gallery earlier this year. They're fantastic to read actually in their entirety. I encourage you to do it, and they reflect the diverse needs and population of our community. Over the last year, we hosted 12 exhibitions, daily education programs, workshops and talks. We met our non-financial key metrics, bar education numbers and visitors through the door. What our KPIs did not include was the exhibitions we were presenting elsewhere around New Zealand. These grow our city reputation and in return attract visitors to the region. At a national level, our touring exhibition Terminus received over 35,000 visitors and recently closed in February at the Otago Museum. Then in May, we presented for Kairo by Kiriyama Taipa in Auckland at the Aotearoa Art Fair to over 10,000 visitors. Adding these numbers to audiences here in Tauranga, our overall total for the financial year was 65,000 plus, I should say. Now, I managed to leave a zero off our presentation. No one ever likes to do that, especially when it's positive reporting. So that's actually 100,000 online viewers that should read up there, watched one of our artist talks in the last financial year. Like the University of Waikato and Adams High Performance Sports Centre, we too are a platform for enabling research and innovation. The artists we program are at the top of their game, exhibiting here and further afield. In February, as I mentioned, Terminus finished at Otago Museum, and this project used the same virtual reality technology that scientists use as a memory aid and cognitive stimulation for those with Alzheimer's. Since the gallery opened, we've been proud to enrich the regional and city centre visitor experience and spend. We invest in a destination marketing campaign, and I wish to thank Bay Venues, who recently supported us to develop a strategy that enhances the visitor experience for local demographics to domestic and international visitors alike. Regarding our end of year financial result, it was an unusual year with a lot of change. We had to be disciplined. We were able to retain key staff, and we grew our corporate partners and donors. In the end, we landed on a small surplus of 42,000. Having a gallery in our city means our children start their lifelong relationship with art at preschool. Unlike myself, when I was growing up here, when we had to hop on a bus and go to Hamilton or Auckland. Our school's education program was fully booked during the year from our pop-up gallery, and we had over nearly 4,000 children attending, most choosing to journey on the art bus funded through the gallery and our funding partners. Our programs align with the education curriculum, and the Ministry of Education contributes towards an education role. I've already touched on most of the points in this slide, but I just wanted to add regarding the 2016 research that KPMG undertook into magnet cities and wealth creation. The gallery supports other city stakeholders, including Priority One, in developing Tauranga as a magnet city and in return attracting talent and young wealth creators. You may be wondering, with a gallery that's temporarily closed, what my team and I are doing right now. Aside from overseeing a gallery fit out, we're in active development mode. It can take on average 2 to 3 years to develop an exhibition, working with an artist or an institution to research and create artworks. Our shows will also be supported by new audio guide experiences that we're having translated into English and Te Reo Māori as well. Digital resources too, and we're developing these with a grant through lotteries. Out in the community, our educator is delivering in-class programs with schools, building relationships for when we reopen. Last week, that was Makatu and Tauranga Girls College Special Unit, and this week she's at Maryvale Primary. Through the redevelopment, we could no longer store our art collection on site. We are presently funding and fitting out a new facility in the city centre. The new space will also give the public, schools and researchers greater access to artworks, with initiatives such as Collection Club launching in the second quarter of 2025. I'm proud that some of our highlights came about through the challenges of remaining engaged with our community whilst operating under such pressures and a city centre under construction. We didn't achieve this alone, and our partnerships and collaborations with other entities such as Tauranga City Libraries, Tourism Bay of Plenty, mean that we're all stronger together. Tauranga Art Gallery's vision is creating lifelong relationships with art, and it's key when we reopen, we reflect the diversity of our population in our exhibitions and experiences. But it's important to note that we cannot show everything all at once. It would be a hot mess. When we program, we take an 18 to 24-month lens, scheduling a range of shows across this period, including historical and contemporary exhibitions in a variety of mediums such as painting, printmaking, sculpture design, photography, film, textiles, applied design, and even augmented reality. Finally, there are some changes, though, that are felt by all, and my colleagues who have presented previously have touched on these. We're dealing with a cost of living crisis and fundraising in an increasingly competitive regional and national environment. We can't do what we do without the cornerstone operational funding from Tauranga City Council, and your support demonstrates as a city that we really value arts, culture and creativity. Kia ora, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Have we got any questions around the table?
Just two quick ones. So you said you have 6.5 employees at the moment. When you're back up and running full time, how many will you have on board?
We'll be looking at about 15 to 16 FTEs. You've got to remember this includes all our production staff, front of house hosts, and we'll employ 2 further educators to bring us back up to capacity.
Thank you. And then what's the first exhibition you're going to put out when things are open?
We actually announced earlier on in the year a teaser of artists, and I just want to highlight, I guess, a signature show that's going to be on in our atrium for Kairo by Kiriyama Taipa. It looks at the origins of carving. It's one of the largest augmented reality exhibitions you'll see. You can view it from the ground and upstairs too, and it's going to be an absolute wow.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and good to see you again, Sonia. Councillor Baker earlier alluded to my role this afternoon in the meeting. One of the highlights I saw just on the socials was the Sydney trip this year, and I heard a murmuring from somebody about the trip, but that was fully funded, wasn't it, by the participants who went with the team over to Sydney? That was
Yeah, absolutely. 15 of us. It's the third time the gallery has run this experience. It goes out to Friends of the Gallery Festival, so you have to be a member of the Friends. Ages range from mid-30s to 95. And I'd just like to say that Rita, traveller in her 90s, had more energy stayed up later than I did anyway.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah. Is that an opportunity for fundraising as well? And the reason why I say that is I went out with another trust over Labour weekend, and it was a fundraising opportunity for them, and for the pleasure of our company, we got charged handsomely. So is it used as a fundraising opportunity?
There is an administrative fee that covers the cost of a tour guide to travel with them, being myself. But you're absolutely right, Steve. When we did the first trip to Sydney with Carl Chittum, when I was actually on the tour group then ended up sponsoring as patrons an exhibition that was held called The Rooms at the Gallery. So yeah, it's all about building those relationships.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, tēnā kōrua. Use your words, bro. Kia ora. Start again. Have we developed a strategy, or are we planning to with council or some kind of MOU, so we're not eating each other's lunches with the whole exhibition space that we're putting up and then the offerings that you guys are providing? I'd hate to think that we're going to do that to each other.
In short, no. However, I am working closely, and I think that's at a high level, that's a governance response, that MOU. However, I am working closely with the director of the museum, Bay Court, and also the libraries, looking at this stage what programming looks like in a really complementary way across the different entities. And indeed, we actually already, because we're already all operating, do that, but it will need to be obviously in a way that we're really thinking about our audiences, our visitors, and the experiences we're offering in the Bay.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you both. Just you mentioned about the FTEs that will be there once you're fully running again. Does that have operational implications for council grants? And if so, sort of how does that integrate? I'm just trying to look at what you just said in that comment, and perhaps the role of the museum director, and this might be more of a question for Barbara, but sort of how the different roles fit there and how the different resourcing, because I know from a library perspective, we're told the aim has been to integrate things. From a arts, culture and heritage, I keep hearing a lot in the community that things are very sort of separated by comparison. So I'm just looking for a way forward and what the cost implications might be as well.
Sure, thank you. I guess there's two parts to that question. First of all, we're obviously opening next year, and so we've already forecasted those costs for scaling back up operationally, and they will be covered within our grant that we already receive. In regards to working more closely with my colleagues from the other entities, being the museum and the library, and that there will always be opportunities, and we'll be open to having those conversations in a really informal way. We already work together in regards to our education programs. We bring a busload of children in, they go to the gallery, then they go to the library, for example, and we've been running those programs for a while. So it's definitely extra value for the schools as well, having that opportunity to visit both. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that Sonia's answered that very well. It's early days for our precinct, but while we work together very well now, and Greg and Joanna and Sonia, so I'm trying to look both ways, work well together to ensure that we don't have clashes that doesn't work for either parties. But there's a huge opportunity, particularly when we build the public realm, to ensure that everything we do can be connected. We are talking about opportunities like shared staff that within the TCC team where we don't duplicate. We don't have for example, a marketing manager of the museum and a marketing manager of the library. And while it's very early days, because it's 2028 before we open the last building, certainly we certainly want to talk with Sonia and Rosemary and the team to ensure that we can actually help each other in that area as well. Early days though, but that's the thinking.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for that, and probably Tourism Bay Plenty, who's I think coming up next. That the same would apply, I imagine too.
Absolutely, with Oscar and the team.
Okay, any further questions? All right, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your presentation. I now invite Tourism Bay of Plenty with Ross and Oscar, please, who are Chair and GM respectively.
Kia ora tātou, ko Russ Brown aho. I'm the chair of Tourism Bay of Plenty, and alongside me I've got Oscar, who most people in the room will know, Oscar Nathan, who's our general manager, and I've also asked Richard Fair to come up as well. He's our head of insights and strategy, so helpful for a meeting like this. We welcome the opportunity to meet with the new councillors, appreciate the chance to come along today and talk through our annual report and field any questions that you may have stemming from that. Oscar's going to take you through our presentation and we're all here to answer any queries you may have through that or through the annual report we submitted.
Kia ora tātou, i te tiamana tātou katoa, i te mea, me ki rā nā kaunihia, nā memo te kaunihia, nihera, tēnā tātou katoa. I'm going to take you on a bit of a visual journey because that's what we do. So I completely don't mind if you don't look at me and stare at the presentation as we go through. I've been told to try to keep the presentation to 10 minutes so that we can sort of be available to answer questions. So I'll start that journey now. So who are we, or sort of what is Tourism Bay of Plenty? I suppose we're one of 30 regional tourism organisations through the country, Destination Queenstown, Rotorua NZ, Tātaki Auckland Unlimited and so forth. We're actually the machination of a 2002 charitable trust that was set up both in partnership between Tauranga City Council and Western Bay Council. So we have two shareholders. And I suppose as one of the 30 regional tourism organisations, our geographical remit is quite wide in terms of, whilst we have Bay of Plenty, Western Bay of Plenty and yourselves, we also stretch through a service level agreement down to Pakatani. because then that gives us the coastal Bay of Plenty remit, which allows us to work in that space. So just some information about the makeup of who is Tourism Bay of Plenty. So I'm extremely proud of both my board and the team. Russ leads a tight ship, and we've got some really excellent board members that add a lot of skill sets to our board. Financial advisors to big entities, massive tourism experience, and also mana whenua connections. And our deputy chair, Claire, at the moment is running a IOD excursion over to taking a lot of IOD graduates over to Korea. So she's over there at the moment doing a lot of things there. And I also have a pretty skilled team as well. And it's been a privilege to sort of shape that team over the last 3 years. I'll let the metrics sort of show what our balance is in terms of the organisation, both in terms of gender at organisation management and board level. Our turnover is pretty low. Seems must be doing something right in terms of holding on to everybody. We do support the living wage, albeit we're only a small organisation. At full tilt, we're 18 FTEs. That floats at full tilt. Generally, we hover at around 15, 16, and we get the balance of the other 2 to 3 FTEs when we come up to summer and we're running the eyesight networks, and we have casual staff that come on board there. Why do we exist? Well, essentially our function is to deliver specialist services on your behalf and to grow the visitor economy, both for Western Bay and Tauranga City Councils. Our purpose is pretty much to attract people, to enhance place, and together enable prosperity. And our values are very much manaakitanga, kotahitanga, whakamanatanga, and auahatanga, which basically to support, to work together, to inspire, and to be storytellers and to work in that space. 4 pillars that underpin us in our destination management plan. Every one of those 30 regional tourism organisations has a destination management plan. And the 4 pillars that underpin us are ocean and beaches, natural environment, Māori culture, and horticultural provenance. So in terms of our work programs, we do a lot. There's probably 4 channels that we work mainly in. The visitor economy, we work a lot alongside obviously yourselves as council and our other council and CCOs. We work with national and regional entities, and we do a lot within the community and iwi space. But everything we try to do is underpinned by those 4 passionography areas, and hopefully bringing up this next slide, you can understand why. So when people say, well, what is the DNA of this place that we're privileged to lead, then hopefully you can see why those 4 pillars are in our DNA. That is what we're about. So very quickly, I'm going to go through this visual feast. So essentially, what do we do? So we do trade shows and training and capability building with operators in the travel trade. We also host regional famils and visits when the likes of Air New Zealand or the Minister or others come through, but we also work in collaboration with our other regional partners to promote the area and host travel agents that come through. On your behalf, we run a visitor information network and eyesights. Currently, we're set up for the iPort out at the port. So we've had 4 cruise ships in from last week. And we're expecting 93 of those this season. And we also run an eyesight at One Devonport and at Te Papa o Ngā Manu Poro Takataka, which is Phoenix Park and at the Mount. We do online and digital campaigns, so a lot of what we do is really pushing out the message about Tauranga and the Bay of Plenty. We do a lot of promotion and collateral work. We support the TCC events team. We put out information about making the most, as an example, of AIMS games and how people can actually leverage opportunities that come into the region in that respect. We also do a lot of magazines and publication articles, anything that we can do that talks up the gravitas of why we are a great place to visit and to stay. We work in PR and media and try to make sure that we always promote those good news stories that go out not just to New Zealand, but to the world. We manage our own social channels, both in Facebook, LinkedIn, and TikTok, as well as Instagram. And we produce a range of collateral around cruise, including maps both for downtown Tauranga and Mount Main Street. We don't just simply reprint those. We sort of sit together with each of the coordinators of those entities each year, and we tweak. We work out what worked, what didn't work, what updates need to be made, and so forth. We're also quite fierce about promoting Tauranga-centric tours. And probably one mythbuster I'd like to bust out now while we're talking about this is, prior to COVID, it was true that about 65% of cruise ship arrivals would jump on a coach and head either to Rotorua or to Hobbiton, as it turned out. Ironically, Hobbiton received more coaches than the whole of Rotorua. Post-COVID, the people at Hobbiton made the very clear decision that they no longer wanted coach cruise ship visitors because they'd managed their experience in a way that they didn't want them. And Rotorua's had to readjust how many numbers it takes. So that metric has very much flipped the other way. So you have to be careful what you wish for. So now we've got 65% of latent visitors that are here, and now we have to get them out and about and doing things and making sure things are open and so forth. So we're working quite heavy in that space. We also, on your behalf, produce the official cycle trails brochure, which we do across the coastal bay. So Tauranga, Western Bay. In the last 2 years, we've included Whakatane. And I can tell you, having stayed at a B&B recently, the maps that we produce aren't just used by people in accommodation, but we have to really limit how many we hand out at the start of each season, because the likes of retail cycle shops basically load up on these things and they love them, but we push everything else to digital. The other things we do is support local events and promotion. Flavors of Plenty, which is one of our sort of hero events that we've taken on. And I really wanted to mention this one just before I hand over to Richard. We do a lot of cruise facilitation. A lot of people see the glossy stuff at the, they'll see the front page of the paper, or they'll see the cruise ship coming in or whatever. But it's the work behind the scenes, the preparatory work that our team does with the ambassadors, does with Main Streets in terms of taking the ambassadors on a tour, getting people to know the product, working on all the health and safety, working with the port, going through all those. It's all that preparatory stuff that really has to be done before the season starts. So that's another thing that the team does, and I'll just let Richard talk to this part.
Thanks, Oscar. Another thing that we feature on our website is the comprehensive data and insight section. So this is looking at everything from visitor spend, both domestically and internationally, visitors, accommodation. We also track forward accommodation. So while the visitor spending is historical, forward accommodation looks at what are the projected occupancy rates going forward. So these dashboards are also quite useful for any new startups that are looking to come to our region and start a new business. We also have featured accommodation dashboard, which is our stock level of accommodation. And also now we've just featured a section on our recently completed cruise study.
Final thing in terms of what we do is we do place brand. And so if you take a good look at this slide, and you see all the reflections of what our community is, you'll specifically see in the middle that there isn't a definitive place brand or personality for Tauranga Moana. And that's an opportunity that we've been given both in our letter of expectation and working in partnership with TCC and Western Bay to really look at what is the place brand for our region. The sum of all our parts, past, present and future. And I just wanted to quote sort of Wally Ollins, who's a sort of globally renowned brand expert. I don't usually do this, but he sort of got it succinctly. When a city or region truly defines what it stands for and communicates that effectively, it moves beyond being a spot on the map to becoming a magnet. And that's the opportunity that I genuinely think we have. And respectfully, I think you have as a 4-year sitting council in terms of really defining, not just running the ruler as you should over sort of the long-term plan and the projects and the spend and everything else, but why is it and what is it that is so special about our region that we could craft a personality and an identity similar to those other cities and regions that you're seeing up there that can define what it is they're about. So there's a great opportunity in that work. So yeah, we do a lot across various different programs and projects. And I suppose I just wanted to comment on very briefly our scorecard. 9 out of 10. There's some things in there that I'm really, really proud of. One of them is in terms of our community sentiment. We've hit our mark in terms of community sentiment, both for Tauranga and Western Bay. And organisationally, 93% sort of sentiment from my staff and the team in terms of working with us. We create a good environment. We've got a great job to do, and we love doing it. The other thing that we've achieved in there is the Green Room, which is our regenerative environmental program that we've run over 3 years. We've done over 100 businesses from Waihi Beach all the way down to Whakatane and everywhere in between. And currently we're running a cohort this year that is going to targeting 30 specifically within Te Manuataki o Te Papa. So we're taking that whole regenerative focus and making sure that we sort of zone in on that. And we're halfway there now in terms of the next the next sort of phase. The other thing we've achieved is in terms of business events is really winning a lot of those bids that can come into the city. And if there's one plug that I can make is it's so crucially important that we get more commercial accommodation into Tauranga. The biggest bugbear we have is that there's just not enough accommodation. And with accommodation, we'll create new opportunities, particularly in business events. And that's so crucially important for us. So the one we didn't achieve, which is a bit of a, we did, but we didn't, is Flavours of Plenty. So we achieved massively in terms of winner of the best lifestyle event and best local government event on your behalf and the region. But we set a target of 20% out of region ticket sales because we're always trying to encourage ticket or visitation from outside the region, inside the region. It's a learning there. And what we learned, and maybe apply this to yourselves, what we learned is many people that have visiting friends and relatives who want them to come and spend the weekend or spend time, they'll buy the tickets on behalf of the family or the friends. And then when the family or friends turn up, then they'll give them tickets because you don't want nothing worse than you bought tickets and then they go on late and they miss out or whatever. So we've learned there quite clearly that many people are buying tickets for visiting friends and relatives that are coming into region, but they're actually buying them inside the region. So the metric we're using there probably needs a bit of correction. But I'll also be honest and say I don't really like the idea of having a scorecard and we achieve 10 out of 10 because it means we're making our job too easy. So, having stretch is a good thing. I'm just going to pass to Richard to just speak about the slide.
Thanks, Oscar. So this next slide is a snapshot of visitor expenditure. It excludes cash and online sales. So if anything, it's a conservative figure there. You can see for the last financial is 726 million compared to 719 million the year before. That's a 1% increase. And immediately you can see what's happening there. So obviously the domestic market is definitely showing signs of weakness based on the cost of living. And this also points to a clear message about the importance of international. So international represents a small part of our visitor segment. It's approximately 15%. But you can see there it was up 19%. So often what we're seeing at the moment is international to some degree is propping up that shortfall in domestic expenditure that's happening. The second point I'd just like to talk to you about is what makes up the visitor economy. It's not just tourist attractions, it's made up of quite a broad spectrum of businesses. And you can see their retail trade, if you just look down at that bottom graph, that accounts for the highest percentage of spend within those different services. So back to you, Oscar.
So in terms of, I thought some of this, the next couple of slides would be interesting for you. So in terms of our baseline funding, we've managed to do more or hold on to as much as we do with less over the last couple of years. Under the Commission, we had, well, in the past year, we've had a 7% reduction on the back of a 16% reduction, which you can see in those graphs there. So, but we managed to maintain the level of sort of degree of service that we're doing. We're just doing things more efficiently. We're looking for sort of external partnerships and we're working also in collaboration with our industry a lot more. And that's, you can see there in terms of the makeup the proportion. So without doubt, Tauranga City Council is the lion's share of our funding, and then Western Bay at 10%. And the service level agreement that we have with Whakatane in terms of 3%. I thought this one would be particular of interest to you in terms of, so what other RTOs funded by councils, just so we can go for pound in terms of other regions. So just took a stab at, so if we compared ourselves to Taupo, Queenstown and our neighbours over the hill in Rotorua, pretty much the figures that you've got there are based on the current census. So if you look at, and also the regional spread from our regional tourism organisation. So Bay of Plenty does cover at 261, it does cover TCC, Western Bay and Whakatane, which is the tourism remit we have as a regional tourism organisation. So if you take that and then you apply that to the rest of the other regions, and then you look at in terms of the population and the per resident contribution, we come in pretty good, under $10 compared to the other regions, which are paying quite a princely sum in terms of the investment they're making, albeit justified, but their investment they're making. And then pound for pound, in terms of every dollar that we're spending, we're getting $291 back in the visitor economy. And again, these are all publicly available sort of figures that are produced by the annual reports of each of these other regional tourism organisations. Going forward, the things we want to keep going on, and there's a lot, but the real important things is our iwi-led partnerships and experiences that we've been working with, say, the likes of Ngāti Hangaro in terms of Omanawa Falls. So we've taken an experience that has in the past, had some challenges with it, and alongside Tauranga City Council and Western Bay, and with Ngāti Hangaro and a joint venture partner in there, we're actually wrapping a really awesome experience around what is a brilliant sort of natural icon for us in terms of Omanawa Falls. The other one I wanted to touch on is we're going to keep driving with cruise, and this image there sort of encapsulates what it's all about, really, and that's why the cruise lines tell us that Tauranga rates the highest of any of the port visits that they have in terms of the visitor experience, because it's all about what you see on that screen. Further to what Richard mentioned, in partnership with Priority One, we embarked on the first ever detailed Coastal Bay of Plenty cruise study in terms of understanding both the value proposition and the key stakeholder perceptions of cruise. The report in its totality and a summary sheet is also available in our data insights page on our website. But on this one page, I think the key thing to note is 86% resident sentiment, both for those immediate Mount locals and for Tauranga and wider Bay residents. 86% of those respondents either support or strongly support the value proposition of cruise, which is really, really encouraging for us. The study that we've just completed has quite a few now actions, soon actions, and later actions, and they're across each of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas that you can see there. One example, forgive me, Barbara, I'm putting this up. One example is about us being aspirational. So for those that can remember, years ago, when we sort of hosted the America's Cup, there was a waka Māori that was at the viaduct. That waka is now sitting in 9 containers with Ngā Pōtiki out at Papamoa. And there's an opportunity for us. We've looked at it, it's going to involve public sector partnerships, probably a lot more private than the public. But we costed it. So if any of you are familiar with the viaduct, the waterfront up in Auckland, the cloud, which was only supposed to be there for 10 years, has been there for almost 25, right? This is made of the same material. Costing wise, it could be erected and sort of fitted out and everything else at about 2.5 million. And it would create, not just for cruise, for instance, with our cruise ship arrivals, let's just say that we had, I don't know, let's round it off, 65 cruise day visits. We might have more cruise ships, but on some days we get double cruise ships. That would leave 300 other days a year that the opportunity for the Mount, which is bereft of community facilities, could actually have a facility that could be shared both with cruise passengers on cruise mornings, but then also for arts and crafts and other events and so forth. So again, one of our one of our values, sorry, it's inherent in us, is to sort of be aspirational and push the boundaries, and that's one of the things there. Final thing is, sorry, as we're getting further, is the Green Room. That's a program that we've delivered 100 operators through. As I said, we're pushing the ceiling now and continuing to deliver that. Both the Green Room and our Flavours of Plenty Festival, on behalf of industry, are both finalists in the Collaboration Awards at the New Zealand Tourism Awards next week. And we are very proud of the fact that we're in a category that doesn't represent us. It actually represents our industry and how we collaborate with our industry. So we're really chuffed to sort of be in that. The final thing I wanted to leave with you is the fact that we're pushing the boundary. We may not be the biggest regional tourism organisation, we may not be Queenstown, but we are the most innovative. And we are working extremely hard both to future-proof the visitor provision of information. So you would have started to see digital kiosks pop up around the region, not just from a tourism perspective, but also from a safety perspective, from pushing out emergency messaging, from pushing out a whole bunch of other sort of cultural stories and narrative. And we've also got a destination app. So Heidi and Fritz coming into the country, we've got technology now that we can be looking at that will ping their phone off cell towers, that we know that their original SIM was coming from out of the country, and we can invite them to download our destination app where they can get all their information on their phone. So final sort of slide before round off is the intention for us. As I said, we're working with Paula Norday in terms of emergency services and Bay of Plenty emergency services. So a lot of the digital kiosks we're looking at sort of establishing over the next 12. We've got 3 up already, and we've got another 3 coming, and then another 3 beyond that. What we're looking at doing there is a lot of them are coastal sort of geographically located. So a key thing there is being able to multi-purpose and use those kiosks for emergency services to push out emergency notifications and so forth. So yeah, that's just a touch of what we've been up to and what we're doing, and happy to take questions. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Have we got any questions around the table? Councillor Crowther.
Sure. Good to see you all. I just had a question. You mentioned about the Green Room. I'm not sure if I misheard or you misspoke, or if there's something I don't understand. So you said 30 businesses within Te Manawataki or Te Papa, or do you mean just within Te Papa, or?
I'll let Richard answer that one.
Yeah, sure. So the purpose of the next cohort of the Green Room was really focusing on that sector that was retail and hospitality. We recognise that as the next cab off the rank after we've exhausted most of the operators. So predominantly that includes, it extends a little bit from what Oscar said, both downtown Tauranga and Mount Wanganui business as well. So, but it's more focused on that retail and hospitality side of things.
Yeah, but within the downtown. And actually, while I'm talking, I would like to acknowledge you guys for the good work there, but also Kristen and Stacey for getting all that going. The other question I had was just in terms of more sort of high level strategic. I know the conversations were there a couple of years ago around where did the RTOs sit in New Zealand, and there was talk then of amalgamation, and there's talk up in Auckland around Auckland Unlimited, all this sort of stuff. So from your perspective, obviously you've got your position pretty solid here. You've got you've scaled your finances accordingly, but I guess I'm always coming from the view that there are benefits from doing a regional thing as well as some challenges. So have we made any progress in terms of integrating what's going on in Rotorua and the Western Bay and the Coastal Bay?
The answer is yes. Amalgamations. Well, there was a local government study on amalgamations too, and that's been shelved. But I think the reality is we work very collaboratively with. So if you say you're on the motorway and you're coming down from Auckland, you can either go the Pacific Coast Highway, which takes in the regions on the Pacific Coast, or you can go the Thermal Explorer Highway. The 8 regions that make up those 2 collectives is Explore Central North Island, who we work with significantly. So we are working where we can as much as possible. So for instance, we might hub quite a bit off Rotorua from an international perspective because they'll do a lot of promotion offshore. We can't afford that. But we're definitely an itinerary sort of option that is promoted and shared. When it comes to sort of regional tourism organisations generally, everyone's at a different sort of stage depending on who their mayor and council is and what they're doing. I think respectfully, you've got a pretty tight one now with the region that we spread ourselves across and the pound for pound that we're delivering, having run Rotorua, having babysat Queenstown in my career, I think we're doing pretty well. I think there are some regions that are probably up for a closer look. Definitely Queenstown and Wanaka are looking more to work together in Southern Lakes sort of environment, but as you can imagine, Queenstown's got some politics there. I'm not sure what Mayor Brown is up to, but you know, I'm sure that Tātaki Auckland Unlimited are doing the best job they can to sort of show where they deliver value. But yeah, I think it is a moving feast, but ultimately I think we're doing really well here with the partnership between yourselves, Western Bay, and our service level agreement with Whakatane.
Councillor Baker.
Tēnā tātou. Well, I'll just put it straight. As my love handles would suggest, I love kai, and was really interested at the Elevate Our Food story. What else are we doing in that space? Because I've got a few burger spots that slap. I think the neat thing about Flavours of Plenty, so if we go there first, because that's probably the hero, a lot of people, it's like an iceberg, a lot of people just see the festival. The festival for us is the icing on the cake. Flavours of Plenty for us is a platform. So it's always been about connecting the growers to the providers, to the restaurants and so forth. So over the last 3 years that we're running Flavours of Plenty, outside of the festival that might happen in April for the 10 days or 14 as we grow it, from a festival perspective, we've got that one. And then we're also looking closely at Matariki in terms of celebrating, because that's about kai and whānau, right? So we're looking at doing that. But underneath the water, in terms of the wider Flavours of Plenty, we've spent a lot of time running workshops and educating our growers, very niche growers that might be growing truffles or growing and connecting them with our restaurants and suppliers and so forth. One of the big challenges that we've got is working with operators that are now doing foodie tours. We're working, say, for instance, it's not in our exact remit, but say with Dion Muir over at Maketu, we're doing quite a bit and pulling Casey and Kardena out of Maketu and doing a lot of innovation around food and kai. But I think for us, one of the challenges I've set the team is that we really want to work smarter in that Matariki kai space and really bring that to the fore. So that's pretty much where we're working at the moment.
Councillor Baker.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of our retailers and other providers kind of felt the hit of COVID, and rightly so. Well, unfortunately so, sorry. In touch with something kind of significant like that doesn't happen again. But kind of what are we doing to create a bit more of a sustainable, probably intra-regional tourism economy? Because while external or outer region stuff is great, you know, at the end of the day, it's our people that live and breathe this space. And I can only assume that winters we might experience a bit of a low because it's the summer and that brings the cruise ships. So how do we kind of not dip in those periods and kind of keep it, well, you know, lessen that kind of
the proverbial regional tourism organisation question. I think the key challenge for us is the mantra of what's good for community is good for tourism. So we need to be working with what locals like doing, what we can sort of feed and invest in there. The other thing that, as Richard mentioned, the most of our international hit does come off sort of cruise ships and international visitors, but that's very much between October and April. What we're trying to do is work in that low season, and when it comes to, say, Tourism New Zealand at the moment, they're running what they call a off-peak campaign. So for the next 3 years, Tourism New Zealand's ultra focused on not promoting anything or any itineraries between the months of November through to February. Everything's outside of that and pushing wider. How do you create resilience should another COVID and border closure occur? I think it's really around making sure that we're aligning with what our community enjoys doing and we get that intra-regional travel. So our markets, correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, or maybe not, to make me look good. But our markets, our key markets are actually Waikato, and then Auckland, then the wider Bay of Plenty, including Rotorua, and then we get into the international market. So I think that that whole triangle and that catchment is where we just need to keep growing.
Any other, Councillor Taylor?
This one's been going around the country for about 50 years, but you mentioned accommodation, and you want to give us your feel on what's missing? What are we needing most of all in the accommodation sector?
Thank you for that license. We're needing hotels and a convention centre. We, at the moment, respectfully, Tauranga is bordering on being the fourth largest city in the shoes that we can fit into. We're a big city, but we don't have the big city facilities in terms of driving visitation and business events. We're doing well in small business events, but as an example, there's private investors that are investing across the city at the moment, you know, sort of building sort of shared commercial and accommodation offerings at the moment. They will be the ones that will tell you straight away, we need more rooms. Because only if we have more rooms will a central convention centre facility actually be populated. So if you would ask me three things that if we could click our fingers and have, definitely more commercial accommodation, definitely more sort of business events, facilities around that to facilitate that. That's a whole segment we're not capturing. And thirdly would be attractions and activities, indoor ones in particular, because essentially at the moment, we are missing the business event space. We're completely being dominated by centres that have a convention centre and a supporting accommodation. We could easily host Trends, the biggest sort of tourism expo in the country. We could easily accommodate that with the facilities that Chad's got at Bay venues if we had the accommodation. Problem is we don't have the biggest accommodation we actually have in the Bay is by numbers Airbnb, holiday parks and the cabins within the holiday parks, and then we've got a mix between motels and hotels. Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, this is just curiosity. Who owns the big waka?
Ngāputiki owner, yeah.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Oscar. My mind just went back to the other RTOs and how much they're funded by different organisations. And there was another slide, another CCO provided with how much the relative funding was. But one thing that's probably quite comparable is Hamilton in terms of size of city. Do you know how much their RTO gets from their city council?
Yeah, good point. I particularly didn't put Hamilton up because they're a bit of a basket case at the moment, to be honest. The Hamilton is the regional tourism organisation in Hamilton is funded by, at its peak, which was only 18 months ago, it's funded by 6 councils. So it's juggling a whole bunch of councils. The reason I didn't put it up there is there's a whole bunch of contingent arrangements that go on between those 6 councils. So it was just hard to compare. But it's ilk of what, I think when it was fully funded, it was ilk of what we get funded. I can check on that and come back to you, Councillor. Easy enough. Yeah.
Right, I think that's all the questions. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Kia ora.
We'll have a break after this. All right, we'll push on and have Te Manawa Taki o Te Papa, Kim Wallace and Mike Norday, please. We'll have a break after this one.
Kia ora tātou. Wonderful to be here. Thank you. Beside me today, so I'm Kim Wallace, I'm the chair of Te Manawataki o Te Papa. I think most of you know me. Beside me is Mike Norday, who is our Director of Civic Developments, and also Helen Andrews, who's Business Analyst, Finance. So, move through. So firstly, who we are and what we're doing for you. So first slide there, I have 6 slides in total, so we'll try to get through this in our 10 minutes. I'm the chair. You've got Barry, Peter and Nathan on the board that you've also met. You will be well aware that we have an extensive experience between us of construction projects, managing complex and difficult projects, and that's with public funds as well. So that's what we bring to the board. Okay, so the why is we're here to give you confidence and assurance in the delivery of the projects. Our role is to deliver them in the approved Tauranga City Council scope. You give us a time allocation, and most importantly, you give us a budget. We do this by managing the project risks and following best practice guidelines. So our focus, which is that second column up there, is most important. Just want to call out director safety engagements is something that we do at every board meeting. We were down at the playground, for example, on Friday afternoon, making sure that we felt comfortable with what is a highly congested site with a lot of traffic. And so that's just an example of some of the activation around safety culture that we take very seriously as board members. I just want to briefly touch on procurement principles and practices that we have been delivering what we believe to be tangible value for money. So this includes competitive tendering. We have external panels that do tender evaluations and follow such methodology. We have early procurement processes and practices for high risk and long lead time materials. We lock in pricing early. We ensure projects do not incur delays where we can, and we're managing that. We have independent quantity surveyors that are working on up pricing so that we bring you as robust pricing as we possibly can. And fit for purpose contingencies and risk exposure, we believe is something that we're also stewarding on your behalf. And also we have fixed price contracts that you will be aware of that we enter into in order to transfer risk so that it is at an acceptable and tolerable level for you. A second thing I just wanted to touch on the slide around focus is also consenting practices. When I was in front of council a year ago, it was something that I called out as a very high risk and one that we were paying careful attention to. So I just want to give you an update that we have worked hard over the last 12 months strengthening the applications, and we believe now that they are of a much higher standard and more satisfactory before they go into the BCA. As a result, we are dealing with less delays, and we believe that we have reduced that consenting risk. And just on the right-hand side there, we talk about strong partnerships and who we're working with. It's been mentioned today, but mana whenua is particularly important for us. Our CCO asset owners, because we have to remember that what we do for you is we're delivering projects that then we will pass on to other CCOs. So we want to make sure that those assets are fit for purpose and also meet the scope that is required of them. And lastly, just talking about Willis Bond, obviously our development partner as well. We need to ensure that there's a strong relationship where we are holding them to account and getting the value that we should be getting from those development partners. Our financial statements as at year-end 30 June 2024 outline costs of $779,000 for the year. This includes board fees of $272,000, staff and consultants combined at $466,000, and some incidental costs, mainly made up of travel, for another 41. These costs are fully funded by a Tauranga City Council grant. Briefly touching on our 15 performance measures, I'm really delighted to be able to be sitting here with a green group of 13 of those having been achieved. So health and wellbeing being one of those critical hazards, delegations, council reporting, legal compliance, risk management, on-time delivery, covering. So on-time delivery, consultation, third-party funding, relationships, and cultural connection and sustainability are those measures that we have achieved. I want to just quickly talk about the one that was not measured. It is relation to safety, and on the face of it, you might wonder why we didn't measure total recorded frequency in regards to, or TRIFR in regards to safety. The board doesn't directly measure this. This is measured by our consultants. So whether that be, for example, HEB contractors that were delivering the Beacon Wharf, or on site 8 we have, or Te Manawataki or Te Papa site, we have LT McGuinness. And so those contractors report on all of their safety metrics directly to our project managers, which is then filtered through to us, so we get assurance of those as well. So we can't strictly say that we're reporting on TRIFR, which is why that one says it's not been measured. We've got one area which we did not achieve, and that is dear to our hearts and no doubt yours, and that is cost. So 2 projects exceeded our budgets, and they are the Dive Crescent car park and the Spring Street car park seismic upgrade. That was mainly due to major scope changes, and happy to elaborate more if you do have more questions on those. Noting the Spring Street car park was not a project that was overseen by Te Manawataki o Te Papa Limited board, but I have Mike beside me who will be aptly able to talk to that one. And Dive Crescent car park project was already in implementation phase when the Te Manawataki o Te Papa board was established. So again, I'll defer to Mike if there are any particular questions in regards to those 2 project overruns. Pleasingly, 2 projects were delivered under budget, and they were Tunks Reserve and Beacon Wharf. So there's just some pictures up there on the screen of the completed projects. So top left, Tunks Reserve, on the right is Dive Crescent, the car park, left bottom is Beacon Wharf, middle Masonic Park, and to the right at the bottom is Tunks Reserve as well. So just looking forward, my final slide, looking forward, the project's being advanced in 2024-2025. So Masonic Park isn't in there, but it is actually one of the projects that has been delivered and completed, as you will well know, and that falls in this current financial year. So that will be included in the next annual report. We then have the Te Honona ki Te Aranui underpass and boardwalk. Again, a great highlight to have that blessing and opening recently. Ahead of us, we have the Strand Reserve and Seawall, and we have the Destination Playground, both on track to be delivered and opened ahead of Christmas this year. This financial year, we also will be advancing with you the CWM Building Contract Award, and of obviously the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre, or the Recreation and Pool Gateway decisions. The next calendar year, we've got the Art Gallery completion, as the trustees for the Art Gallery have already alluded to. We've got the Library Community Hub ongoing construction, and also the Central Southern waterfront design that will be progressed. So I can assure you that we will be continuing to ensure value for money and also cost control. Risk management and project delivery assurance is certainly our #1 focus as we go forward. So just some final comments, and you would have picked this up also in the report that you've received from us. Vesting of lot 45, the parcel of land into Te Manawataki o Te Papa Charitable Trust was not only a historically significant event, but also a highlight for us. The financial strategy approved by Tauranga City Council in July 2023 is what is underpinning the delivery of these projects and provided the Te Manawataki o Te Papa Board with the necessary confidence that sufficient funding would be available to complete the projects as planned. I thought that would be important to call this out because I know there's mention of running a ruler over the long-term plan and also looking at the annual plan. So I just thought that would be important just to note at this point. I just want to also say that these projects aren't without risk, and we've outlined some key matters of focus that we are focusing on your behalf. Making sure that we do have a positive safety culture is really important. But we are facing, again, escalating construction costs. We've got long lead times that we need to manage. We do have complex building consent processes. But as I've alluded to, I think that these are at the moment being managed. And just as a final closing comment, just want to say thank you for being able to present to you today, and also the Te Manawataki Limited Board looks forward to working alongside Council as deliberations progress and project decisions are made over the coming months. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and good to see you again, Kim. Thank you for coming. Question, and congratulations for meeting all the KPIs, bar the one there. And on that, yeah, would you please elaborate on the 2 scope changes that your report mentions they were unavoidable? So a little bit of insight into that would be good. Second question is around contingencies in budgets for projects, and I have been impressed with the board's performance in terms of meeting budgets. What's a risk from your perspective as a director in reducing the contingency of some of those projects, or is there an opportunity to reduce the contingency of some of those projects because they're doing so well?
Certainly, I'll pass to Mike for the first one on the scope changes.
Yeah, sure. Oh, thank you, Kim. Good afternoon. So I'll start with the Spring Street car parks. There was a full seismic upgrade. Again, with when we're getting into upgrading existing buildings, the designers and the consultants do the best they can do in order to complete the designs to ensure that they meet the standard. But often when we get into the implementation of these upgrades, there are unknown risks or unknown problems which arise. And so with the Spring Street car park, there was extensive additional strengthening and underpinning that had to be undertaken on those floors. If you stand on Durham Street and you look south down the profile of the Spring Street car park, you'll see that actually it does have a few waves in it. The strengthening that it has taken place ensures the integrity of that building. It was an additional 2.4 million on a $12 million project. So having said that, I think at the end of the day, you have a building that the council can stand by in terms of structural integrity. The next one is the Dive Crescent car park. So that originally started off as a stage 1 project, which included a very basic car park titivation on the northern side of the fixation coffee at that stage. And then as the project progressed, there were a number of design complexities that we had to address. One being the contaminated site we were working on, and so instead of digging into the base, we actually to build it up. So there were additional costs involved there. So you'll see that the car park is slightly elevated. And then there was a desire to upgrade the boundary fence, and so there was additional scope. And then because of the demand on the car parking within the city, the council then went into a stage 2 development, which was the demolition of the fixation coffee and the southern tip of the new car park. So it was overall quite a large scope change. The boundary fence, addressing contaminated site, and then bringing in a second stage to the development.
And your second question, Steve, was about contingencies and risk and opportunity. So thinking through this, if I take, for example, Site A, so the Te Manawa o Te Papa projects, there's a group of them that are all at different design phases. So we take advice, from example, from RLB, who give us a quantity survey, but they also give us advice on how much contingency we should hold at each phase of design. So, for example, we might be told to hold, well, given guidance to hold something like 15% as we're at a prelim, a very early stage of design. And then as we let contracts and get through to construction, you might find that you're closer to somewhere between 5 and 10%, but it really does depend on the nature of the build and the risks that are inherent with the project. So I think that there's an opportunity for sure when we're in front of you with CWEM and we're looking at the tenders. We will come to you and we'll talk about the contingency that's in hand, and we will say, as we let those tenders and we get some certainty on price, we will be able to reduce contingency. They're all what you would call greenfield projects. We're starting with a piece of land and building on top of that land. If I then turn my mind to the indoor courts at 483 Cameron Road, which you have a paper about, and you know that there's been a cost overrun, I think that the contingency that was struck at the time of purchasing the building and what we knew, obviously now in hindsight we can say was light, but those are the sorts of decisions that and judgment that we have to apply at the time at looking at the costings and looking at the potential cost and determining how much contingency we may need per project. And when you're dealing with an existing building and looking at seismic strengthening, changing the use, what sort of different codes and building consent requirement that you may require. And the other thing I've talked about today is the consenting process. So one thing that we can actively try to do is reduce delays, and then we don't have to dip into contingency because of extensions of time and things like that. So hopefully that sort of gives you a flavour of the reasons why we hold contingency and how we draw down and release contingency as projects progress.
That's good, thank you. That's food for thought and upcoming conversations, so thank you.
Councillor Kurak.
Actually, my question also was around contingencies and price movements in the market and trying to factor those in, etc. So thank you, you sort of covered that. But more in terms of procurement, and we will be talking about the aquatic facility. And like the term I read in the report, like novated, I think it was, where it moves from, you get some detail in terms of the requirement, the scope, some level of design detail, and then it moves into a preferred contractor. And then can you just elaborate on that sort of process? I know it would be probably helpful in the later discussion around that proposed procurement model. Are you happy to speak to that, or?
I'm just looking at Mike. Well, look, I think we can talk to it in a high level now, and also, yes, and also happy to continue that discussion in PX today because it is a matter in there as well. Yes, the situation arose where we had to novate contracts from one provider to a second provider, and over the course of that, the design was then handed over. Actually, the design stayed with the same architect through, so it was just the construction and implementation that was revised.
So when I consider, say, a sort of a normal design build process where the client comes up with the requirements, what are the outcomes they're looking for, and you do a bit of design work to then guide the market in terms of going out for an RFP for proposals, etc. So what does this process, where's the benefit of going out with that process, given that you're limiting competition rather than going to the open market with a fairly concise requirement, spec or whatever? Because, historically with other projects, I've got some familiarity around that over my time on council, but this seems a bit new where you basically select your contractor and then sort of work around that and to ensure value and performance.
I'm wondering if can we use CWM maybe because that's underway right now with the tender project process?
Yeah, sure. So there's two forms of construction contract. One is a NZS 3910, which is a traditional design, and then you put it out for a tender, and then you tender, and normally the best tender received based on the non-price attributes, and the price is then awarded to a tenderer. In relation to the CWM, all of that pre-procurement work was completed in 2018 when the council signed the partnership agreement, and we have provided detail on that in a previous forum. In terms of the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre, again, when the council decided to proceed with the design of the facility, there was always a view that they would go out as a design and build, which is the NZS 3916, completely different contracts. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do that. One, you can go out initially, and we tendered that. They went out on an open tender market. We received the submissions. They were evaluated, and then, as Kim said previously, there was a change in the contractor, but it was still within the original procurement tender process. And so there's a couple of processes you can go through with a design and build NZS 3916. You can either go, here's my scope, and you go out and design and build, leave us on the side, and we'll just input, or as we're doing with the Memorial Park, what we've done is we've held the pen on the design as the client. So we've sat around the table with BVL, with all of our key stakeholders, and the design has been completed. We have our contractor, Apollo, is in there as a ECI contractor. So we're paying them as an early contract involvement, with a view to when we get to the detailed design and the specification, which will be a coordinated, agreed process, specification, design, scope, budget, that will then be novated over. So at the moment, TCC have a contractual arrangement with all of the consultants. So with the architect, with the QS, with the HVAC, and with the mechanical and engineering our consultants. As soon as we get to a point where we get to the final design and build contract, all of those consultants are then novated across to Apollo, and from there on in they manage them. So we've been working through all of the contractual terms with the various consultants so that they know that at a certain stage and point in the design process, the entire all of their services will then be handed over from TCC to be managed directly by Apollo. That makes sense on how it.
So those, the list of consultants were procured on a competitive basis?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the architect, the engineering services, the QS, they were all fully competitive tender.
Clarify further, the contractor then manages ongoing involvement or advice from those consultants, and they could probably give advice the other way in terms of buildability, etc. So they work together to finish the job.
So up until the project was put on hold, we were managing with Apollo. So all of the contracts with the consultants are with us, TCC. So we're actually managing the outcome of what the client requires, Barbara, BVL, so Barbara's team, BVL. When we get to a point of what we call design feasibility report, which is similar to a full set of plans and specifications, that then is at the gateway where we will present to the council again and say, this is what you're going to be getting for your budget, or for the tender price, which would have been submitted at that point, confirmed.
Councillor Taylor.
So this is a general question around consultants / engineers. So we've had one car park that we've sold for $1, we've had another car park where we've had major scope creep, and then we've got a basketball court up Cameron Road, which again we've got scope creep, I suppose you'd call it. So when we employ these people to go and investigate the project and say we're putting basketball courts in Cameron Road, do they go and look at the place? Like, I just cannot understand how we have these issues popping up where professionals have looked at a job and then suddenly we've got $2 million overrun because the seismic stuff hasn't been done.
Yeah, I can explain that. So we're going to talk about this in the next paper as well, but I can bring it up here. So when in December 2023, the concept design for the Memorial Park Recreation Centre, which included an indoor facility, an outdoor facility, and 4 indoor courts. When that estimate came about, it was looking like around 185 million. At that time, the warehouse at 483 Cameron Road came up, and came up for sale, and the council looked at that building with a view to developing the forecourts, because the cost of the foundation design under the forecourts on Memorial Park was quite extensive. So by the time we went through, and so we were sitting on 185 million. By the time we went through on the concept design, we brought the project indoor outdoor aquatic centre back to 123.4 million. So there was a big gap between that. So from on paper, it was a good move to investigate the warehouse building. We had a look at it with the consultants, and through the process and through the due diligence process, we only had enough time to complete what we call a ISA, which is an initial seismic assessment. And that is really the consultants taking the plans, looking through the plans, looking through the original design, going on site, doing some site visits. And there was always an understanding that when we get into the detailed design for the courts, we'd have to then address what we call a detailed seismic assessment. So that's a DSA. And so when we went, so the council made a decision to purchase 483 Cameron Road based on an ISA, but with an understanding that we'd have to complete the DSA. And so we put in an allowance for the seismic assessment. The building on the top meets importance level 3 of 70%. It's the car park basement which became the problem. And so at that point through the design, the budget we had included for the seismic strengthening works is insufficient. And that's why we're coming back to you later with a paper requesting additional amount.
And Rod, I think you asked a very valid question around the quality of the advice that we're receiving from our engineering cohort, and there's a group of engineers that we're obviously getting advice from. And I think that's something that we are continually assessing and trying to work out, is their advice correct and appropriate for us to place reliance upon?
Yes, that's probably where I was going, isn't it? Like, should we be looking further afield for people to do this sort of work? I can't believe that just about every project we're looking at has this. And thanks, Mike, that explained the basketball court. I still think we're getting good value for money on that project. So, but I think it's a good thing that we should probably investigate is how you go about this in the future.
And I think there's something to be said about attempting to renovate existing buildings as well. And again, it goes back to Steve's question about ensuring we have adequate contingencies in our projects. But I have to say from experience, there's always unknowns with existing buildings. So how long's a piece of string, how much contingency? And that's where we get advice from the likes of RLB to give us some sort of guidance, and then we make a call. Are we at the higher end of a range or the lower end of a range? I think it's a very valid question.
Councillor Schuler.
So that one there was some contingency allowed for, just not enough, effectively.
We did have a contingency, correct? But the amount we allowed for the seismic component was insufficient, and that actually chewed up the available contingency. And now we've come to you for an extra amount, which includes another contingency over and above.
One more with that. So this just leads into a bit of another general question in terms of when we're spending a lot of money of the community. I won't say the other word, hautapu. But But say, for example, $100 million project, which could at the start include 15, 25 million of contingency, that's communicated as a 125 or $120 million project. From the point of sort of taking the community with us and having sort of a bit of accountability on the way, because these projects last 3, 4, 5 years or even longer from a planning stage. With your professional opinion, I know it's not the industry standard, but if we looked at that from a, hey, this is what we think, plus as the contingencies as we go through, then you would hope that you'd be delivering better news, because the further you go through a project, your contingency decreases.
Yeah.
Is there a chance for us to sort of get better optics and transparency with our community that we want to take on the journey with us? Or professional opinion, just stick with the big number and see what happens?
Well, I think there's a couple of things here, councillor. The one thing from a construction point of view, if you're working on a greenfield site like Te Manawataki at Te Papa, we did intensive, extensive geotechnical investigation and structural in-ground design, and you'll see the wrap piles going in. And so when you talk to the developers, say Willis Bond or LT McGuinness or any contractor, the biggest risk you have in a project is the in-ground. So we believe that the risk, as you say, as we've now come out the ground, we're on level 2, the risk is decreasing. The other area where your contingency is at risk is if your construction design drawings are not up to scratch, right? So making sure you've got a good architect, you've got a good QS on your side, making sure you've got a good contractor who gives you a fixed price. So all of the Te Manawataki is based on a fixed price, and it is very rare that we draw on the contingency. Just give you an example, I just reported to the board last week, the contingency drawdown on Te Manawataki. Overall, we've had ups and downs, and so we're sitting at about just under 300,000 on an $8 million contingency, and that just goes to the strength of the in-ground work that's been done, the quality of the drawings, the high standard of the contractor who's actually who has priced everything that's in the specification. And really the only other thing that you may have to draw on contingencies where there are provisional sums within the contract. So we do work really hard to make sure we reduce the number of provisional sums and we manage the contingency very stringently.
If I may also just talk about, to your question about transparency, I happen to have in my hand the July 2023 Te Manawataki o Te Papa design and cost update, which was made public as that decision was made. I just happened to turn to the CWIM page and it was made very clear there. To your point, the answer is yes. We should be transparent with the community. So we told them at that time that we had contingency of 12 million. We told them at that time we were holding an escalation allowance, a cost escalation of 12 million. So yes, we should be transparent on these things. No, we should be. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Yes, and I'm just thinking about when we bring CWIM to you, and I don't know what artefacts we may be bringing, but you know, this is a point in, you know, it's a good example of TCC being transparent on this stuff. So I just happen to have that in front of me.
There's probably an opportunity to just update where we're at and what we're still holding, what we initially held, which would be good. Councillor Kurek, do you still have a?
No, it's basically been covered.
Okay, Councillor Baker. All right, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. a couple of questions. Mike, can you just say what the number was for the cost escalation for Dive Crescent? Because you mentioned it for the other car park.
The cost escalation?
Yeah, or what the total cost was in the end, or whatever, whichever way.
Over the stages, so we have a breakdown. So the first stage we had 1.5 million, and the additional scope changes was it, Helen, 594 from memory, and then we had additional budget of 1.8, and we had another scope change there. So all up that project was 500 and.
Sorry, I'll help you out there, Mike. Basically what happened was we had an original budget in the 2021-31 annual LTP. I beg your pardon. So we had an original budget of 1.45, plus about, I think, 150,000 for the demolition potentially of fixation and copy. That essentially covered the initial part of the car park. There were a few, I think, design difficulties, as Mike has alluded to, which led to a cost overrun at that point. But at that stage, there was still no budget for stage 2. So that was what came in 2023 in the annual plan there. That was, sorry, beg your pardon, and that was about, I think, 1 million, if I'm about 1.1 million that we put in extra for that.
But just in terms of the total, what was the?
Yeah, the total spend would just over $5 million.
Just over 5 million.
Okay, so it wasn't much more than the 4.8 that was in the latest update a few months ago. Yeah, I just wanted to check if it.
Stage 1, stage 2.
The other thing, I see that the waterfront projects are like that's around that 66 mil, which is where you thought you were a few months ago. What about the Te Manawataki waterfront projects, like the other 4, I think it is on that list? Are they still sort of looking on budget for that, like so around just over 25, or are we looking at any changes in that area?
Yeah, I can give you, so Masonic Park, the total budget was 9.2 million, and we're just finalising the cost there. We will be close, but it won't be over. It'll be within budget. We then got 2 rail crossings, which so we've actually got to do 4 new rail crossings. We've got a total across the waterfront budget of 8 million for the rail crossings, of which 4 million of that is coming out of the Te Manawataki suite, because it directly lines up with Wharf Street and Masonic Park, the 2 new crossings. Then we've got the Central Plaza, and we've put 9 million in there, but that includes the 2 million for the rail crossing. I mean the 4 million for the rail crossing. We got 1.8 million for the Strand, so that will go towards a comprehensive upgrade of the Strand, if and when budget allows. And then there's 9 million, just over 9 million for the new Central Wharf, which is the proposed wharf, which lines up on directly in line with Wharf Street and in line with the old Coronation Wharf that was in place a number of years
Still
ago.
question whether we're on track with costs.
Yeah, sort of the total. Yeah, like are we talking still? It sounds to me like we're a little bit under what you're thinking for the wharfs and some of the other projects, but a little bit over in terms of the rail crossings.
No, the rail crossing, all within budget.
Everything's within budget.
Everything is within budget.
So that's within the 25.
It's within the 25.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you.
I just had a question on contractors. Are you guys choosing the contractors and doing due diligence on those, or is that council staff, like for the Te Manawataki projects?
I'm talking about CWIM, because that's probably the example, is that the tenders will go out.
Yeah, I was thinking more like Masonic Park. Like, do you guys choose those contractors, or there's a whole lot of projects going on? Who's making those decisions?
So for Masonic Park, when we signed the partnership agreement, when the council signed the partnership agreement, that included what we call Site A, which is the area bounded by Wharf, Durham, Hamilton, and Willow, and included Masonic Park. So that was all within the Willis Bond and LT McGuinness contract. Anything outside of those areas, so the whole of the waterfront, we go through a procurement process, and our team will do the procurement, the selection, and then the management of those projects.
If we talk about Masonic Park, we got the recommendation.
Masonic Park was within the partnership agreement.
So the waterfront projects, those ones you choose.
We've chosen the contractors.
Yeah. And
through an open tender process.
And do you do any due diligence on them as to who they are and that sort of thing?
It's all part of, so through the tendering process, there's a two-stage tendering process where you do the non-price attributes, and you'll go on track record, experience in delivering similar scale projects, the methodology, the health and safety track record. So you do that evaluation first, because in a two envelopes system, and so you open the first the first envelope, you go through and the tender evaluation team, who are all nominated at the time of tendering, and it always includes an external as well on there, someone who's an expert in that field. They will come in, they will do the evaluation, and then they will then come up with a recommendation, and then what they do is they open the price envelope, and there's a whole formula that you go through. There's different ways of evaluating, so it could be lowest price conforming, which is not an option we use, because we don't, it's not always the lowest price that delivers the best outcome. And what we normally do is a price quality method. And then, so there's formulas that you feed in, which give you the scoring of the non-price attributes, and then the price, and then that dictates how so it then ranks the tenderers, and then you start a negotiation with them. But through the process, they have to provide referees, and so the team would be reference checking all the way through with previous clients of them, just to make sure that they can deliver. The other thing we do on really, really large contracts is make sure Graham would go through and check on the company's register and make sure they are legit companies. And so there's a whole process that goes through before that document even arrives on my desk with the team.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing I'd just like to say as well, Your Worship, is that with the Te Manawataki projects, LT McGuinness will come up with a list of 3 suppliers of every trade, which they then present to us. They then, of all of those trades, they will then highlight which of those trades are local and which are out of town, right? And then that comes to myself and my team, and we go, yes, we want you to, you can proceed. One example was with the board, where we were going into the procurement for major structural steel. And so one of the board members said, he had a look at the list and said, I think we want to request, the board requested that an additional supplier was put on that list as well. And so all of that is very open between Willis Bond, LT McGuinness and TCC. So we have complete oversight of who's being invited for tendering.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, councillor correct.
Sorry, on say the winner based on non-price attributes, what situation would have to be for the winner on non-price attributes not win a tender if it happened to be that company happened to be the lowest price? Are there any circumstances where that happens?
Oh, no, if they win and we're working and we're doing the evaluation on price quality method, then their lowest price will obviously, they would rank as number one. So if they were the best non-price attributes and the lowest price, they would get it, certainly, yeah. But it is a very complex Excel spreadsheet that works in the background. It may be an opportunity for us to do a little debrief to the councillors in a workshop on procurement and how all of the valuations work sometime in the future.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll move on. So we've got our final one, which is the Te Manawa Charitable Trust. I'm actually a member of that, but I'm sure Marty can help us answer questions. I think sort of touched on it around quite a significant I guess council effectively gifting the land back to the trust was a significant moment in Tauranga's history. And that seems to have been received pretty well. Obviously, from a financial standpoint, there's only the $1 peppercorn lease that goes through those accounts. But obviously, this is a case of where the significance is much bigger than the dollar that is paid. So yeah, that's, I guess, if there's any questions, be happy to answer any questions. Okay, if that's no questions, then that ends this motion, and I now ask for a mover and a seconder, and this is receiving the report Council Controlled Organisations Annual Reports 23, 24, and then receiving each of the CCO's audited or unaudited annual accounts as listed in B through to G. And I ask if there's a mover for that. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Crowther is a seconder. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Therefore, I move that we receive these reports. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. That was a very long session. We may just have a 20-minute break now, coming back at 5:05, and we'll get into the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update. Thank you. All right, we'll re-adjourn the meeting. Next order of business is 11.10, Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update with Mike Norday, Barbara Dempsey. Who else is?
I'm going to very quickly say that Mike Norday, supported by Alison Law and Ross, will take council through the report.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship. Just as an introduction, just to let you know that the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre has been included in the last three long-term plans from 2018 to 2024. You would have heard from Chad earlier on this afternoon that the work actually commenced in 2016. The concept design was completed and approved by the council in December 2023, including an indoor facility, a hydroslide tower, 3 hydroslides, and an outdoor facility. The design cost for the concept design was 1.5 million, with a total, and the total estimated budget at the time of the concept design was 123.4 million, and then was further extended to 124 million with the deferment of the project as was pushed out a further 12 months to completion 2029. The preliminary design, together with the project team, as I explained earlier, together with the Apollo team as the ECI contractors, commenced in March, April of 2024, and was halted on the 8th of September to allow the council an opportunity to review the project in relation to the scope, as well as the wider capital works program. Following intensive design process, geotechnical investigations, and geotechnical design. So the original design was based on 25-meter piles. That has now been reviewed and redesigned to a raft system, which is similar to what we have for the library and the CWM. And the revised cost of this project now for the same project as was approved in December is between 99 and 105 million. So there's a major reduction in cost, project cost. The design cost to date that we've expended, 2.65 million, so all up between the concept design and the preliminary design to this stage is around about just over the 4 million mark, and a further 2.2 million will be required to complete the design to get us to that design feasibility report, so DFR, which will allow us to then go into a design and build contract. The current design also allows for us to stage this project with the delivery of the indoor facility now, and then the outdoor facility delivered as a separate stage 2. just going to hand over to Alison and Ross. They're going to talk about the levels of service in the aquatic space, as well as the consultation and engagement that's taken place to date.
Good afternoon. So I'll just talk briefly to the engagement that's happened over the years. So an aquatic centre development at Memorial Park it's been something that's been spoken about for some time and has been included in the last 3 LTPs since 2018. But more specifically, there's been some targeted engagement, particularly with our aquatics user groups from around the city over a number of years. Bay Venues hosts a aquatic user group forum, and we've met with that user forum 3 times since July last year, and that's made up of structured sport such as water polo, evo swimming, synchronized swimming, and some different schools, and also parafed and Special Olympics. So quite a wide range of aquatic users in our facilities. So we've had the 3 in-person user forums with those groups, and through each of those we've presented the concept design as it was at that stage, and there's been workshopping with those groups just to make sure that we're getting the right design and facilities within the aquatic centre to meet the needs for those groups, and to make sure that we've got a multi-use facility and that works for the different sectors of the community. We've also engaged with Mana Whenua, and we agreed on the principles and the purposes of the wider Memorial Park project, but also how the aquatic centre sits inside that. And the intention is that those conversations would be picked up again as we move forward. At the December 23 meeting, when council was considering which aquatic centre option to go with, there was a letter that was presented to the meeting on behalf of all the aquatic user groups, just to show their support for the design as we have it now in its entirety. We've also had a workshop with representatives from the disabled community, just to make sure that we have covered everything that we need to from an accessibility and inclusive facility point of view, and we'll continue working with them moving forward. So through the targeted engagement, we feel like the design is one that meets the needs of the community, and that we would continue the approach as we move through the design stages.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Yeah, just to say that from a network perspective, the facility is currently proposed makes sense. It meets and goes a little way beyond council's level of service. If the project would be staged or rescoped, that would then obviously mean that that level of service is met at a later date. And beyond just level of service, which is a rather narrow way of understanding the aquatic needs and interests of the community, it provides for a diversity of pool space provision. In particular, there's a disconnect between the demand for leisure, play and hydrotherapy pool space and what the network is currently providing. And that's evidenced by the information that you have around use, particularly of bay wave, for those types of activities. And then obviously those recreational features also then help with the revenue and operational performance of the facility. The location also makes sense from a network perspective. The network concept is to have 2 major multi-use aquatics facilities, one either side of the harbour. The central location at Memorial Park makes sense because you've got an existing facility there, council-owned land. There are very few other options, and is simpler from a consenting perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ross. So there are 6 resolutions to the report. We're happy to take any questions, but we just want to note that there is currently a community survey out there which will provide the council an opportunity to receive community feedback on the project, and that we will, if the council decide to proceed with the design as it is, there is a request there to authorise the expenditure of a further 2.2 million to get us to the design feasibility report, so that we can then proceed with the delivery of this project or in another form. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Kurat.
Thank you, Mike. So in terms of a further 2.2, what's currently in the budget, and what will this total at the end of that detailed design feasibility process?
I'll hand over to Paul. Paul's doing some work on that.
So just in terms of the reforecasting paper that we had, there's $1.2 million allowed for the year, of 988,000 has been spent. So what it would mean, if that was approved by council, we then need to look to find the balance of that through other projects, which would need to be stopped or delayed this year to accommodate that. $2.2, pretty much. Well, 2 million. 2 million this year. So there is budget available, but because of the reforecasting process that we've gone through, and previous recommendation through the workshop was to pause expenditure on that. There was no further expenditure allowed for in the reforecast this year beyond what was committed, which was for 1.2 million in total. That 988 has been spent. So of that, so for an additional 2.2, we need to find 2 million more out of this year effectively, which would be through reallocation from other projects.
Well, thank you, Paul. Probably another question for you, Paul. Do you know how much in DCs have been collected towards this project?
No, I don't. I'd have to check in this. So far. No, I'd have to come back.
Okay, no, that's fine. And then a question around obviously, we're hopeful that we get a lot of feedback from the community, sort of the general feedback. There's the sort of mentions throughout around the consultation through the long-term plans. It's been in a number of long-term plans. Have we got a sort of general gauge? Has that been a positive, positive, negative, or has there been much engagement through that process?
It wasn't asked as a specific question, so it wasn't identified as a standout. So it would have just come through general responses, and we haven't had an opportunity to pull all those together to be able to talk to detail yet.
Well, yeah, if there is, I don't know if there's a process we could do that would be quite useful. And then you're talking about the user groups. Were they minuted, or is there recordings or anything? Just again, it'd just be useful to take that feedback as well as what we're going to get, so we get a sort of a pretty broad picture.
Yes, so those meetings are recorded, and also Sport Bay of Plenty have been quite involved working with the groups and council and Bay Venues, and they're really interested to see the process with the survey as well. And I know that they would be keen to come and talk to the council to represent collectively all of the user groups as well.
I think if there's any of that stuff available that we've got an opportunity to view, would just be useful to add to. The more feedback we get, the better the decision we can make, hopefully. Is there any other further, Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, just a question on number 72, because I know that this always sort of comes up, the old 50-metre pool versus 25 issue, but it states here that there are 2 50-metre pools within 1 hour drive, and I'm just so struggling to figure out where they are.
One is in Rotorua. Oh, Hamilton,
And
Waterworld,
Hamilton to Rothwell.
yeah.
You guys drive faster than I do, don't you?
There's one in Cambridge as well, so. Yeah, they've got a 50 metre, a 25 metre, cost $30 million to build. There we go. About 6 years. Yeah. Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, mine, during reading this report, there was lots of information given to us, and thank you for that. It's very well written. I was more interested in the comparison, and Tauranga being a growing city and the people of Tauranga demanding more services. You've mentioned of the possibility of other sites that pools may be located in the future. One's in Wairaki, the growth industry out towards Papamoa, and we had that discussion while we we're out there on tour. Another possible one is out in Tauranga West, which is fine. I agree with that. And you also hinted that maybe one may be for a 50 metre pool option. Wouldn't it make more sense for our premier pool, 50 metre pool, be in the centre of town, easily accessible by everybody? Because I know as a person who lives in Pies Pa, just getting to Papamoa some days can be quite a challenge. And if that's where I've got to go to do my swimming training, I'd far sooner put up the challenge to the centre of town. As we grow, we need to be very strategic where we put all our assets so they're in easy access and reach of all the residents that live here. People of Tauranga. So we need to be very clear about what we're trying to aim for in relation to our growth prospects as a city. And the other one too is these pools, these 1 hour, travelling within 1 hour, are they on our PT network? I'm assuming that answer is going to be quite short. So would making a suggestion that people of Tauranga can go somewhere else to get a facility that we ourselves should be providing, I think is a little bit pushing the envelope just a little bit much. But my question is, wouldn't it be better to have our 50 metre pool as a premier in the middle of town to be accessed by all of the people of Tauranga in a very easy way?
That hooker's at the back of the room as well, so maybe.
So, through the chair, I mean, to be frank, because we haven't considered a 50 metre pool as being integral to the network at this point in time, we see there as being a suite of priorities that are more important to the community than a 50 metre pool. We haven't spent a huge amount of time analysing exactly where a 50 metre pool should go. Memorial Park doesn't lend itself particularly well to a 50 metre pool, just in terms of the site and configuration, and the Mike and the team are better to speak to that. There would be options as to where you could locate one. Hypothetically, you could locate one, say, in the Wairaki area, or as you say, in the Tauranga West area. There is potential for Baywave to be extended, and Chad could probably speak to that further if you wanted to understand that a little bit further. So it was built with that in mind at a future date. I think that any 50 metre pool that was delivered in Tauranga would also need to account for certainly the Western Bay and that wider catchment. It would clearly be a sub-regional or potentially even a regional facility. So its location would be important for that wider catchment, I think, as well, and probably the approach to funding and delivery of it. There is an option potentially at Bayway for a 50 metre pool, which has not been explored in any detail.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. Please excuse my ignorance because I'm not a design or feasibility expert by any stretch of the imagination. But can you please explain? Yeah, I know it's a common misconception amongst people. No, can you please explain, like you're explaining to a college boy, what a design feasibility is and why it costs 2.2 million? Because I looked there and there's some designs already on paper. Concisely, please.
Yeah, sure. I thought you wanted me to give a long-winded version. I'll give you the brief version. So we've got to a preliminary design stage. So through the life of a project, you move from this is what we think we want, and that's where you come up with your scope. The next stage is to start putting that onto paper, and you get onto you then get into a concept design that goes out, gets everyone's sign off. You consult through that. Then you can go through another stage, which is a detailed concept design, and then you get to the preliminary design. But that doesn't. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of the design of the actual mechanical, the plant and equipment, the tank design, the foundation design. So that still needs to be detailed up. So we then go from a preliminary design to a developed design. We get to the end of that point, we then recost everything, and we then see, are we still within the budget and within the estimate? Then we move into the detailed design. And the detailed design, the DFR, will include everything from the tiles on the wall to the plumbing, including the toilets, the showers, the tiles, the finishes on the floor, everything like that. So that's where the cost comes in. So it's a design progression from a vision through to a concept through to, and we're 2 steps away at this stage. And that's where the cost comes in now, is making sure that the designs, everything is compatible, because you're working with a number of different components in the project. So everything from the tank, the filtration, the plant, the HVAC, the air conditioning, and the buildability of the building. And this is where the 2.2 million is required. If you wanted to go out on the design we've got now, it would not be recommended, because of the risk for the contractor not knowing the detail of the tile finish and you approving it as a client is far too great. And so you need to get down to the minute detail of what you're delivering, and that's where the cost comes in.
So I guess just to follow that up, you want to be very certain that you're going to proceed to go to that next stage. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Schuler, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a couple of questions from me. Firstly, just in relation to what was heard this morning through Bay Venue, saying we're obviously fairly, there's a lot of demand already, and we're under-provided in amenities. And I think Councillor Crowther asked if they had to do one thing, what would they do? And I think they said it was around the aquatics. So clearly that is a high, and obviously a reason why this has been looked to be progressed. And then just hearing what we're talking about, and I had heard this separately, potentially a bay wave upgrade. How long, I suppose the first question, and it doesn't really need answering, but how long would it take to upgrade a bay wave from a 25 to a 50? It's going to take years, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to go through the whole process I explained.
Yeah, which is going to take years.
Could take you up to, I mean, the council have been working on this project since 2016.
And how long would that pull? Yeah.
To go from a design, from a nothing to a design,
And how long
you're
would the pool have
probably
to be
looking at
closed?
3 years.
And how long would the pool have to be closed?
I don't know, you'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, I sort
I
of
think
know
it's a
it'll be a
separate,
while.
I don't think it's addition, I think it's just a separate.
I suppose where I'm getting to is that we do have an opportunity where we have a potential greenfield. We haven't built anything yet. We've got a massive lack of aquatic services or amenities. You can talk a 50-metre pool or 225s. We've got a chance of adding 225s in one go, which will then satisfy a huge amount of, for our community. So that's sort of one angle. I mean, I'm probably coming from I hear this all the time because I'm involved in, the water polo community. So I'll have to step out of the room when we vote on this one. But, I do think that provided we can, and I know there's some engagement document stuff out with the public at the moment and what comes back, but I do think it's worthwhile keeping that as an option for our community, one, to deliver what we need through our services to our people, and also, for the potential adding on of events and, things that we want to grow in the future, like Ames Games and all these things that will be hamstrung by growth and knowing how important good events are to our community. So I suppose started with a question, but just an urge to keep a really good open mind to the opportunity that was available to factor in, to happen to be joined together in the middle. Thank you.
Councillor Morris, you've been very patient. Hopefully you haven't forgotten your question.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to figure out whether I could answer my own question. I was reluctant to click on the survey link because I didn't want to fill in the survey to find out the questions because I didn't want, I didn't want to not conflict myself. What am I looking at? I didn't want to impact the survey by giving an opinion. Can we have the survey questions? Yeah, because if I had to go through it and then, because it won't let you go through it unless you submit an answer.
Councillor Kurak.
I'm just going to suggest that Chad fills in with a bit of extra detail around the 50 versus 25 option.
Yeah, look, happy to answer that. And I think we haven't done any detailed work around Bay Wave and its extension. What we do know is when it was designed with the ability to extend the pool and make it a 50-metre pool. We think that could be a good option in the future. The challenge you've got is that that's probably, and like I said, we haven't done the detailed work, but it's probably out of commission for maybe up to a couple of years while you do that, which would completely stuff the network, and then you've got not a lot of pools available. So the thinking has always been from our perspective that we need at least one, if not maybe another couple of 25-metre pools before you look at the 50-metre pool option and thinking about how that all fits. When I spoke earlier, it was around that network of facilities, and there's different views of that and how that could work, and we need to nail that down. In terms of the 50-metre pool versus the 25-metre pool, I think what you have to remember is that the aquatics facilities fulfill a wide range of needs in the community. It's not all about swimming lengths. And in fact, something like 70% of use of our pools is not about people going to swim lengths. We're missing quite a lot of opportunities in the leisure and recreation space. With an aging population, it's the hydrotherapy pool, the hot water, and we've seen that across the country and across Australasia. Lots of people going for those. You've got the water safety component with Learn to Swim. So from our perspective, yes, we'd all love to have a 50-metre pool and it'd be great in the city, but the more pressing need is to satisfy the broader range of aquatic needs in the community: leisure, hydrotherapy, Learn to Swim, and the structured sports. So it's balancing all of that up. And we think that by doing that with what's proposed at Memorial Park will satisfy the community much better across all of those needs. Because when you look at who's actually wanting to swim 50-metre lengths, yep, there are some kind of high performance swimmers that are out there, but it's a much smaller proportion. So really you're looking at events, and that's where the comparison to say, well, actually, and Sport New Zealand have said this, we don't need any more 50-metre pools in the country for events. We've got plenty of them. There is an advantage, as Councillor Schuler's talked about, in terms of you end up with more water space if you go with a 50-metre pool, but having come from Hamilton, most of the time you find there's a bulkhead sitting in the middle and it's two 25-metre pools. There are different solutions around that now that can open that up, but we're trying to get the best bang for our buck. And I know as a council, you're talking a lot about value for money. This solution will give you the best or most benefits and outcomes for the budget that we're talking about.
Councillor Schuler.
Speak again, that's
Yeah.
good. I suppose the only, I'll ask and counter to that though, so you've just got a challenge at Greerton as well at the moment with the pool and we've got Councillor Crowther's Otomoto pool. So again, I suppose, which he'll keep bringing up, but we're sort of comparing, understanding the value for money proposition, and we all understanding that, but it's sort of like option one is I'm not, from my perspective, it would be not about taking away those other facilities and fitting a 50-metre pool in an existing building. It's about saying, well, here's one option, which is a 25-metre pool and hydrotherapy and learn to swim, and here's another option, which happens to include a 50-metre pool. It's going to cost you XYZ $1 million more. You know, that you can only make the comparison once you know the relative extra cost, but still providing all the services that you want. So at the moment, we're constraining ourselves saying, here's a budget. We fully understand there'll be a different budget, but there's obviously potential for it to deliver more value for money and satisfy some risk issues we've got potentially right in front of us for the next 5 years.
We'd be quite happy to look at a 50-metre pool with the other pools, but given the budget that we've got, that will cost a lot more. So that's the trade-off.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I seem to recall in the past, it might have just been in my imagination, that there was like a long list, not just for the options on this site, but the long list for facilities around the city, and maybe if Alison or Ross can inform me, like, did we look at all the pools that are needed and all the locations? I think you presented something in the briefing, but did we sort of go through a process of looking at what facilities would be optimal in each area, given that we've heard Chad and others say that the mix of what the offering is quite critical to get people to come along to those?
The short answer is yes. So the network planning for aquatics goes back to about sort of 2018, 2019. It started through community facilities needs assessment, which looked across aquatics, indoor courts, libraries, community centres. It looked at the current network. It looked at population growth. It looked at that differentiation of aquatic interests. That then was turned into an aquatics network plan. So that looked, and you've heard me talk here and at the workshop session about this kind of hub and spoke approach. You're never going to build multiple aquatic spaces in every community, right? So that's the origin, if you like, of that network approach. Sorry, there was another part of your question.
I guess just to sort of clarify, well, I'm probably coming from the similar point of view to Councillor Schuler, where we've got presented with sort of like a bit of a narrow thing, which is understandable because that's where you left off when the commissioners left. It was sort of, there was one thing on the table at the time. I think, you know, it's helpful to kind of just broaden it back out, and because putting it simply, like if we're heavily constrained financially, which I think we're all on that page still, that we want to ensure there's good bang for buck, but we also want to ensure that if Papamoa is going to need one in the next decade, or if we want to upgrade Ultimoto, if the geotech comes right, you know, all those issues are sort of floating around, I think, in our minds. And at the moment, I think the concern is it's still a significant enough budget at Memorial that if we push the wrong button on that one, it could cascade out. And I guess what we're not sure of is what exactly is the best realistic case, if I can put it that way. You know, what do we really need, given the high importance of this network to the city and the people who live here? You know, what do we really, where do we need to end up by 2034 to not be in a really bad state? And I think the concern I have, just to clarify the question, is if we do too much here, we'll spend too much money here and we won't be able to deliver some other important aquatic facilities, in my view.
So part of the rationale for why we are now is because we've got a gap in the network. So we're playing catch up and also trying to go to growth. So the 100 to 105 million option enables catch up and growth. And then if Waitemata stayed open, then that covers that even more with those additional lanes, albeit not the necessary level of service that we would try to achieve from a new facility. And I guess we didn't really look so much as around where a 50 metre should or should not go, because it's just generally thought that it's the community pools that provide all the things that we've been talking about that are what are needed in a growing city to provide well for different community needs. So when we've looked at it, it's around how can we provide good neighbourhood pools in addition to what Ross was saying around having a large scale facility on both sides of the bridge. So Memorial Pool doing what we're proposing now, Baywave with future development down the track, and then growing to community needs in Wairakei or Tauranga as time goes on, depending on how that growth goes. And that's within the regional facility strategy, guided by the Sport NZ national strategy. What people that have been in the aquatics industry for a very long time know works best for setting up cities for growth and to provide what they need to for their communities.
All right, well, I think that's all the questions for now. So I guess with some of the questions we asked today, specifically around the community feedback, if we could just have some summaries of that, as well as the DCs and how much we've collected in that, because it potentially makes quite a difference to the decision we make. And also with the community survey that is out there that we hope will be undertaken by a number of our community, because this is your opportunity to have a say into this project. I therefore put the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre to lie on the table, and we'll re-deal with this on the 12th of November meeting once we've had that updated information. I'll move that report lies on the table. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Crowther. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried and that report will lie on the table, and we can have a discussion with a bit more information. The 8th. Yeah.
I don't know, but the first question.
That concludes our public business, and therefore I move that we move into publicly excluded. I call for a mover and a seconder to go into publicly excluded. Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Schuler, thank you very much. All those in favour of going to publicly excluded,